Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Anya. The iron chains around my wrists are cold, biting into my skin like a living thing, as if they know where I have been, what I have endured. The dark elves believe shackles make us weak, that they break something essential within us. They are wrong. Chains do not shatter me. They temper me, make me sharper, more dangerous. I keep my head bowed as the guards march me through the towering obsidian gates of House Fortalice. But I see everything. The way the torches flicker blue instead of orange, burning with strange alchemical fuel. The way the courtyard is lined with dark elven soldiers in formation, silent, deadly, watching me with hunger, contempt, and something worse. Varkos is here. I feel it before I see him. His presence coils around the space like something tangible, a storm gathering in the air, thick with unshed violence. He does not speak as I am led forward, my bare feet skimming across polished stone, the temperature dropping with every step, a predator assessing his prey. I will not be prey. The guards shove me forward. I stumble but do not fall. My chains rattle, the sound loud in the quiet chamber. I lift my chin, and I see him. Varkos stands at the top of a short dais, a throne of carved onyx behind him, though he does not sit. He is tall, lean muscle and silent command, wrapped in intricate black robes, silver embroidery glinting like dying stars. His amethyst eyes are sharp as cut gems, assessing me with the cool detachment of a dark elf, examining a particularly fascinating piece of prey. I let him look. Let him take in the long, unbound auburn waves that fall over my shoulders, the defiant set of my mouth, the way my tattered dress clings to my body in ways that are meant to appeal to him. My beauty is both a curse and a weapon. I have learned to wield it well. His lips curve into a mocking half-smile. A rare prize, he murmurs, voice rich as velvet, dark as poisoned wine. He descends the dais, slow and deliberate. The room does not exist anymore. It is just him and me. He stops too close. I refuse to flinch. His hand, long, elegant fingers adorned with silver rings, lifts toward my face, a test, a provocation. I hold still as he traces the edge of my jaw, a ghost of a touch, something more intimate than a slap. I expected someone more broken. His voice is almost amused. My pulse spikes, but I tilt my head, a challenge disguised as submission. Would you prefer me on my knees, my lord? A flicker of something in his eyes. Interest. Amusement, something hungrier. Varkos chuckles, low and dark. Bold, dangerous. He steps behind me, his presence sliding over my skin like a blade pressed just close enough to tease. A woman who speaks like that should know the weight of her words. Do you? I do. I have spent years learning exactly how much I can say before I am punished. The chains rattle as he moves, circling me, dragging his fingers down the length of my arm, making the shackles feel heavier. He leans in, close enough that I catch the scent of him, cold steel and something darker, spiced like the bite of midnight air. "You are quiet now," he muses, his breath brushing the shell of my ear. What happened to that sharp tongue? I clench my fists, nails pressing into my palms. My heartbeat hammers too loudly. This is dangerous. This is not the way I'm supposed to feel. "I use it when it serves me," I say, careful, slow. He chuckles again, a sound that slithers beneath my skin, both warning and invitation. Then suddenly, he is in front of me again, his fingers lifting my chin. This time, his touch is not light, it is demanding. "Then tell me this, human." The title drips from his lips like something sharp. "Do you know what you are now?" I should say a slave, a possession, a prize. But I don't. I hold his gaze, emerald clashing against amethyst. A player. Varkos goes very still. For a breath, just a breath, something flickers in his expression. Surprise, hunger, wariness. Then he smirks. It is slow, deliberate, and it is the most dangerous thing I have seen tonight. "Very well, little fox," he murmurs, voice a sinful promise. "Let us play." He steps back, and the guards move forward. My chains are unlocked, but I do not rub my wrists, do not show weakness. The head guard kneels. "What are your orders, my lord?" Varkos does not answer immediately. Instead, he watches me. A predator who knows his prey is dangerous, but relishes the hunt. Then, with a flick of his hand, bored, cruel, final, he says, "Take her to my chambers. The game has begun."
Chapter 2. Varkos. The human is stunning. Too stunning. I should not have let my eyes linger on her this long, yet here I am watching her disappear down the hall, her steps too controlled for a slave who has just been shackled and stripped of her freedom. Anya! A name that should be meaningless. Yet when I had said it in my mind, it settled on my tongue like a forbidden taste. I exhale, rolling my shoulders back, forcing my body to relax. A mistake. I cannot afford to be distracted by something so delicate. Except she is not delicate. She is defiant in a way that is not overt, but deeply woven into the way she carries herself. That slow, calculated tilt of her chin. The measured way she speaks, never groveling, never truly submitting. A snake that slithers close, feigning stillness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I smirk to myself. Perhaps it has been too long since I have had a game worth playing. Still, I do not trust her. I do not like that I cannot bring myself to look away. I turn to the guards still waiting in the chamber. "Leave," I order, my voice a blade of command. They bow and scatter, their armor clanking against the marble floors as they file out. I take my time following. I am in no hurry. She should be the one to sweat, to wonder what awaits her in my chambers. She should fear me. And yet, something tells me she does not. The halls of House Vortalis are imposing, cold, sharp angles of black marble and silver veins that seem to pulse with an eerie glow. Magic lingers in the walls, old and restless, much like my mother's reach. A reminder. I must be careful with this one. When I enter my chambers, she is waiting. She stands by the fire, its glow licking over the delicate curves of her body, illuminating the defiant set of her shoulders. The servants have done as I ordered. Her chains have been removed, and she has been given finer clothes, silk the color of deep garnet, the fabric pooling at her feet, draped just enough to suggest vulnerability without giving it freely. She looks like a queen trapped in the wrong kingdom. She does not turn when I approach. I let the silence stretch, savoring it, letting it coil around us like a noose. Finally, I break it. "You are quiet." My voice is soft, deliberate. a knife's edge gliding over bare skin. She turns slowly, gracefully, like a woman who has already weighed every outcome of this conversation. "Should I fill the silence, my lord?" she asks, voice smooth as honey. Yet there is venom buried beneath the sweetness. I study her. She is baiting me. I smile. "You seem to enjoy talking. I thought I would allow you the chance to prove how well your tongue can serve me." Her emerald eyes darken, not with fear, but with something sharper, something that presses against the line of danger without stepping over it. "I have served many masters," she says. "Each one thought they were the first to test me. She's not afraid to challenge me. Interesting." I step closer, closing the space between us, inhaling the faintest hint of her scent. Not perfume, nothing artificial. Just her. Something wild beneath the polished exterior. "Then tell me," I murmur, my hand lifting, trailing along the soft line of her jaw. "How many of them live to regret it?" She does not flinch, does not blink. Only tilts her head slightly, exposing the column of her throat, an offering or a dare. "Most of them!" My blood hums. This one will ruin me, or I will ruin her first. I brush past her, moving to the heavy oak table near the hearth, where a silver goblet of spiced wine waits for me. I pick it up, swirling the dark liquid before taking a sip. "I have seen many women like you," I say casually, watching her from the rim of my cup. The ones who think they can change their fate by playing games beyond their depth. She crosses her arms, the silk of her dress slipping slightly, revealing a hint of the pale skin of her shoulder. "And I've seen many men like you," she counters. "The ones who think they hold the chains when they are just as bound as the rest of us." A spark of laughter curls in my throat. Bold, dangerous. I like it. I set the goblet down and move toward her again, slow and unhurried, like a beast circling its prey. This time she stiffens. Just a fraction. Barely noticeable. But I see it. I inhale her reaction like a drug. "You are right," I say, my fingers brushing her wrist, tracing the delicate ridges of her pulse. "We are both bound in our own ways. But only one of us gets to decide how tightly the chains fit." Her breath shudders, just slightly, just enough. She is not immune to me. "Good. I wonder," she whispers, her voice dipping lower, almost seductive, almost cruel, "if you will still believe that when your own chains tighten around your throat." My lips part, a slow, predatory grin curving over them. "Oh, she is delightful. I look forward to finding out," I murmur. She lifts her chin, and in that moment I realize she is not prey. She is the blade hidden in silk, waiting to be unsheathed, and I've just wrapped my hand around the hilt.
Chapter 3. Anya. The first rule of survival is to watch. So I do. From the moment I step into Varkos's chambers, I absorb everything. The way the silver inlaid marble reflects the candlelight in ghostly ripples, the way the heavy velvet drapes stifle sound, the hidden alcoves where shadows gather like waiting spectres. A cage is still a cage, even when it is lined with luxury. He stands across the room, watching me with that sharp, dissecting gaze, his long fingers curled around the stem of a silver goblet, as if he is already imagining how I will break. He does not realize that I do not break. I am the splinter beneath the skin, the thorn disguised as a petal. I let my gaze flicker past him to the balcony doors, barred shut, heavy iron locks ensuring there is no easy escape. No windows large enough to slip through. The main doors are guarded, but the hidden servant passage near the wardrobe. That is interesting. I do not move toward it. Not yet. I pretend to be oblivious, trailing my fingers over the carved desk, running my hand along the intricate folds of a tapestry depicting dark elven conquests, human bodies writhing beneath their boots. Varkos does not stop me, but he watches, always watching. "You have sharp eyes," he muses. I do not turn to him. It would be foolish to be blind in a place like this. His chuckle is low, smooth as black silk, mocking. And yet many before you have chosen ignorance. Many before me were not hunters. I turn now, tilting my head. Did they survive? His smile is lazy, a cruel curve of amusement. No. A chill wraps around my spine, but I do not let it show. Instead, I step forward, bridging the space between us, my bare feet silent against the floor. His amethyst gaze tracks my movements, the way a wolf studies the rabbit, not with immediate hunger, but with the satisfaction of knowing it has already won. He thinks he has won. I let my gaze drop to the goblet in his hand. I assume you do not intend to poison me, I say lightly. Varkos raises a dark brow, then lifts the goblet to his lips, taking a slow sip. His throat moves, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, a strangely human gesture for someone who is anything but. Not yet, he murmurs, lowering the cup. I lift my chin, unbothered by his threat. I step even closer. Too close. It is a gamble, a dangerous one. But if I want to survive, I need to know what kind of monster I am dealing with. His scent coils around me, smoke and steel, something darker beneath. His robes brush against my bare arm, cool fabric against heated skin. I do not flinch. Instead, I reach out. Not to touch him. No, that would be reckless. I trail my fingers along the rim of his goblet, brushing his hand in the process. A whisper of contact, a fleeting press of skin to skin. A test. His breath catches just barely, and then his hand snaps up, capturing my wrist in a vice-like grip. I still. Not out of fear. Out of calculation. Varkos studies me, his grip firm but not cruel. Not yet. You like to push, don't you? His voice is lower now, quieter. I meet his gaze, unblinking. You like to be pushed. His lips part, a sharp inhale, a flicker of something dangerous. Then he releases me. Not with a shove, not with violence. With precision, a choice. I step back, my pulse thrumming at the base of my throat. He watches me as if I am a puzzle, one he has not yet decided if he will solve or shatter. I take the goblet from his hand and bring it to my lips, never breaking eye contact as I drink. The wine is dark and spiced, fire rolling down my throat. I lower the cup, tilting my head, satisfied. Varkos laughs, a real laugh this time, rich and slow, a sound that slides over my skin like silk and thorns. Oh, little fox, he murmurs, that smirk returning. We're only just beginning. By the time the servants come for me, I have already committed much of the layout to memory. I follow them silently, my gaze flickering to every corridor, every guarded post, every possible weakness. The palace is a maze of dark stone and silver veins, corridors twisting in labyrinthine paths meant to confuse intruders. Or captives. They take me through the lower halls, past tapestries that depict elven conquest, past rooms where the scent of incense and spilled wine lingers in the air. Brothels. Not all slaves in this palace are here for pleasure, but many are. I do not shudder. I refuse to let them see weakness. Finally, we reach the upper levels, where the nobles reside. The doors we pass are grand, adorned with sigils marking which house each occupant belongs to. I commit them to memory. They will be useful later. We reach a large set of double doors, not as ostentatious as the others, but somehow more menacing. One of the guards smirks at me, a cruel, knowing thing. He will summon you when he wishes, he says, leering slightly. Try not to keep our lord waiting. I say nothing. I step inside, the doors close behind me, and I exhale. Not relief. Never relief. Just another breath, Another moment where I am still standing. I glance around the chamber, a smaller, private space compared to the main quarters. And then, there it is, the seam in the wall, faint, nearly imperceptible. But now that I know where to look, I can see it. A hidden passage. Not an escape, not yet, but a secret is a weapon, and I collect weapons like breath. I move to the window, pressing my fingers against the cold iron bars. Beyond them, a prosperous city sprawls below, a city built on suffering, on chains and whispered screams. I will not remain in this palace forever. Varkos thinks he has caught me, but he does not realize I am already undoing my chains.
Chapter 4. Varkos. Obedience is a fragile thing. It can be forced, crushed into submission with the right amount of pressure. But true obedience, the kind that lasts, is something else entirely. And Anya does not break. She bends just enough to give the illusion of compliance, but I see what she does not want me to see. The glint in her eyes, the way she watches me when she thinks I am not watching her. She's playing a role, carefully constructed and dangerously convincing. And I'm going to tear it apart. I summon her just before midnight. The palace is quiet at this hour, the halls empty save for the occasional patrol of my guards. The fire in my chambers burns low, casting flickering shadows over the dark stone walls. A place of secrets, a place of temptation. She enters without hesitation. A human girl wrapped in silk, delicate and sharp all at once. The deep red fabric they dressed her in clings to her body, the neckline dipping just enough to be intentional. A weapon disguised as an offering. I lean back in my chair, watching her as if she is already kneeling. She does not kneel. Of course she doesn't. I smirk. Come closer. She obeys, stepping forward with that same quiet grace. The firelight plays against her skin, turning her into something almost otherworldly, a ghost of a girl who should not exist in my world yet refuses to disappear. I let the silence stretch, watching her, waiting. She does not shift under my gaze. A lesser slave would fidget, cast their eyes downward, try to make themselves smaller. Anya. She holds herself still, poised, controlled. This is a dance, and she knows the steps well. Finally, I rise from my chair and cross the space between us. Slowly, deliberately. She does not step back. Good. I reach out, brushing the back of my fingers along her jaw. A test. The first press against the edges of her defiance. She does not recoil, but she does not lean in either. Instead, she tilts her head ever so slightly, allowing my touch but offering nothing in return. Clever girl. You are obedient, I murmur, dragging my knuckles down the length of her throat. Feeling the pulse there. Steady, unafraid. I try to be, she answers softly. I chuckle. Do you? She meets my gaze, her emerald eyes dark in the firelight. Would you prefer me to say otherwise, my lord? She tests me too, playing the part, but pushing, always pushing. I move behind her, circling her like a wolf, deciding where to bite. Her breath is slow, measured, waiting, calculating. I trail a hand along her bare shoulder, my fingers brushing the delicate strap of her gown. She still does not move. You do not flinch, I murmur. Should I? Ah, there it is, the knife hidden beneath the silk. I reach around her, my hand coming to rest lightly on her hip. Not forceful. Not yet. Her breath hitches just a fraction, but she does not pull away. I lean in, my lips near her ear. Every woman before you has flinched. Anya's voice is barely above a whisper. I am not like the women before me. No, she isn't. And that is why she is dangerous. I pull back, letting her go. She turns to face me, her expression carefully neutral. A mask just as intricate as my own. You are clever in your submission, I say, moving toward the table where a decanter of wine waits. I pour a glass, swirling the deep red liquid before taking a sip. But cleverness can be a dangerous thing. She watches me but does not respond. A gesture toward the goblet. Drink. She does not hesitate, stepping forward and accepting the glass from my hand. Her fingers brush mine, just barely, but I feel it. She lifts the goblet to her lips, tilting her head back slightly as she drinks. Her throat moves, exposed for just a moment. Vulnerable, but not powerless. She swallows, then lowers the cup. Is this another test? I smirk. What do you think? She sets the goblet down on the table with deliberate care. I think you enjoy playing games. And you don't? A pause. A flicker of something in her expression. Then a slow smile. Oh, she is exquisite. But games are meant to be won, and I have never lost. I walk toward her again, slower this time, watching her every breath, every flicker of reaction. I press my advantage. Lifting my hand, I trail a single finger along the hollow of her throat, tracing the path the wine took only moments ago. She stills beneath my touch. Not because she's afraid, but because she is deciding how to respond. I lean in, my lips ghosting just above her skin. Do you think I would hurt you, little fox? A heartbeat of silence. Then, I think you could. Not an answer. A challenge. I exhale, my breath warm against her neck. And yet, you do not pull away. I do not need to. Bold, reckless, perfect. I drag my fingers down the line of her spine, watching the way her body betrays her. Just slightly, just enough. You are playing a dangerous game, Anya. Her breath is soft, a whisper between us. So are you, my lord. I laugh, low and quiet. Oh, I could devour her. I could crush her beneath my hands, unravel her carefully built walls, turn her sharp tongue into something breathless and desperate. But not yet. No, not yet. I step back, giving her space. A reminder that I am the one who chooses when the game ends. She lifts her chin, her expression unreadable. But her eyes tell me everything. This is far from over.
Chapter 5. Anya. 2 days after our last encounter, he calls me again. I enter his chamber alone this time. The heavy doors close behind me with a finality that presses against my ribs. There are no guards, no audience, no cold metal shackles to remind me of my place. But I know better than to mistake this for freedom. This room is another kind of cage. The fire in the hearth burns low, its embers casting shadows that flicker against the dark stone walls. The air is thick with something unspoken, something waiting. And him, Varkos. He leans against the grand canopy bed, his posture deceptively relaxed, watching me as if he has already unravelled me, as if he already owns me. I let him think so. He has tested me, pushed against the edges of my defiance, waiting for me to break or kneel. I have done neither. So now I do something far more dangerous. I yield. At least I let him believe I do. I take a slow step forward, my bare feet silent against the cool marble. My silk dress, deep red, the colour of blood spilled beneath a hunter's blade, clings to my body, the fabric whispering as I move. His amethyst eyes follow me, tracking, waiting. I tilt my head, allowing my hair to slip over my shoulder, the movement practiced and effortless, a touch of vulnerability that is not truly there. "My lord," I murmur. His lips curve, slow and knowing. "You sound different tonight." I meet his gaze, steady, unreadable. Should I not? He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he pushes off the bed, closing the space between us in measured, predatory strides. I do not move away. His fingers lift, grazing the edge of my jaw, the same way one tests the sharpness of a blade. You intrigue me, Anya. His voice is velvet over steel, smooth but edged with something dangerous. You pretend so well. I let my lashes lower, feigning submission, but my lips curve, just enough. You think I pretend? He steps closer, the heat of him a breath from my skin. I can feel the tension coil between us, thick as a noose. I know you do, he murmurs. But the question is, why? I press my hands together at my waist, letting the silk slip against my fingers, deliberate, unrushed. Perhaps I wish to please my master, I say, tilting my chin ever so slightly. His smirk is dark amusement, a hunter humouring his prey. Is that what you call me? His hand ghosts lower, tracing the line of my collarbone, his touch feather-light. A test. I swallow, keeping my breath steady, letting him believe he affects me. His fingers trail down, just enough to skim the curve of my shoulder before he pulls back, studying my reaction. There is no fear in me, only calculation. I play a dangerous game tonight, because power is not always in resistance. Sometimes it is in the illusion of surrender. He circles me, slow and deliberate, his presence a storm pressing against my skin. Take off your dress, he says. I hesitate, just a fraction of a second, just enough to make it seem real. Then, with careful grace, I reach for the delicate ties at my shoulders, loosening the fabric until it slides down my body, pooling at my feet in a sigh of silk against stone. I hear his breath shift, a slow inhale. I let the silence stretch, let the heat of his gaze settle over me. I do not cover myself. I do not cower. I hold his stare. He steps closer, his fingers grazing the side of my throat, tilting my chin up until I have no choice but to meet his eyes. Do you know what I could do to you? He murmurs. The words should be terrifying, but they are an invitation. I part my lips, just slightly. Do you? Something flashes in his gaze, dark amusement, hunger, something sharper. He grips my chin, not cruelly, but firmly. You enjoy provoking me. I do not deny it. I do not look away. Varkos exhales, a quiet laugh beneath his breath. Clever thing. His thumb drags along my lower lip, a ghost of a touch, a silent promise. I let him believe I am yielding, because every touch, every whispered word is a move in my game. He does not touch me the way I expect. He steps back instead, watching me as if waiting for me to falter, to flinch. I do neither. Instead, I follow, a shift of power, subtle, precise. I step forward, closing the space he put between us. My fingers lift, grazing over the intricate silver embroidery on his robe, a whisper of touch. I feel him tense beneath it. Interesting. You command an entire clan, an empire of fighting clubs and pleasure dens. I say softly, my fingers trailing along the fabric, not quite touching the warmth of his skin beneath. Yet you hesitate. His hand catches my wrist, not harsh, not rough, but unyielding. Do not mistake patience for hesitation, little fox, he murmurs, his voice dark silk against my skin. I tilt my head, considering him, and do not mistake defiance for foolishness. A beat of silence. Then he laughs, dark, low, sinful. His fingers release my wrist, his touch dragging away like the edge of a blade pulling back before it cuts. Very well, he murmurs. We will play your game. He steps back, leaving me standing bare before him. Unclaimed, untouched. A different kind of power, a different kind of control. His amethyst eyes burn with something unspoken, but he does not touch me again. Not tonight. Tonight he lets me think I have won. But we both know the truth. This is only the beginning.
Chapter 6 to Varkos. I've had countless women brought to my bed. None have intrigued me like this one. Anya is different. She should not be. She should be just another human girl with soft skin and sharp edges that crumble under pressure. Another plaything meant to entertain, to serve, to be discarded when I grow bored. But I am not bored. And I should be. I stand at the edge of the bed watching her. She sleeps on her side, facing the balcony, the moonlight spilling through the iron-barred doors, painting silvered lines across her bare shoulders. The silk sheets barely cover her, tangled around her hips, as if even in sleep she resists being caged. I exhale, dragging a hand through my hair. Why does she unsettle me? It is not just her defiance. I've broken defiant women before, turned their fire into ashes between my hands. It is not just her beauty. I have had women more beautiful than her, and none of them have made my blood hum the way she does. No, it is something else. Something I cannot name. And I hate that. I replay the night's events in my head, the way she stepped forward when I expected her to retreat, the way she let her dress slip to the floor, but never let go of her power, the way she looked at me, not with submission, but with calculation. She thinks she is playing me. She thinks I do not see the game she is weaving, the intricate dance between power and control, between yielding and resisting. I let her think she is winning, because that is how I will take her apart. She has not realized yet that there is no winning against me. The fire burns low in the hearth, filling the room with the scent of embers and something faintly sweet. The lingering fragrance of her skin against the silk sheets. It is maddening. I should walk away. Should leave her in this bed, should pretend I do not care whether she sleeps soundly or is haunted by her dreams. But I do not move. I watch and I study. Her breathing is even. Steady. Too steady. A woman who has been enslaved for years does not sleep like this. Not unless she has trained herself to. Not unless she's pretending. The thought makes my lips curve. Clever thing. I lean down, bracing my hand against the mattress, bringing my face close to hers. Close enough that I can feel the warmth of her breath against my cheek. Close enough that if she is awake, if she is only pretending, she will betray herself. Nothing. She does not stir, does not flinch. If she is pretending, she is very, very good at it. I let my fingers drift down, just barely grazing the curve of her exposed shoulder. A test. She does not react. But I do. The briefest brush of my skin against hers is like a lick of fire beneath my fingertips. What is this? I pull back, exhaling through my nose. This is nothing. It is only the allure of something forbidden, a game of power I am used to playing. I turn away, stepping back from the bed. I will sleep in the chair across the room tonight, because I do not trust her, and because, God's help me, I do not trust myself. Just as I settle into the chair, there is a shift in the air. Subtle. A flicker of tension that sends the smallest ripple down my spine. My fingers tighten against the armrest. Something is wrong. Then, a sound. Faint. A whisper of movement from outside the chamber doors. I am on my feet in an instant, blade in hand before I even realize I have drawn it. The noise is slight, barely audible against the crackling of the fire. But it is there. Someone is outside, listening, watching. I move silently, crossing the chamber, pressing my back to the cool stone wall beside the door. I listen. Nothing. But I know what I heard. My grip tightens on the hilt of my dagger. If someone thinks they can sneak into my chambers without my knowing, they are about to learn their last lesson. I wait. A breath. 2. Then I throw the door open, and the hall beyond is empty. Or so it seems. The hairs on the back of my neck rise. I'm being watched. I step into the corridor, my footsteps silent against the stone. The torches flicker along the walls, casting restless shadows. Too quiet. Then, a whisper of movement. Down the hall. I do not hesitate. I move fast, soundless. a predator hunting something that does not yet realize it is prey. The hall twists, leading toward one of the servants' passages, the one she noticed earlier. And then I see it, a figure, draped in dark robes, hooded, faceless in the dim light, watching me, waiting. Not a servant, not a guard, something else. Something that should not be here. I take a step forward, my blade gleaming in the firelight. If you run, I will make it worse for you. The figure does not run. Instead, they smile, a slow, knowing thing, and then they vanish. One blink and they are gone. Not possible. I surge forward, but when I reach the space where they stood, there is nothing. No sound, no scent, only the faintest trace of something metallic in the air. Magic. A chill spreads through my chest, cold and slow, sinking into my bones. Someone has entered my domain. Someone is watching. And if they are watching me, they are watching her. I turn back toward my chamber, my heartbeat steady but too slow, too heavy. I step inside. The fire still burns low. She is still asleep, or pretending to be. I close the door behind me, locking it. Whatever this is, whoever this is, they will not take me by surprise again. And they will not take her. Not before I find out what lies beneath her surface.
Chapter 7. Anya. I have never been one to beg for favours. Survival is not found in grovelling, in cowering. It is found in the spaces between words, in the pauses between glances, in learning how to bend without breaking. And in this place, the true power does not lie with Varkos. It lies in the hands of those who watch, whisper, and serve, the servants. They are the unseen force that moves through these walls, slipping into places no noble, no warrior, no master would ever think to look. And so, I weave my web. It begins with the smallest things, a shared glance, a soft word, an offering of silence when they expect screams. They watch me, at first with pity, then curiosity, then something else entirely. Respect. The kitchen girls notice how I move, how I do not cry when the guards leer, how I walk with my back straight, even when the weight of my captivity should bend me to the ground. The older servants, the ones who have spent years navigating the dangers of this household, study me with careful eyes. They are waiting to see what I will become. A tramp? A fool? A corpse? I give them none of the above. Instead, I listen. Servants see everything. They move through the palace unnoticed, tending to the small needs of the powerful, absorbing knowledge, like sponges in a pool of filth. They know which nobleman drinks himself into a stupor each night. They know which guard hates his master but stays for the gold. They know which doors stay unlocked after midnight. And they know when something is wrong. It happens subtly at first, a shift in the way they speak, a twitch of the eyes when a certain guard passes, a hesitation before answering a question too quickly. I am patient. I wait, and then one of them makes a mistake. The girl, Mira, a quiet thing with clever hands and a sharp tongue when no one is listening, is setting a tray before me in the dim light of the servants' hall when I see it. Her hands shake. Barely, but enough. Enough that when she places the cup of tea before me, a single drop spills over the rim. I watch her. I say nothing. She does not meet my eyes. Mira. My voice is soft, but she flinches anyway. She turns, keeping her gaze low. Yes, my lady. My lady, not slave. Not the way they address the others. I pick up the cup, swirling the dark liquid. Who is watching me? Mira stiffens. For a long moment, she says nothing. The flickering candlelight between us casts shadows on her face, shadows that hide fear, hesitation, and something deeper. Loyalty. Not to Varkos, not to any of the men who wield whips and chains. To me. I set the cup down without drinking. Tell me. She exhales, a shaky thing. Then she whispers, so softly I barely catch it. There is someone in the palace who should not be. My pulse steadies. A spy. Mira nods once. No one sees them, no one hears them, but we know. They leave no trace, but we feel them. A ghost in the walls. A chill slides down my spine, slow and cold, but I do not let it show. Why? I ask. Who are they watching? Mira licks her lips, eyes darting toward the darkened corridor. You. A pause. Then, and Lord Varkos. That surprises me. I expected to be watched. I did not expect him to be a target too. Mira leans in, her voice even lower. They do not work for him. That stops me cold. Not his men? Not his spies? That means someone else. Someone more powerful. A force that moves above even him. I have suspected it for days now. The way the guards speak of him with fear, not just loyalty. The way Varkos himself glances at the shadows sometimes, as if expecting something unseen to strike. Varkos is powerful, but he is not the true master of this palace. There is another, and they are watching. I do not go to Varkos immediately. Not yet, because he does not trust easily, and because I need more than whispers. I need proof, so I play my role. I let Varkos call me to his chambers again. I let him test me, push against the edges of my defiance. I move through the halls with careful steps, noting every flicker of movement, every place where the air feels too still. And then I set my own trap. That night, I leave a candle burning low in my chamber. The flame flickers, steady and slow. A test. A watcher would leave no trace. But shadows always move when disturbed. I lie down, close my eyes, and I wait for the web to catch something worth killing.
Chapter 8. Varkos. I shouldn't want her, yet here I am, watching her through the flickering candlelight, studying every breath, every slight shift of her body, as if she is a cipher I am desperate to crack. She is a prisoner, a pawn, a means to an end. And yet the moment she entered my world, something shifted. Something I do not trust. Something I need to control. She sits across from me, her posture relaxed but not careless. She has mastered the art of appearing unguarded while giving nothing away. I pour myself a drink, watching her over the rim of my goblet. The wine is dark, thick, the taste sharp on my tongue. She watches me back, unblinking, unafraid. She should fear me. She does not. Tell me, Anya, I murmur, swirling the wine lazily. Are you always this composed, or have you simply learned to pretend? Her lips curve into something not quite a smile, not quite a smirk. My lord, she says softly, if I were pretending, wouldn't I at least try to tremble? I chuckle, a low sound. That depends. Some find fear enticing. A woman who shakes and whimpers makes for easy sport. And yet you do not like easy sport, she counters, tilting her head. You enjoy the challenge. My amusement does not fade. If anything, it deepens. She is perceptive. Too perceptive. I set my goblet down with a soft clink and lean forward. The firelight catches in my silver rings, glinting against the sharp edges of my knuckles. I exhale, dragging my fingers along the rim of my goblet. Every word from your mouth is measured. Every move is a step in some invisible dance. But I am not blind to it. And yet you enjoy watching, she says. I still, not a flinch, not a sharp inhale, but something in me tightens, sharpens. She sees too much. Too calm. Too confident. I lean forward slow and deliberate, until the space between us is razor thin, a thread of tension stretched too tight. "Are you testing me?" I murmur. She doesn't flinch, doesn't move away. Instead, she tilts her chin up, just slightly, an offering or a provocation. "Are you testing me?" she echoes. A slow, wicked grin curves my lips. I could press against her mask until it cracks, unravel her careful control until she trembles, make her beg for mercy that I would never give. But I do not. Not yet. Instead, I lift a single finger and trail it along her jaw, the touch feather-light. She does not move away, but she does not lean into it either. She bends, never breaks. "Who are you truly?" I murmur. She exhales softly, her breath warm against my skin. "Would you like the lie or the truth?" I chuckle, low and dark. "I will take whichever one is more interesting." She lifts a delicate brow. "Then you want the lie." Clever. Too clever. I pull back, watching her as I take another sip of my wine. "Your deception is impressive, little fox, but you forget one thing." She tilts her head. "And what is that?" I set the goblet down and lean closer, my voice a whisper against her skin. "Every liar eventually slips." Her breath hitches, barely. "But I feel it." I let the silence stretch between us, heavy with something neither of us name. Then she does something I do not expect. She leans in just slightly, her lips a breath from my jaw. "Then I suppose," she whispers, "you will just have to keep watching me, my lord." And God's help me, I will. When she leaves, I remain sitting, fingers curled around the stem of my goblet, still tasting the ghost of her breath on my skin. I should not be drawn to her. She's playing a game, weaving a trap with silk and soft words, with glances that linger just long enough to feel like an invitation. And I am walking toward it, willingly. I exhale sharply, rolling my shoulders, forcing my body to release the tension coiling in my spine. It is nothing. A moment of interest, nothing more. I have seen beautiful women before. I have owned them, ruined them, discarded them when their beauty lost its shine. She is no different. And yet, I know that is a lie. I do not return to my bed. Instead, I move to the balcony, letting the cold night air chase the last remnants of her scent from my mind. Below, the city sprawls, a twisting labyrinth of pleasure and violence, of power and ruin. My empire, and yet, for the first time in years, I feel the presence of something I do not control. Not her. Something else. Something that does not belong in my halls. A shift in the air. A whisper of movement where there should be silence. The same thing I sensed the night before. I grip the railing, my knuckles whitening, my pulse slow and steady. I know who sent them. The matriarch. A spy, a shadow. Something birthed from her endless paranoia. She's been watching me my whole life, testing me, measuring me, poisoning me with her presence. And yet I still do not know the extent of what she is capable of. I've heard rumors, whispered horrors about her experiments, the way she molds flesh and mind alike. But rumors are not truth. And if she has sent one of her creatures into my home, then she is not just watching. She is waiting for me to fail, for me to become hers. I exhale slowly, my rage kept on a tight leash. She will not have that satisfaction. She will not have Anya. I turn back toward my chamber, locking the door behind me. If the matriarch wants to play games, she has chosen the wrong opponent.
Chapter 9. Anya. Power is a strange thing. It does not always belong to the strongest, nor the cruelest. No, true power is something deeper, something unseen, and I am beginning to suspect Varkos does not hold as much of it as he pretends to. It happens by accident. I am moving through the corridors, listening, observing, as I always do. The servants speak in hushed tones when they think no one listens. The guards mutter to themselves, thinking I am just another body in silk, another prize to be ignored. But I listen, and tonight I hear something I shouldn't. If she finds out, he will suffer for it. A sharp whisper, quick, urgent. 2 figures in the servants' hall, their backs turned to me. 2 women. One grips the other's arm, her knuckles white. She already suspects. That's why the ghost is here. The ghost. My breath stills. The second woman glances over her shoulder before hissing. Then we say nothing. You know what happened to the last one who spoke her name. Her name. A chill creeps up my spine. They part ways, slipping into the shadows of the palace. I stay frozen for a breath longer, my mind turning over their words. She. A presence. Unseen, but feared. A force greater than Varkos, greater than anyone here. I should let it go, should feign ignorance, but I can't, because if Varkos is not the true master of this place, if someone else pulls the strings, then I need to know who, and I need to know what they are capable of. My chance comes sooner than expected. A door, slightly ajar. A corridor I have never seen before. I should turn away, but I don't. The moment I step inside, I know something is wrong. The air is heavy, thick with the scent of damp stone and something sickly sweet. The walls seem too narrow, the space too quiet. I take another step, then another, and then a sound. Wet breathing. I freeze. The corridor opens into a dimly lit hall, lined with cells. Not prison cells, something else. I step closer, my heart pounding. The shadows move, and then I see it. A figure, hunched and wrong, half hidden in the darkness. It is not human. Not dark elf, something in between. Skin stretched too tight, eyes that do not blink. Mouths, more than one. My breath catches. The scent of rot and old blood clings to the air, seeping into my throat. This is not a prison. This is an experiment. The creature twitches, moves, and then it speaks. Not with words, with sounds, voices layered over each other, twisted into something unholy. A sob catches in my throat. I stumble back and collide with something solid, something warm, something furious. A hand clamps around my wrist. Before I can react, I am spun and shoved against the nearest wall, hard enough to steal my breath. Varkos. His body cages mine in, his breath hot against my cheek. His grip is iron. I should struggle, should fight. But I am too shaken. I have never seen him like this. Not cold and amused, not mocking and cruel. This is pure, restrained fury. His hand wraps around my throat, not squeezing, but holding me in place. I'm not afraid, but I am not foolish either. Did I give you permission to be here? His voice is low, lethal. I swallow, forcing steel into my spine. No. His grip tightens. A warning, not a punishment. His face is inches from mine, eyes burning with something dangerous. You think you understand my world? He growls. You think you can learn about me like some child pressing their fingers to a blade? I lift my chin, refusing to shrink beneath him. And what would you have me do? Close my eyes? Obey? His laugh is sharp, humorless. It would be safer. For me, I whisper. Or for you. His eyes flash. For the first time I see something deeper in him. Not just anger, not just control. Fear. Of her. Of the one who created what lies in the darkness of that corridor. I exhale softly. Who did this? His grip on my throat trembles. Just for a second. Just long enough to tell me everything I need to know. And then for the first time, he speaks her name. The matriarch. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 10. Varkos. My mother's summons comes with no warning. It never does. One moment, I stand in the dim quiet of my chambers, the scent of Anya's skin still lingering in the air. The next, a messenger appears, pale-faced, breathless, delivering the inevitable words. The matriarch requests your presence. Requests as if I have a choice. I do not delay. I do not keep her waiting. Not because I am eager to see her, but because delaying invites suspicion, and suspicion invites pain. I learned that lesson long ago. The corridor leading to her sanctum is lined with silver lanterns, their flames burning a strange, eerie green. The light is soft, almost beautiful. But I know the truth of this place. There is no beauty here. There never was. The guards at the entrance do not speak as I pass. They are more statues than men, standing in cold, lifeless silence, their armor polished to a mirror's gleam. Inside, the air is too warm, too perfumed, a room meant to entice, to suffocate. She waits on her throne, a thing of obsidian and carved bone, its arms curved like the open jaws of some long-forgotten beast. She is draped in dark silks, her figure reclining with the ease of a dark elf female who has never known fear. She has only ever inspired it. The matriarch, my mother. She watches as I enter, her fingers trailing idly over the stem of a crystal goblet. Blood wine, dark and thick. Not hers, never hers, always someone else's. "You are late," she murmurs. I bow because it is expected, because it is required. "You called for me on short notice." Her lips curl. "You should always be ready when I call, my son." Her voice is soft, almost affectionate. But I know better. She gestures for me to come closer. I do, though every step feels like walking into a trap. "Your mind is elsewhere," she says. A statement, not a question. I school my features into apathetic indifference. My mind is always where it should be. She hums, as if amused. "I would hope so. I raised you better than to let distractions cloud your judgment. I know what this is. A test, a warning. She has heard whispers of Anya." The thought twists something dark inside me. "You think I am distracted?" I ask carefully. She leans forward, the goblet cradled between her fingers, her eyes gleaming like cut amethysts. "I know you, my son," she murmurs. "I have shaped you, molded you into something more than what lesser men could ever hope to be." Her voice wraps around me like silk and chain. "There is nothing more dangerous than weakness, and nothing breeds weakness faster than attachment." She sets the goblet down, the sound echoing like a blade unsheathed. "Tell me, Varkos, is there something you wish to confess?" A trap, laid with careful precision. I do not step into it. I do not waste my time with distractions, I say smoothly. She smiles, slow and knowing, and I know she does not believe me. She stands, moving toward me in a slow, unhurried glide. The silks of her robes whisper against the stone as she circles me, her hand ghosting over my shoulder, then my throat. A touch too familiar, too lingering. "Good," she whispers. Because I have made great sacrifices to keep you free of weakness, my son. Her fingers trail along my jaw, light, possessive. I have burned empires for you. Her lips brush my cheek, a mockery of tenderness, a kiss that feels more like a claim. I have spilled rivers of blood to keep you pure. I do not move. I do not let my revulsion show, but I feel it, crawling beneath my skin, cold, clawing, unnatural, because this is not love. This is possession. She pulls back, her gaze unreadable. I wonder, she muses, her tone too idle, too careless. What your father would think of you now. The words hit harder than any strike. I keep my face impassive. I do not react. You never speak of him, I say. I assumed he was unworthy of your time. She smiles, a blade disguised as a curve of lips. Perhaps, she murmurs. Or perhaps some things are better left. Buried. I hold her gaze, waiting, daring her to say more, but she doesn't. She only watches me, waiting to see if I will press, if I will ask the questions she does not want answered. I do not yet, because I know how she works, and I know this moment is important. She is watching for cracks, waiting to see if I will break. I won't. Not here, not in front of her. She exhales, reaching for her goblet once more. Dismissal. You will not fail me, will you, my son? It is not a question, it is a command. I bow. Of course not, matriarch. She smiles as if she believes me, but I see the doubt in her eyes. I turn to leave, and just as I reach the door, you should be careful, she calls after me. I pause, glance back. There are whispers in the palace, she says lightly, swirling the wine in her goblet. A ghost has been seen lurking in your halls. A deliberate pause, a warning disguised as a passing remark. I would hate to think you had secrets worth watching. I do not answer. I do not react. I only nod once and step into the corridor, my pulse slow, controlled. But inside, something boils. Because I know what she is doing, and I know what this means. She has already set the pieces in motion. She's watching, waiting. And the next time she summons me, it will not be for a warning. It will be to see if I'm still worthy of her empire, or if I am better off buried with the rest of her disappointments.
Chapter 11. Anya. I do not see Varkos for the rest of the night. Not after his summons. Not after he returned. His presence heavier, darker, like something had been clawing at him from the inside. He did not speak to me, but I noticed the tension in his movements, the way his fingers curled as if resisting the urge to crush something. Something, or someone, had unsettled him. I want to know what, but that will come later. For now, I have work to do. The underground fight pits are no secret, not among the whispered conversations of the servants, not among the guards who return from them smelling of sweat, ale, and the copper sting of blood. They are one of the pillars of Varkos's empire, a place where coin flows like water, where men are broken for sport, where nobles and criminals alike come to feast on suffering. And they are a perfect place to strike. Because I have learned something in the days I have spent watching, listening, waiting. There is a flaw in their foundation, a weakness in the empire Varkos thinks is unshakable. And it begins with the fighters themselves. I find him in the lower halls. One of Varkos's champions, a dark elf with a scar that splits his cheekbone, his knuckles wrapped in fresh bandages, his posture stiff with the ache of old wounds. He leans against a stone column, speaking in low, hushed tones to another man. I do not interrupt. I listen. You think he cares? The fighter spits, his voice edged with bitterness. We're pawns, nothing more. Meat to be thrown into the pit until there's nothing left to break. The second dark elf male shifts uncomfortably. You're lucky. At least you're winning. Lucky? A bitter laugh. You don't get it, do you? You think it's about winning? A pause. Then, a single, quiet sentence. Varkos doesn't let his champions leave. Something clicks into place. A crack in the foundation. I turn away before they can sense me, before they realize they are being watched. I have what I need. Later that night, I slip into Varkos's chambers again. He is seated in a high-backed chair near the fire, his robes loose, his posture rigid. His expression is unreadable, but something is different. I can feel it in the air, thick and suffocating. The weight of whatever the matriarch said to him still lingers. I move carefully, deliberately, as if I do not notice the tension curling through his body. You were summoned, I murmur, settling onto the cushioned bench across from him. His eyes flick to me, sharp, assessing. You've been listening. I tilt my head, feigning innocence. You do not hide it well. His smirk is slow, knowing, but it does not reach his eyes. What else have you heard, little fox? He asks, voice smooth, but there is something dangerous beneath it. I watch him for a moment, careful, measuring. Then I shift the conversation. A fighter spoke out against you today, I say casually, tracing my fingers along the edge of the table. Varkos stills. And? I keep my voice light. He said you do not let your champions leave. For a moment, he does not react. Then, a slow, dark chuckle. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his gaze fixed on mine. And tell me, Anya, he murmurs, does that surprise you? No, it does not. But I let a flicker of uncertainty pass over my face, just enough for him to think he has unsettled me, to let him believe I am still naive. You keep them trapped? I ask, voice quieter now. Even when they have won? Varkos exhales, shaking his head slightly. Do you think a caged beast, once released, will remain tame? That it will not turn on the master who once held the leash? There is no remorse in his voice, no shame, only cold certainty. I meet his gaze, letting the firelight dance in my eyes. And if they fight for you out of something greater than fear? His lips curl. Then you understand nothing of power. I have found the first weak thread in his empire, but pulling at it will take time. Varkos does not care about the suffering of his fighters. But what happens when they stop fearing him? What happens when they stop fighting? I must be careful. One wrong move and I will not live to try again. But the pit fighters, the ones who win but never leave, they have nothing to lose, and that makes them dangerous. Varkos sees them as caged beasts, but even caged beasts learn to bite back.
Chapter 12, Varkos. I feel her gaze before I see it. A slow, deliberate thing, not the wide-eyed stare of a slave awaiting orders. Not the hesitant, wary glance of someone measuring the depth of their chains. No, this is something else. A hunter's gaze. A gaze that measures, calculates, waits. And I should be wary. Instead, I find myself craving it. I stand at the edge of the training hall, my hands resting against the smooth railing of the balcony that overlooks the fighting pit below. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and blood, the sound of fists cracking against flesh echoing through the chamber. The fighters move like animals, graceful, violent, desperate. And from across the room, Anya watches. Not the fight. Me. She thinks I do not notice. She is wrong. You've been staring for a long time, I say without turning. A pause. Then soft footsteps behind me. She doesn't answer immediately. Instead, she moves closer, her presence a whisper of warmth just behind me. Close, but not too close. Not reckless. calculated. I did not think you'd mind, she says, her voice smooth, amused. You like being watched. I smirk. Do I? Yes, just as much as you like watching others. I turn at that, slow and deliberate, bracing my hands against the railing as I face her. She stands just within reach, her expression carefully composed, her emerald eyes reflecting the torchlight in flickers of green fire. Is that what you think? I murmur. Her lips curl. I don't think, my lord. I observe. I chuckle, low and dark. And what have you observed? She lifts her chin slightly, tilting her head. That you don't trust me. I arch a brow. Would you trust you? Her smile does not fade. No. That earns her a laugh. A real one, slow and edged with something sharp. At least you're honest, I murmur. She steps closer, her movement fluid, effortless. She's playing a game, testing the edges of power. She lifts a hand slowly, her fingertips trailing lightly over the rail beside mine. Not touching, just close enough for the heat of her skin to linger. I could say the same of you, she says softly. My amusement does not fade, but I do not miss the way she watches me, not with fear, not with submission, with calculation. She is learning me. Studying my weaknesses, my tells, my flaws. I should put a stop to it. Should remind her who is in control. Instead, I lean in, just slightly. A breath of space between us. You think you understand me, little fox? I murmur. She does not pull away. I think I am beginning to, she says, her voice a whisper against my skin. And that is dangerous. I move quickly. 1 second, she stands near the railing. The next, her back is against it, my hands braced on either side of her, caging her in. She does not startle. She expects it, anticipates it, and that makes me smile. You enjoy testing me, I murmur. She exhales, slow and measured. And you enjoy being tested. My fingers curl around the railing beside her, my knuckles grazing the silk of her sleeve. And if I decide I am done playing, I ask. She lifts a brow. Then you're lying. Gods, she is fearless, or reckless, or both. I shift closer, my voice dropping to something lower, something meant only for her. Tell me, Anya, what is it you want? She looks up at me, and for the first time she does not answer immediately. The flicker of hesitation is brief, a crack in her perfect mask. And I know. She does not know what she wants, or rather, she does, and she knows she should not. And I cannot decide which truth is more dangerous. Her fingers flex against the railing. I can feel the tension in her, the tight coil of defiance and restraint. I should step back. I should remind her that I am not the one being played. Instead, I reach up, brushing my fingers along the side of her throat. A whisper of contact. A slow, dangerous test. She does not move, but her breath catches. And I feel it, the way her pulse quickens beneath my fingertips. My lips curve. Careful, little fox. She exhales sharply, but her voice does not waver. You mistake curiosity for carelessness, my lord, and you mistake patience for mercy. She finally moves then, a shift of her weight, a deliberate act of regaining control. I let her slip just out of reach, let her step past me with a slow, measured turn of her body. But I do not miss the way she looks back. Not with fear, not with submission, with something else entirely. Something that sends heat curling low in my stomach. Something that makes me crave the next move in our game. I watch her disappear into the shadows of the corridor beyond. And I do not follow. Not tonight. Because I'm beginning to realize something. I want to let her run. Because eventually she will come back to me on her own.
Chapter 13. Anya. The walls of the palace breathe in silence. It is late, just past the second toll of the city bells, and the air carries the weight of a world that does not sleep, but waits. Servants move like ghosts, their footsteps quick, their voices hushed. No one lingers in the halls longer than they must, not with the ghost lurking. It should scare me. And yet I am the one slipping into the shadows tonight. I keep my steps light, my breath measured as I move toward the lower halls. Not toward the dungeons, not toward the fight pits, toward something worse. The place I should not return to. The place where the wrongness still clings to my skin like an old bruise. 2 nights ago, I stumbled into a nightmare. A corridor lined with whispering horrors. Flesh that was not flesh. Voices that did not belong to a single throat. The matriarch's secret. Varkos's greatest fear. I should leave it alone. But power is not in caution. Power is in knowing. And tonight, I will learn. The door is still where I left it, heavy, iron-bound, a wound in the stone. But this time, I am not careless. I press my ear against the cold wood. Listen. No breath, no movement. Still, I wait. Count to 5. Only when the silence remains unbroken do I move. I slip inside. The air is thicker than I remember. The scent of damp stone, of old parchment and spilled ink. Not the sickly sweet stench of before. I exhale, slow. This part of the chamber is different. Less alive, less wrong. I move carefully, my fingers tracing along the cold stone wall, my steps quick but deliberate. The chamber is not empty. Desks are scattered in no clear order, parchments strewn across surfaces, some crumpled, some half-burned. I run my fingers over the wooden surface of a table, pausing when I see it. The thing that will change everything. A book, not a tome, not some grand spellbook filled with horrors, but a simple ledger. Its cover is dark, smooth leather, worn with years of handling. I flip it open. My breath catches. Names, not just names. Debts, promises, betrayals. A record of every noble, every merchant, every warrior who has ever owed the clan something, or who has ever wronged him. I run my fingertips over the ink, my pulse quickening. This is leverage. Power is not always held in steel. Sometimes it is held in ink and secrecy. I scan the entries, searching for something that matters, and then I see it. A name I recognise. A name that should not be here. Eric's Tatharin. I still. The breath leaves my lungs too fast, too sharp. Tatharin. I know that name. It belonged to a noble house, once. A house that was erased long before I was taken, long before my family was slaughtered. A house the dark elves burned to the ground. The ink beside the name is smudged, but the debt is clear. Oath of silence. Life held in reserve. I do not understand what it means, but I understand enough. This name should be ashes. This name should be dead. And yet, Varkos wrote it here. Why? A noise. Behind me. Not the scrape of boots. Not footsteps. Something softer. A breath? I turned too fast, my pulse slamming against my ribs. Nothing. No one. The room is empty, and yet, I know I am not alone. I press the book to my chest. I move swiftly, slipping back toward the door. I listen, count to 5 again. Nothing. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. I step out. The hall is silent. The air is still. And yet, the feeling does not leave. Something watched me. Something knows. I clutch the ledger tighter, slipping back into the palace before my luck turns against me. Because tonight, I have found something dangerous. But I have also made a mistake. Tonight, I was not careful enough. And I will soon learn. The ghost never blinks.
Chapter 14. Varkos. I'm woken by the scent of steel. A sharp tang too close. A breath. Not my own. I move before the blade finds my throat. My body twists. Instincts honed from years of survival driving me forward. The dagger slices through the space where my neck had been, grazing my shoulder instead. Blood warms my skin, but the pain is secondary. I do not hesitate. I attack. The assassin is fast. Their body moves like a shadow, fluid, precise. But I am faster. I catch their wrist mid-swing, twisting it sharply. A sickening snap. They do not scream. Trained, conditioned. Their knee slams toward my ribs. I shift my weight, absorbing the blow, using the momentum to drive them backward off balance. They recover too quickly. A roll, a shift of weight, and they are back on their feet. A second blade flashing in the dim firelight. Who sent you? The question coils in my mind, but I do not waste breath asking. Words are for those who fear death, and I am not afraid. The assassin lunges again, this time lower, sharper. I let them come. At the last second, I sidestep, my body twisting just enough to avoid the blade. Their own momentum works against them. I seize the opening. My hand snaps forward, catching them by the throat. A single, brutal movement, and they are slammed against the nearest wall. Their body bucks, struggles. I press harder. The dagger clatters to the marble floor. Only then do I look at them, truly look. And I see nothing. Their face is covered by a dark mask, fabric wrapped tight over their mouth, their eyes black pools of hatred. Trained to kill, trained to die without speaking. How disappointing! I lean in, my fingers tightening just enough to make them panic. Who sent you? My voice is calm, unrushed. Their pulse flutters beneath my palm. They say nothing. They are expecting mercy. They will receive none. I press harder, watching their hands claw at my wrist, their body fighting for air. Good. I hold them just long enough for them to believe they are about to die. Then I release them. They collapse, gasping, dragging in air like a drowning man. I step back, watching them struggle. They should be grateful. They are not. Their eyes lift. Pure, unwavering defiance. They would rather die than break. Interesting. I could kill them. It would be easy. A single snap of the spine. But death is a waste of a message. I crouch before them, reaching out. They flinch before they can stop themselves. I smile. Your hands, I murmur. They still. I take them, both wrists in my grip, and then I break them. Sharp, precise. The sound echoes through the chamber. The assassin does not scream, but they shudder. Their body writhes from the sheer, excruciating weight of it. I lean in, my lips just beside their ear. Tell whoever sent you that I am not so easily killed. I rise, wiping the blood from my fingers. Go! They hesitate, trembling. Then slowly, they drag themselves toward the door. A broken thing, but still breathing. That is the message. Because corpses cannot carry warnings. But the maimed do. As soon as they are gone, I exhale, rolling my shoulders. Pain pulses where the dagger grazed me, but it is nothing. A whisper of an inconvenience. I cross the room, stepping over the bloody dagger. It gleams in the dim light, a reminder that tonight I was vulnerable. And that is unacceptable. Someone has grown bold. Someone thinks I am slipping. Anya. The thought coils through me, slow and insidious. She has been watching me differently. Not with fear, not with obedience. With calculation, with intention. Did she orchestrate this? I picture her steady gaze, her careful words. No, not yet. This was not her. She plays the long game. But someone else is growing impatient. And I will burn them from my city before they dare try again.
Chapter 15. Anya. The palace is awake. Even before I hear the distant crash of doors thrown open, the hurried whispers in the halls, I feel it. Tension. Sharp. Electric. Something has happened. Something that has the guards on edge, that has the servants stepping carefully, keeping their heads low. Something that has Varkos's power bleeding through the walls like a wound torn open. I do not yet know what it is, but I will, because this is an opportunity, and I do not waste those. It doesn't take long. By the time I reach the upper halls, a guard finds me, his face pale, his stance too rigid, as if afraid to breathe wrong. Lord Varkos has summoned you. I do not hesitate. I want to see him, to see what has shaken the castle, what has unleashed the storm I feel brewing in the air. The moment the doors to his chamber open, I understand. The scent of blood lingers, faint but unmistakable. The curtains are still ruffled from movement, the air too thick, too heavy, and him. Varkos stands in the centre of the room, bare-chested, his dark robes hanging loose from his hips. His hands rest on the table before him, the muscles in his forearms tensed, his knuckles streaked with something darker than ink. The candlelight flickers against his skin, illuminating old scars and new violence. He does not look at me immediately. He doesn't need to. His presence is a force, a storm contained only by sheer will, a storm I intend to stoke. "You're bleeding," I murmur. He lifts his gaze, slow, measured, burning. It is not my blood. A dangerous answer. One meant to intimidate, but I have spent too long watching him, learning him, and I know that tonight he is unstable. Tonight he is wounded in ways he does not know how to name. So I step forward, slowly, carefully. "Should I assume you called me here for a reason?" I ask. He watches me, unmoving, unblinking. Then, a slow exhale, a smirk that does not reach his eyes. "I should kill you," he says, voice dark, low. "It would make things simpler." I tilt my head. "Then why don't you?" The question hangs between us, unanswered, unacknowledged, because we both know the truth. He does not want to, and that infuriates him. I take another step forward. The distance between us is razor thin now. "If I were behind whatever has you like this," I murmur, voice soft, careful, "I would be long gone by now." His jaw tightens. "You assume I wouldn't find you?" I smile, slow, small. "You assume I wouldn't let you." His hand moves before I can register it. Not to strike, not to hurt, but to grip my wrist, tight, unyielding. His thumb presses against my pulse point, measuring, feeling. And for the first time tonight, I feel it, his hesitation. His body burns with fury, but his grip is restraint. "Do not play games with me tonight, Anya." His voice is a growl, a threat edged with something else, something too close to desperation, something I can use. I lean in, letting my breath brush his skin. Who said I was playing? A sharp inhale, a tightening grip. The tension coils tighter. "You want answers," I whisper. "You want someone to blame." His eyes are violet fire, cutting into me like a blade. "And you want to give me one?" I hold his stare. Then, slowly, I nod. "Not all your men are loyal," I say. "Not all your fighters are afraid." I see it, the flicker of something dark in his gaze. He already knows this, but he does not want it to be true. Because if it is, his empire is crumbling from within. "You're suggesting a traitor," he murmurs. I tilt my chin slightly. "I am suggesting you look where you least want to." A beat of silence. His fingers loosen, not fully, but just enough. "And where is that?" I inhale, slow, purposeful. "The ones you keep in chains the longest," I say softly. "The ones who have no reason to love you, only fear you." It lands. The way his shoulders tighten, the way his breath changes, sharpens. I have set the fire. Now I watch as it burns. His grip tightens again, but this time it is not in anger. It is something worse, something dangerous, something that coils in my stomach like a warning and a promise. "You're too clever for your own good," he murmurs. I let my lips curve, just enough. "And yet, you keep me here." A beat. Then he moves. Sudden, fast, his body pushing against mine, my back hitting the cold stone wall. A gasp catches in my throat. But I do not fight. I do not flinch. Because I knew this would happen. I wanted it to. He glares down at me, his breath warm, too close. "You should be afraid of me, Anya." I exhale, slow. Then a whisper. "Make me." His fingers graze my throat, his body caging mine in, and for the first time tonight, I see it. The storm breaking, control fracturing. And I know, we're over the battle of words. It will be something else entirely, something dangerous, something I am ready for.
Chapter 16 of Varkos. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 17. Varkos. The fire has burned down to embers, casting the room in low, flickering light. She has not left. And I have not told her to. Anya lies beside me, half covered in shadow, her auburn hair spilling over the silken sheets. The air between us is thick, weighted by everything that happened, and everything we refuse to name. She should be sleeping. Instead, she watches me. I feel her gaze before I see it. The way her eyes trace the sharp edges of my shoulders, the curve of my ribs, the scars etched into my skin like a history written in blood. She has never asked about them. And yet, tonight she reaches. Her fingers hover over a long, jagged mark across my torso, hesitating. A test. A question she does not ask with words. I should stop her. I don't. Her touch is a whisper against my skin. Light. Careful. Too careful. I let her explore, let her fingers trail over old wounds as if she is trying to map the pieces of me I have long since forgotten how to feel. "You don't flinch," she murmurs. Pain is an old companion. She tilts her head. So is loneliness. My jaw tightens. She cuts too close. I catch her wrist before she can go further, my grip firm, but not punishing. Not yet. She does not pull away, does not look away. That, more than anything, is what unsettles me. "You're growing bold," I murmur, my thumb brushing over her pulse. Slow, deliberate. She exhales softly, but her heartbeat betrays her. Maybe I was always bold. Maybe. My grip tightens slightly. Or maybe you are just learning that I will let you get away with it. She smiles, a slow, knowing thing. And why is that, my lord? I should tell her the truth, that I am letting her too close, that her presence is a distraction I cannot afford, that I should have sent her away the moment I realized her fire would burn me. But I don't say any of those things. Instead, I release her wrist, letting her fingers brush over my scars one last time before I pull away. She studies me, waiting for something. A sign, a word, a permission I will not give. So I do what I always do. I retreat. I push myself up, reaching for the silk robe discarded at the edge of the bed. Running? She muses, shifting onto her elbow, watching me with amusement that does not reach her eyes. I smirk, slipping into the fabric, tying the belt a little too tightly. Only cowards run. And yet, you seem eager to put distance between us. She is baiting me, and it is working. I turn slowly, stepping toward her, watching as her breath hitches just slightly. I trail my fingers along the curve of her jaw, tilting her chin just enough to make her look up at me. Distance is a game you should not wish to play, little fox, I murmur, because you will always be the one to lose. She should shiver. She should shrink beneath me. But she doesn't. Instead, she leans in, just enough to make me wonder if she is the one setting the trap. Let's stop playing, she whispers. And for a moment, just a breath, just a sliver of time, I almost do. I could take her again. I could pull her beneath me, make her forget that there is a world outside these walls. I could let her trace every scar, let her steal pieces of me. I did not think I was willing to give, but that would be a mistake. Because this thing between us is not just want. It is something darker, heavier, more dangerous. It is power and surrender, hunger and restraint, the constant pull of war disguised as touch. And I am not ready to lose it. Not yet, so I do what I must. I step back. I watch the flicker of disappointment that crosses her face, the way she shields it just as quickly. She thinks she is in control. She thinks I am the one resisting her. But the truth is, I am only waiting, because soon she will come to me. And when she does, there will be no more pulling away. No more space between us, only ruin. And I will welcome it.
Chapter 18. Anya. The air stinks of sweat, blood, and something deeper. The difference is staggering between my bedroom and this. His guards almost dragged me from my sleep. Something rotten, festering. I have seen many forms of suffering in this world. But this is different. The underground fight pits are not a stage, not a spectacle of honour or skill. They are a slaughterhouse, a place where flesh and bone are currency, where men are unmade for the amusement of others. And Varkos, he brought me here tonight. Not as a guest, not as a captive, but as something far more dangerous, a witness. He doesn't even look at me as if we never shared an intimate night together. I ignore the feeling, though. I stand beside him on the elevated balcony that overlooks the main arena, the jagged stone walls carved into the earth like a grave no one plans to fill. The space below us is a pit in the truest sense of the word, a gaping wound in the palace's underbelly, lined with torches that cast long, flickering shadows. A match is already underway. 2 men circle each other, bare-chested, bodies slick with sweat, with blood. The crowd surrounding the pit is a writhing thing, pressing in, shouting, clawing for more. Varkos watches it all with a careful, unreadable gaze. I do not look at him. Instead, I force myself to see what he wants me to see. Because this is a message, a reminder of what he is, of what he owns, and perhaps what I can never change. You are quiet, Varkos murmurs beside me. I keep my face impassive. There is little to say. He chuckles, low, dark. That is unlike you. I shift my gaze to him then, meeting those sharp amethyst eyes. Did you expect me to scream? I ask. He tilts his head, studying me. Would you? Below us, one of the fighters lunges, his blade carving into the other man's thigh. A scream splits the air. It is swallowed by laughter, by roars of approval, by the clinking of coins exchanging hands. I do not flinch. Instead, I turn my body slightly toward him, letting the firelight catch the emerald green of my eyes. Is this why you brought me here, my lord? I murmur, To see if I would break. Varkos does not smile. Perhaps. A single word. Careful. Purposeful. I exhale. Slow. Measured. And if I don't? He lifts a hand, trailing his fingers lightly along the back of my wrist. A ghost of a touch. Too soft for the carnage around us. Then you are more dangerous than I thought. The fight below is over. One elf still stands. The other does not. The victor does not celebrate. There is no triumph, no satisfaction in his expression. Only emptiness. Winning does not mean freedom. There is no escape, because Varkos does not let his champions leave. I turn my gaze back to him. He is already watching me. Waiting. I am supposed to be horrified. I am supposed to see the depth of his power and be reminded of my place. And yet, all I see is weakness, not in him, but in this system. A machine that cannot last forever. A system that can be broken. Varkos moves suddenly, stepping away from the balcony, deeper into the stone corridors. I follow, not because I have to, but because I need to know why I am truly here tonight. He leads me to a chamber carved into the rock, smaller than the main pit, lined with iron bars. A prison, and inside, a man, the fighter who won. His hands are bound in chains, his body trembling from exhaustion, from blood loss. He should be celebrating his victory. Instead, he is on his knees waiting for whatever comes next. A new wave of anger burns through me, but I cannot show it. Not yet. Varkos steps forward, staring down at the broken man. "You fought well tonight," he says smoothly. The dark elf does not respond. He is too tired, too broken. Varkos crouches in front of him, gripping his chin, forcing the fighter's gaze upward. "You are bleeding on my flaws." The fighter swallows hard. "Forgive me, my lord." I hate the way his voice shakes. Varkos tilts his head. "Tell me, do you believe in mercy?" A pause. Then finally, a whisper. "No." Varkos smiles, satisfied. He releases him and stands. "Good," he says, "because you will find none here." Varkos turns back to me. He steps close, his body a wall of heat, of power. "You told me to look at my fighters," he murmurs, "to look where I least want to." I hold my breath. "Do you think this one tried to kill me?" I glance at the fighter, shaking, barely conscious, waiting for judgment. Varkos watches me as if he already knows my answer. And perhaps he does, because the truth is, I do not believe this creature is the assassin. But I also cannot afford to be wrong, so I do what I must. I meet Varkos's gaze, tilting my chin up. "I think," I whisper, "that he knows something." Varkos studies me. Then, after a long, heavy silence, he laughs, low, dark, amused. "You are learning, little fox." He turns toward the guard at the door. "Bring him to the lower cells," he orders. "We will see if he remembers anything useful by morning." The guards move. The fighter is dragged away, and I stand in the flickering firelight, knowing what I have just done. I have sent another being to hell. And for what? A chance, a gamble, a move in this dangerous game that neither of us is willing to lose.
Chapter 19. Varkos. She thinks she understands me, thinks she can watch from a distance, playing her game with careful hands and clever words. But she has not seen me like this. Not yet. Tonight, that changes. Tonight, she learns. The air thickens as we descend. The torches along the walls flicker low and hungry, casting elongated shadows that stretch and twist like specters trapped in stone. Anya walks beside me, silent, but her shoulders are tense. She knows where I am taking her, and she does not ask why. Because she already knows. This is a lesson, a warning, a reminder of what I am. what she will become if she is not careful. The dungeon is silent when we enter. The prisoner kneels in the center of the room, arms shackled above his head, his body a canvas of blood and bruises. A single candle flickers from the far table, illuminating the tools laid out in precise surgical order. Blades, whips, hooks. There is no need for extravagance. Pain is the only language that matters here. And tonight, Anya will speak it. She stops at the threshold just for a second. It is a small hesitation, barely there. But I see it. I feel it. I turn to her, stepping close, letting the weight of the space settle around us. You fed me the information, I murmur. Now you prove it. She lifts her chin. I told you what I know. That is not enough. I reach past her, fingers trailing the length of the table, selecting a coiled leather whip. Simple, elegant, cruel. I press it into her palm. Her fingers remain still, cold, unmoving. Use it, I command. A beat of silence. She does not lower her gaze. I am not your torturer, she says softly. But there is something else in her voice. Something that is not resistance, not defiance, hesitation, a battle waging within her. And I intend to see which part of her wins. If you do not, it will be you. I let the words sink in, let them coil around her throat like a chain. A test, a truth. I do not need her to break him. I need her to break herself. She moves before she speaks, fast, precise. The whip cracks through the air, striking flesh with a sharp, biting snap. The prisoner jerks, a strangled sound tearing from his throat. Not a scream, not yet. But it will come. I watch Anya, not him. The way she stills, the way her breathing tightens just before she looks at me. Her grip on the whip is too controlled. She's fighting herself. I step closer, my voice a whisper at her ear. Again. A pause. She does not obey immediately. So I press my fingers against the nape of her neck, just barely. A phantom touch. A promise. If you stop, it will be you. Her breath catches it, and then the whip sings again. Another strike, then another. A slow, brutal rhythm. Each crack of leather against flesh is a note in a song she does not want to play, and yet she plays it. She learns the melody. When she stops, her chest is rising and falling too quickly. Her pulse thrums at the base of her throat, wild, unrestrained. The whip is still coiled in her hand. Blood beads along the prisoner's back. A jagged red map of pain. And yet, I am only looking at her. Her fingers tremble, not from weakness, from something else. Something she does not want to name. I take the whip from her, trailing my fingers over her wrist as I do. She shivers, but not from the cold. I smile. You hesitate, I murmur. She does not answer. Good. I drag the coil of leather along my palm. Hesitation is worse than fear. She exhales slowly, trying to steady herself. I do not let her. You have learned something tonight, little fox. She finally meets my gaze. That you are a monster? She whispers. I laugh. Dark, low, delighted. No, I murmur, that you are not so different. She does not leave immediately. She should. Instead, she lingers. I see it in her stance, the way she still feels the weight of the whip even when it is no longer in her hands. Something in her shifted tonight, and she knows it. The game between us is not the same anymore because I have won something. A piece of her, small, barely noticeable, but mine. She turns, her silk dress whispering against the stone, and just before she leaves, I let my voice cut through the silence. Sleep well, Anya. She does not look back. She does not need to, because we both know she won't.
Chapter 20. Anya. The scent of blood lingers in my hair, on my skin, in my mouth. It is not mine and yet it feels like it should be. I walk through the corridors, my steps soundless against the cold marble, my pulse hammering too fast, too loud. I need to breathe. I cannot breathe. The air is too thick, too heavy, clogged with the echoes of screams that still vibrate in my bones. I do not remember how hard I swung the whip, but I remember the sound, the sharp crack of leather against flesh, the way the man's body jerked, spasmed, the way I did not stop, the way Varkos watched me, the way he smiled. My stomach twists, a nauseating churn of sickness and something worse. I need to get out of here. I do not remember how I reach my chamber, but suddenly I am inside and the door is locked behind me. My breaths come in short, frantic bursts, my hands shaking as I press them against the wooden frame. I will myself to be still, to be calm, but my body betrays me. The first heave comes fast, a brutal twist of my stomach that sends me to my knees. I barely make it to the basin in the corner before I empty what little is left inside me. Pain burns through my throat, my ribs aching as I gasp, cough, spit. But it does not stop, because it is not just my body that is rejecting what I have done. It is something deeper, something rotting inside me. I collapse back onto the cold stone floor, pressing my forehead against it, letting its chill seep into me. I am shaking, not from fear, not from weakness, but from something worse, from the realization that he was right. Varkos's words coil inside my skull, whispering, taunting, "You are not so different." And gods, he was right, because when I held the whip, when I struck the man, I felt it. I felt something, not just horror, not just guilt. Something darker, something that twisted inside me in ways I do not want to name. It was not pleasure, it was power, and it terrifies me. Because for a single moment I understood. I understood why Varkos wields pain like a weapon. Because when you are the one holding the whip, when you are the one watching another break, you are the one who cannot be broken. A sharp knock at my door sends my heart slamming against my ribs. I do not answer. I do not move. For a moment, I pretend I am not here. That I do not exist in this place, in this skin that suddenly feels foreign, unfamiliar. But the knock comes again. This time, the door opens. I jerk upward, instinct kicking in, reaching for the dagger hidden beneath my pillow. But it is only a servant, one of the younger ones, her eyes wide, fearful. She hesitates in the doorway, as if she knows she should not have come, but then softly, "My lady, Lord Varkos requests your presence." I laugh. It bursts out of me, bitter and sharp, curling at the edges like something feral. Because of course he does. Of course he wants to see me, to see what he has done to me, to see if I have shattered. But I am not shattered. Not yet. I press my fingers to my temples, forcing the remnants of nausea back, forcing my mask to slide back into place. The strong girl, the survivor. I inhale, slow. Tell him I will come. The girl hesitates, then bows, scurrying away like a frightened rabbit. I do not move right away. I let the silence settle over me, let the weight of what I have done sink deep into my marrow. And then, I rise. I smooth down my dress. I wipe the remnants of bile from my lips, and I stare at my own reflection in the polished silver mirror across the room. A girl looks back at me. She does not look weak. She does not look afraid. She does not look like someone who has just tortured someone to save herself. She looks like someone else entirely, and I do not know which version of me is real anymore.
Chapter 21. Varkos. The summons comes at twilight, not an hour earlier, not an hour later. Precise, calculated, like everything she does. The message is delivered by a servant who does not look me in the eye. They never do. The matriarch requests your presence, my lord. A polite lie. She does not request. She commands. I do not make her wait. I do not challenge her control. I play the game. To survive is to submit. Just enough to make her believe I'm still hers. The halls leading to her chambers are colder than the rest of the palace. The torches flicker lower here, their glow casting long, spindly shadows against the dark stone walls. I step through the towering doors, and the moment they shut behind me, the air changes, thickens. The chamber is drenched in jasmine and candlelight, thick with the haze of burning incense. She waits for me, sprawled on a chaise of black silk, her silver hair tumbling over one shoulder. Her robes are loose, draping over her like spilled ink, the delicate folds whispering against her skin. The scene is too intimate, too deliberate, and the nausea coils in my gut like a slow, writhing thing. Varkos. My name on her lips is a caress, a weapon, a leash. I bow my head just slightly, not enough to be submissive. Matriarch, not mother, not tonight. You came quickly, she muses, tilting her goblet of wine, watching the crimson liquid swirl. I do not rise to the bait. Why have you summoned me? She tisks softly, amused, indulgent. So impatient, she murmurs, taking a slow sip. That is unlike you. A test, a trap. I smile, just a little, just enough to appease. Have I displeased you? A slow inhale. Her eyes flick over me, searching, dissecting. Not yet. She stands, the silk pooling at her feet, her steps unhurried, predatory, closing the space between us. I do not move. I do not flinch. Because this is part of the game. She touches my jaw, a light, gliding caress. The same touch I have seen her use on men she intends to destroy. But I'm not them. Her fingers trail down, lingering a breath too long. And then she whispers, "You are distracted." A statement, not a question. I keep my expression unreadable. Am I? She smiles, but it does not reach her eyes. You think I do not see it? She steps even closer, close enough that I can smell the jasmine on her skin, the wine on her breath. You bring the human girl to the dungeons, she murmurs. Make her kneel beside you in the dark. Make her watch you spill blood. She tilts her head. Make her participate. She watches me, violet eyes alight with something too sharp, too knowing. And yet, she breathes, you still have not destroyed her. I exhale softly, bored, dismissing. As a lesson, I say, nothing more. The words are smooth, practiced. They are a lie, and yet they are also a truth. She studies me, lips parting slightly, and then she laughs. Low, indulgent, mocking. You are so predictable, she muses, always testing, always measuring. You think you are so careful. She steps behind me now, trailing just close enough that the fine hairs at my nape rise. But I wonder, she whispers, do you remember the last one? I lift my goblet, take a slow sip, swallowing bile, swallowing rage. Because of course I remember. The woman who thought she could stand beside me. The woman who was torn apart because of it. The woman who screamed my name until she had no breath left. She was a fool, I say simply, as all the others will be. I let the words settle. Let her think I have learned, that I understand, that Anya is no different. Because if I let her believe that, she will not kill her. Not yet. The matriarch smiles, satisfied. She lifts her goblet once more, taking a long, slow sip. Then, without looking at me, enjoy her while you can. A final warning, a promise. I bow my head, murmuring soft, obedient words. But inside, something seethes, something dark, something waiting. Because I know that one day, The game we play will end, and only one of us will still be standing.
Chapter 22. Anya. The palace is never truly silent. Even in the stillest hours of night, there is always the creak of shifting stone, the distant murmurs of unseen mouths, the rustling of robes moving through dimly lit corridors. It speaks in hushed voices, and tonight I listen. The torches are dimmed, leaving long shadows that stretch along the walls like hungry spectres. I move through the lower halls with careful precision, my bare feet soundless against the cool marble. The cold bites at my skin, but I welcome it. Better to feel something than to let fear take root. The servants do not notice me, not because I am invisible, but because they have learned not to look too closely. A survival instinct, one I understand all too well. And yet, tonight, there is something different about the air. A strange tightness, a weight pressing against the palace walls. Something is coming. Something is already here. I follow the hushed voices, trailing the sound through winding corridors, keeping to the edges where the flickering torchlight cannot catch me. Because I know. They are whispering about her. She has been in a mood today. Did you see the girl from the kitchens? Gone, just like that. I heard she skinned a man alive last week. I heard she doesn't even need a blade anymore. It's the human girl, isn't it? He's keeping her too long. My pulse tightens. I press my back against a column, blending into the shadows as I listen. The voices belong to two older women. Palace attendants, their hands dusted with flour, their aprons speckled with dried wine. They shouldn't be talking about this, but fear loosens tongues as much as wine. She doesn't like it when they linger, one mutters, glancing over her shoulder. He never keeps them this long, the other whispers back. A slow, creeping dread wraps around my spine. They mean me. I am the one who has lingered, and the matriarch does not allow that. I turn to leave, but a hand grips my wrist. My body tenses on instinct. I nearly twist out of the grip before I recognize the face. Mira. One of the younger maids, barely older than me, her round face drawn in tight worry. She shouldn't be here, and she definitely shouldn't be looking at me. But she is, and there is fear in her eyes. You need to be careful, she whispers. Her fingers dig into my wrist, not in malice, but urgency. I don't pull away. I don't let her see the pulse hammering beneath my skin. Careful of what? I murmur. Mira glances over her shoulder, then back at me, her breath quickening. The matriarch. The word alone makes my stomach coil. I do not react, not visibly, but something inside me stills. I already know she is a threat. I already know my time is running short. But I need to know why. What about her? I press, my voice light, careful. Mira hesitates. Then her fingers tighten, her whisper sharp as a blade. She knows you're still here. The words sink in like a dagger between my ribs. Of course she knows. She always knew. But the fact that Mira is warning me, that is something different. Something worse. She doesn't like them to last. Mira continues, her voice barely audible. Her dark eyes dart left, then right. And you're still here. It is not a question. It is a death sentence. I do not let my expression shift. But Mira sees it anyway. You should run, she breathes. I almost laugh. Run, as if it were that simple. As if I have not spent every waking moment preparing for the chance. But now, I may not have time. A sharp sound snaps through the corridor. Mira jerks back, her face paling. I freeze. A footstep, not rushed, not loud, but deliberate, measured. Someone is here. Someone is watching. I don't wait to see who it is. I grip Mira's hand and pull her close, spinning us behind the column, pressing her against the stone. A moment later, a shadow moves across the corridor. Slow, silent. It does not pass. It lingers. My heart tightens. Mira is trembling beneath my fingers. I do not tremble, but I feel it. The weight of something unseen. A hunter in the dark, watching, waiting. For what? I do not know, but I am certain of one thing. The matriarch has already set her sights on me, and if I do not act soon, I will not leave this palace alive. Mira is the first to break the silence. "Did you see it?" she whispers, voice barely audible. I nod. Her fingers clench in the fabric of her apron. I shouldn't have said anything," she mutters. "She'll know I spoke to you." Fear flares in her eyes again. I press a hand over hers, gentle but firm. "You did the right thing," I say. A lie. The right thing would have been to stay silent, to pretend she did not see me, did not know what was coming. Because now, I am not the only one in danger. "You should go," I whisper. Mira hesitates. Then, with a quick nod, she disappears down the corridor, her form swallowed by the flickering torchlight. I wait a moment longer. The shadow in the corridor is gone, but the weight of it remains. I press a hand against the cold stone wall, steadying myself. And then, slowly, I slip back into the dark.
Chapter 23, Varkos. I bring her to the auction to sell her. At least that is what the matriarch must believe. If I keep her too long, she will die. Not by my hand, but by hers. This is the only way. A public display, a spectacle, to make it seem as though I have tired of her, as though she is merely another piece of flesh in my collection. I have no doubt she knows what this means. And yet, she walks beside me, silent, unreadable. There is no fear in her steps, only calculation. I should not admire that. But I do. The air is thick with heat, perfume, and desperation. The auction house is vast, its stone walls carved with depictions of conquest, dark elves standing victorious over kneeling human figures. A history written in chains. Men and women line the stage, shackled, displayed like exotic wares. Some are docile, beaten into submission. Others, newly caught, still have the fire of defiance burning in their eyes. It will not last. I step onto the main floor, leading Anya into the den of wolves. Eyes flick toward us. Nobles, traders, wealthy lords looking for new pets to break. I do not have to announce myself. They already know who I am. The auctioneer, a gaunt elf with gold-threaded robes and too many rings on his fingers, inclines his head when he sees me. "Lord Varkos." I give a slight nod. His gaze flicks to Anya. "Are you here to buy, my lord?" he asks smoothly. The room hushes slightly. They are listening, waiting. I need them to believe this. I let my lips curl, lazy and bored. "No," I murmur. "I am here to sell." A flicker of interest. The auctioneer's brows lift slightly. "This one?" He gestures toward Anya with an almost disbelieving smirk. "I had heard she was favored." A chuckle, dark and indifferent. "She has grown tiresome." I feel the way Anya stiffens beside me, so slight most would not notice. But I do. The auctioneer studies her for a moment before stepping forward. "Then let us see what she is worth," he says, reaching for her. And she moves, not away, but toward him. Her hand catches his wrist before he can touch her. A sharp gasp ripples through the crowd. The auctioneer jerks back, startled, offended, furious. I say nothing. I watch. Anya tilts her head, emerald eyes gleaming with something too dangerous to name. "I do not belong in a place like this," she says, her voice soft, edged in steel. Murmurs spread. Intrigue. Amusement. The auctioneer narrows his eyes. You misunderstand your place, human. She smiles. A slow, dangerous thing. Do I? The auctioneer's lips curl in distaste. He looks at me, waiting for my command, waiting for me to strike her down for the audacity of speaking. I do not. I lift a hand, gesturing for him to continue. Go on, I murmur. Let us see if she is worth anything. The auctioneer straightens, composing himself. Very well. He gestures to the room, his voice carrying. She is a rare thing, he announces. A trained pleasure slave, well kept, untouched, and once favored by Lord Varkos himself. A ripple of interest moves through the gathered crowd. They are watching her closely now, but Anya does not shrink. She steps forward instead. Do you know why he kept me? She asks, her voice like honey over glass. The audience stills. Anya smiles. He does not waste time on things without value. Silence. Then the first offer comes. 100 gold pieces. Low. Testing. Another voice. 200! The auctioneer straightens, his confidence returning. But Anya does not wait for him to take control. She turns to the crowd herself. And yet, she muses, what use is gold when it is influence you crave? Another murmur. Her head tilts, her voice lowering just slightly as if sharing a secret. Do you know what it is like to sit beside the dark elf of the underworld? She asks. My breath stills. She does not look at me. She does not have to. She continues, stepping down from the stage, weaving through the men who moments ago would have thought her nothing. I have heard your names, she says softly. I see the way some of them stiffen. They do not like being recognized by a human. But they do not correct her, because she is right. She knows them, and that makes them uneasy. Anya smiles, her gaze flicking toward a noble whose estate is failing. Lord Pharos, did you not just lose 5 ships to demons? He stiffens. Her eyes shift to another, a younger noble, more desperate. And Lord Verin, your father's debt weighs heavily on your shoulders, does it not? Verin's mouth tightens. A quiet chuckle ripples through the crowd. Because now, she has them. I knew she was dangerous. I did not know she was this dangerous. She is not just surviving. She is thriving. The auctioneer, now thoroughly flustered, clears his throat. 300 gold pieces, someone calls. 400. The bids rise sharply. Because now, she is not just a slave. She is an asset. A woman who has been beside me, who has learned me. They think they can use her, that she will spill my secrets, whisper names in the dark. They are wrong, but I let them believe it. Let them see her value. The bidding rises, and then, at the height of it, I lift a hand. The room stills. The auctioneer hesitates. My lord. A slow smile spreads across my lips. I have changed my mind, I murmur. Silence. The auctioneer's brows furrow. But I step forward, curling a finger beneath Anya's chin, tilting her face up to mine. Perhaps, I say, my voice just loud enough to carry. She is worth more than I thought. Anya meets my gaze. And in that moment, I know. She sees the game I have played. And more importantly, she has just won it. Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 24. Anya. Varkos watches me too closely now after that auction. He doesn't speak of it outright, doesn't confront me, but his eyes linger, waiting, peeling back the layers I have so carefully wrapped around myself. It is not the look of a master indulging in a prize. It is the look of a hunter tracking prey. He sees too much. I have been too bold, or not bold enough. So I do what I must. I weave a snare of half-truths and careful misdirection, giving him just enough to keep him tangled. But tonight, as we sit in his chambers, the game shifts. And I realise too late, I have already lost this round. The fire burns low in the hearth, the flickering glow casting strange shadows across the dark stone walls. Outside, the city thrums with distant revelry, a cruel contrast to the silence that stretches between us. I sit before him, poised, composed, a glass of spiced wine cradled between my fingers. He sits across from me, his chair carved from obsidian, his long legs sprawled in careless ease. But there is nothing careless about him. Not tonight. His amethyst eyes catch the firelight, gleaming with something unreadable, something sharp. A predator studying his next move. "You have been restless," he says, voice smooth as silk, laced with something too soft to be safe. I sip my wine. Should I not be? A slow smirk curves his lips, but it does not reach his eyes. "I wonder," he murmurs. The air between us thickens. He does not look away, neither do I. Every word, every glance is measured. This is the dance we do, push, pull, test, retreat. But tonight, there is no retreat. "You've been careful," Varkos muses, tilting his goblet in his hand. "Very careful, but no one is perfect." The words scrape against my ribs. I do not let it show. "Perfect?" I echo, setting my glass down with deliberate slowness. "That would be a high expectation, even for you." He hums, leaning forward just slightly. "Even for me," he repeats, amusement curling at the edges of his voice. "And yet, here you are, always so precise, so obedient, so clever." He says the word like an accusation. I hold my ground, my lips curving just slightly. "Would you prefer stupidity?" He chuckles, low, dark. "No," he murmurs, "I prefer honesty." Something in my pulse skips. Dangerous ground. He shifts, rising slowly from his seat. Each movement deliberate, measured. My body tenses, though I force myself to remain still. He takes his time crossing the space between us, until he stands over me, looking down, his presence curling around me like smoke and shadow. My breath is steady. My pulse is not. "You stole the ledger." The words land like a blade to my chest. A slow, deep cut. 1,000 thoughts flash through my mind, but my expression does not falter. I tilt my head, my lips parting slightly. Feigned confusion. "My lord?" His hand snaps out, not cruel, but firm, a grip beneath my chin, tilting my face up, forcing me to meet his gaze. Too close, too knowing. I see it in his eyes, certainty. He isn't asking, he knows. A slow, creeping fear slithers into my ribs, not because I am caught, but because of the question it leaves behind. How? I should lie. I should protest, spin another thread of deceit. But it will do no good, because he is too sure. I exhale softly, the illusion of confusion slipping away like melting wax. I do not deny it. Instead, I ask the only question that matters. "How did you know?" His thumb drags lightly across my jaw. Not gentle, not cruel, just there. His expression does not change. But I see the answer before he speaks it. "The ghost," he murmurs. "We recently made an acquaintance." A chill ripples down my spine. My fingers curl into the fabric of my dress. The ghost, the shadow in the walls. The matriarch's silent enforcer. The one who sees everything. The one who should have told her. Not him. Why didn't she know? Varkos watches me closely, as if waiting for the moment I break. I do not break, but my silence is enough. You're afraid, he says softly. Also, the ledger is useless in your hands. It is not a taunt, not a challenge, it is a realization, and that is more dangerous than anything else. I school my features, smoothing the edges of my composure. I do not fear you, I say. Inside, I grit my teeth. The ledger with names. I can't even pinpoint what it entails. Varkos's lips curve, not a smile, not quite. His hand slides away from my chin. No, he muses. You don't. He steps back, exhaling as if in thought. A heartbeat passes, then another. Finally, he lifts his gaze back to mine. You will explain, he says, voice low, edged in quiet authority. All of it. It is not a request, not a demand. It is something else, something unspoken, a test, a warning, a choice. And yet, I know the truth. This is not a choice at all, not for me.
Chapter 25. Varkos, I should not have brought her here. Not after the auction. Not after the way she looked at me when I told her I knew. I can't even master the strength to lash at her. I should have locked her in her chambers, let her suffocate in the weight of my knowledge, let her wonder when I would strike. But I didn't. Instead, I brought her with me. Now we sit in the confines of my carriage, the city's cobbled streets rumbling beneath the wheels, the scent of rain-soaked stone and spice-laden air curling into the space between us. She is too close. Or I am. The glow of the lantern sways with the wind, its golden light catching on the fine strands of her hair. The flickering glow licks across her skin, gliding over the curve of her jaw, the line of her throat. Her lips are still painted with the remnants of deception. She has not yet explained herself. I should demand it. Instead, I want to ruin her. The silence between us is sharp enough to bleed. Anya sits across from me, composed but coiled. She does not fidget. She does not speak. But she watches, like a creature in the dark, measuring the length of my patience. I let her sit in the unbearable quiet. Let her feel the weight of my gaze, the heaviness in the air. She thinks she can manipulate me, that she can hold her secrets close to her chest, wrap them in soft words and honeyed lies. But I have played this game longer. I know how to bend a body without breaking it, how to force someone to yield without ever laying a hand on them. She exhales, slow, controlled. If you mean to kill me, you could have done it already. I smirk, dragging a gloved finger along the carved wood of the seat beside me. Who says I won't? Her emerald eyes flicker in the dim light. Then why are we here? I should answer. I should remind her that she is mine to do with as I please, that she does not get to ask questions. But instead, I watch the way her breath catches when I lean forward, the way her hands press into the seat beside her, as if bracing for something, the way her throat moves when she swallows, the way her lips part just slightly, and I know she's playing a role. But so am I. It is not supposed to happen, not like this, not at all. But when I reach for her, it is not out of anger, not out of dominance, it is out of need. And when my mouth crashes against hers, she does not pull away. She meets me, fierce, unrelenting. Her fingers twist into my robes, dragging me closer, and I let her press her body against mine, let her sigh into my mouth, let her ruin me. It is not a kiss of war, not a battle for power. It is fire. It is surrender. It is the thing I swore I would never allow, and I do not stop it. I deepen the kiss, dragging her closer, my hands sliding into her hair, tangling at the base of her skull, tilting her head back. A low sound escapes her throat, a breathless gasp. Not fear, not pain. Something else, something worse. She is not resisting. She is taking. And so am I. Her body presses into mine, soft and unafraid, her heat sinking into my bones. She tastes like spiced wine and the lie she always says. I want to devour it from her tongue. I press her against the seat, against me, against every instinct screaming at me to stop. Her hands are in my hair now, fisting, pulling, dragging. I should hate her. I should tear her apart. Instead, I groan against her lips, taking more, needing more, sinking into something I do not understand. Her body molds against mine, dangerous and yielding, her breath hot as she whispers my name. Not my lord. Not Varkos, just a breathless exhale. A ruin. And I know if I do not stop now, I will not stop at all. I tear myself away, not gracefully, not cleanly. It is a violent separation. A ragged inhale as I press a hand to my forehead, forcing myself back, forcing distance where there should never have been any. I can still taste her on my tongue. Anya stares at me, her lips swollen, her breath uneven, her eyes unreadable. She does not look shaken. She does not look afraid. She looks like she won. You. Her voice is hoarse. You kissed me. I close my eyes. Mistake. We had sex before, she murmurs. But this... She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't have to. I already know. This was different. This was worse. Forget it, I say, voice rough. Too rough. She exhales a shaky breath. That wasn't part of the game, was it? No, it wasn't. And that is what terrifies me most. I stare out the window, jaw clenched so tight it aches. Anya shifts in her seat. She touches her lips, just slightly, as if testing if what happened was real. I refuse to look at her, because if I do, I don't know what I will do next. Because she is under my skin now, and I don't like it. Leave, I order. Her feet shuffles to the door, lingering for a moment, but I refuse to look at her. I can't afford it.
Chapter 26. Anya. The kiss is fire and ruin. I should hate it. I should hate him. Instead, I burn. Even now, minutes, or has it been hours? Since I left his bedroom, the taste of him lingers on my lips, the ghost of his hands still branding my skin. I touch my mouth, fingers trembling just slightly. It should not have happened. Not like that. Not with heat instead of hunger. Not with desperation instead of dominance. I have been kissed before. I have been taken before. But this was different. And that is what terrifies me. The halls seem emptier than before. Or maybe I am the one who has changed. I walk through the winding corridors, my body moving on instinct, my thoughts still tangled in the space between what just happened and what it means. Varkos had kissed me before. But not like that. That was not control. That was not the game. That was something else. And I let him. Worse, I kissed him back. I should have pulled away. I should have laughed in his face, reminded him what I am. A weapon in waiting, a lie wrapped in soft skin. Instead, I melted into him, gasped against his mouth, clung to him like I needed more. Like I wanted it. Number. Like I wanted him. I am so caught in the war inside me that I almost do not see it. The smear of crimson staining the floor ahead. A sharp metallic scent lingers in the air, iron and death. A warning. My steps slow, my breath hitching as I turn the corner. And then, I see her, Mira. Her body collapsed in a heap against the cold stone, her dress torn, her lifeless eyes staring at nothing. A gasp lodges in my throat, sharp as broken glass. Number, not her, Not again. My feet move before my mind catches up. I drop to my knees beside her, my hands hovering over the wound in her throat. Deep, clean, deliberate. It was not messy, not a crime of passion. This was a message, a reminder. The palace walls close in around me. I press a hand over my mouth, swallowing the scream clawing its way up my throat. Mira is dead, because of me. The past slams into me like a dagger to the ribs, a memory, vivid, searing, inescapable. I see flames licking at the sky. I hear screams breaking the night. I smell the acrid stench of burning flesh. I'm 17 again, hiding in the hollow of a tree as my village turns to ash. Bodies litter the ground, women, men, children, all left for the crows. The dark elves had taken everything, slaughtered, pillaged, destroyed. And among them, Varkos' clan, the crest on their armour, the colours they bore. I remember it all. I had buried it deep, locked it away where it could not touch me. But now, with Mira's lifeless body before me, it crashes back with brutal force. Varkos' people, Varkos' men, Varkos. His empire was built on the bones of mine, and I kissed him. I let him touch me. I let myself want him. The taste of him turns to poison in my mouth. I close my eyes, pressing my forehead to Mira's cooling skin. I do not cry. There is no one left to cry for. But something inside me breaks. Something that should never have been whole in the first place. I force my breath to steady, my hands curling into fists. I do not have the luxury of grief. Mira is dead. Because of me. Because I was careless. Because I let myself become distracted. Because I let myself forget. I will not forget again. The fire inside me, the one I thought had died with my family, flares back to life. A hunger, a purpose, a promise. Varkos is not mine to want. I must destroy the matriarch, nip the bud. This place is mine to destroy. I rise slowly, Mira's blood staining my knees. I glance down at her one last time, and I swear it. For her, for my village, for every life stolen, for every chain fastened around a human throat. I will burn his world to the ground, and this time, I will not hesitate.
Chapter 27. Varkos. The night air is thick with the scent of damp stone and burning torches as I make my way through the underground halls. The revelry of the city hums beyond the palace walls, but here, beneath the floors of my own empire, the air is still, waiting. Waiting for the poison to finish its work. For years I've fed it to her. A slow death, drop by drop. A flower that only blooms under the moons of my people, its nectar hidden in wine, in perfume, in the very air she breathes. But she still lives. She should be weaker by now, wilting, trembling. And yet she is growing stronger. Something is wrong. Something has changed. I need to move faster. Before she realizes what I have been doing. Before she finds another way to undo me. The underground chamber is empty when I arrive. At least it appears to be. I do not wait. I do not call out. I simply pour the thick, darkened liquid into the goblet and place it on the stone table at the center of the room. Then I lean back, waiting. The torches flicker. And just like that, they are no longer alone. A presence shifts the air, silent. A shadow where there was none before. The ghost. I do not turn as the figure materializes from the darkness, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. They move without sound, without breath, until they stand beside me, watching, waiting. You've been quiet lately, I murmur. The ghost does not answer. They never do, but I know they are listening. I pick up the goblet, swirling the liquid inside. My mother grows stronger, I say, my voice low, steady. I want to know why. The ghost shifts slightly, the only sign that they acknowledge my words. She is drinking the poison, I continue. I watch her take it with her own hands, and yet she does not wither. She does not break. Why? Silence. But silence is an answer in itself. I place the goblet down with a quiet clink. You know something, I murmur, turning to face them. Tell me. The ghost tilts their head slightly, their presence as cold as a blade pressed to my throat. Then, finally, a whisper. Blood! The single word scrapes through the air, dry as bone. My jaw tightens. Whose? Not yours. The answer burns through me like acid. Not mine. Someone else's. Someone new. I exhale slowly, letting the words settle. The matriarch is drinking blood that is not mine. Something rare. Something I have not accounted for. Something that has made her stronger. I rake a hand through my hair, calculating, piecing together a puzzle I do not like. I know what she does. The experiments. The creatures lurking in the depths of this palace. Things twisted beyond recognition. Things she has tried and failed to perfect. But now she is feeding herself something new. Something that is undoing my work. And I need to find out what. Or rather, who. My gaze flicks back to the ghost. They do not move. You have not told her about Anya, I say. A test. The truth I already know. The ghost is loyal only to the matriarch. And yet, they did not tell her about the ledger. They did not tell her what Anya stole. They have not told her that I know. And that interests me. The ghost does not respond, but they do not deny it. I let the silence stretch, watching them, measuring them the way I would an opponent in the pits. Then I take a step closer. Why? The air shifts. Something too subtle to name. A crack in something that was once unbreakable, but they say nothing. And I do not ask again, because I already know. Loyalty is a thing that can break, even for them, even for the matriarch's most trusted blade. I exhale slowly, stepping back. I do not need an answer from them. I have already decided. I must move faster. I must find what she is drinking, and I must cut off her supply. Before she realizes she is no longer dying. Before she turns on me first.
Chapter 28. Anya. I scrub my hands raw. The water in the basin is already stained pink, swirls of red spiraling against the porcelain like ghosts refusing to leave. Mira's blood. I tell myself it will wash away, that it is only skin, only flesh, only remnants of someone I could not save. But it will not leave me. I feel it under my nails, soaked into my palms, threading through every breath I take. Another life, gone because of me. I grip the edges of the basin, my breath sharp. The room tilts, swaying under the weight of everything I have been ignoring, the hunger for vengeance, the shame of my own weakness, the kiss that still lingers on my lips. I should have known better. I do know better. But I still let myself fall into him. I let him touch me. I let myself want him. And now Mira is dead. Coincidence? No, I don't believe in coincidences. I swallow hard and straighten, meeting my own gaze in the mirror. I look the same, but I am not. Something inside me has cracked. Something old and ugly and waiting. It wants, not just revenge, destruction. And I know now, without a doubt, Varkos' mother ordered Mira's death. The matriarch is watching. She is testing me. She wants to see what I will do. If I will break. If I will run. But she underestimates me. I do not break. I sharpen. And if she is watching, then I will give her a show. I leave my chambers, my steps controlled, measured. The halls of the palace seem darker tonight, heavier. Guards nod as I pass, their gazes lingering in a way that was not there before. They are paying attention now. They have been told to. And I know why. I am marked, not as property, not as a pet, but as a threat. I reach the entrance to the lower halls, where Varkos's quarters lie. 2 guards stand in front of the doors, their expressions blank but their presence clear. They do not want me here. I let my lips curl into something soft, something deceptive. Move. One guard hesitates. Lord Varkos is not to be disturbed. I don't care. The other guard tenses. We have orders. I tilt my head. From whom? A flicker of something, hesitation. The matriarch, not Varkos. Interesting. I exhale slowly, then step closer, lowering my voice to something silkier. Then let him decide if he wants me gone. They hesitate, but then one knocks sharply against the door. Moments pass. The heavy wood groans open, and I step inside. The room is dimly lit, the scent of ink, steel, and something darker filling the air. Varkos stands by the hearth, a goblet in his hand, his tunic loose, half unfastened, as if he had been in the process of stripping for sleep. But he is not relaxed. He is watching me. I can feel the weight of his gaze like a blade at my throat, assessing, calculating. And beneath that, something else, something dangerous. Little fox, he murmurs, tilting his head. You should be asleep. My body betrays me. A shiver runs down my spine, not from fear, but from the way his voice wraps around my throat like a silk noose. I lift my chin. So should you. He exhales a quiet laugh, stepping closer. Bold tonight, aren't we? I don't smile. I don't play. Not tonight. I found Mira. His expression does not change, but something in the air shifts. He takes another slow step, setting his goblet down on the table beside him. And? I search his face, looking for something. Guilt, knowledge, regret. But there is nothing. His mask is flawless. Someone slit her throat. My voice does not shake. A warning. He hums, watching me. A warning for whom? I don't answer. I don't have to. His gaze sharpens. Do you think I ordered it? He asks. I don't know. And that is the worst part. I should know. I should be certain. But doubt creeps into my bones like ice. I exhale, steadying myself. If you did, I whisper, low, dangerous, then you failed. His expression flickers, amusement, irritation. He closes the space between us in 2 steps. Did I? I don't move. I don't shrink. I let him feel how close I am to breaking. I let him feel the heat of my anger, the edge of my grief, the cold hunger for vengeance curdling in my chest. Because he needs to see it. He needs to understand. His gaze drops to my lips. A mistake. Because for a moment, just a breath, he lets me see what he is trying to resist. He is not unaffected. And that is something I can use. I reach up, my fingers ghosting along the line of his collar, tracing the fabric, testing him. He stills. I hear the sharp inhale, the tension in his muscles as I trail my touch lower, brushing against the bare skin beneath his tunic. His pulse thrums beneath my fingertips. I lift my gaze to his, letting him see the flicker of something dark in my eyes. I know your mother had her killed, I murmur. His jaw tightens. A truth, then. I press closer, my lips nearly brushing his ear. What will you do about it? His breath is ragged now. I feel it, the war inside him, his mother, Mr. the Past. I expect him to shove me away, to deny it, to play the game. But instead he does something far more dangerous. He leans in, his lips ghost over my jaw, not quite a kiss, a warning. You are playing with fire, he whispers. I exhale, my fingers tightening around the fabric of his tunic. So are you. Chapter 29. Anya. Varkos is not the kind of dark elf who makes mistakes. Every movement, every glance, every cruel smirk, calculated, controlled. But tonight, he makes a mistake. It happens fast, so fast that I almost miss it. Almost. One moment he's circling me like a predator, all dark heat and sharpened edges. The next, he lets something slip. You think I don't know what she's capable of? His voice is a quiet snarl, his hand braced against the stone wall beside me. Too close, too furious. I've been trying to stop her for years. The words hit like a blade between my ribs, trying to stop her. I blink, my breath faltering, but he doesn't seem to notice. Or maybe he does, but he's too wrapped up in his own storm to care. His fingers flex at his sides, as if he wants to reach for me, as if he hates that he wants to. I don't need you to remind me who she is, he mutters. I've known for a long time. A long time. I swallow, tilting my chin up, forcing my voice to stay steady. Then why is she still alive? His jaw tightens. He doesn't answer. And that silence? That silence is an answer all on its own. Something cold slithers down my spine. I need to think. I need to get out of this room. But first, I need to watch. I memorize the way he moves. The way he runs a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply, turning his back to me as if to regain control. The way he reaches for a goblet on the table beside him, fingers tightening around the stem before he hesitates. Just for a second, just long enough. He doesn't drink. Instead, he lifts the goblet, tilting it slightly before setting it back down. Something glints beside it, a small vial. Dark glass. The kind used to store potent liquids, things not meant for open air. I feel my pulse quicken. He doesn't notice my attention, not yet. But I see the shift in his posture, the way he rolls his shoulders, schooling his features back into something unreadable. Whatever he almost said, whatever he almost did, he regrets it. And that means it was important. I step forward, slow, deliberate. You told me to be careful, I murmur. But it seems you're the one who's unravelling. His eyes snap to mine, sharp, piercing. A flicker of something I can't quite name. Doubt? A warning? Or something deeper? You don't know what you're talking about, he says flatly. But I do. I almost do. I just need one more piece. So I give him my best mocking smile, the one that always drives him mad. I reach out, not for him, for the goblet. He reacts too fast. Before I can touch it, his hand snaps around my wrist. Don't. The command is soft. Too soft. A warning. A threat. And yet, why does he care if I touch his drink? I tilt my head, my pulse hammering in my throat. Poison? His grip tightens. For a moment, I swear I see something like panic flash through his gaze, but Varkos does not panic. Then it's gone, replaced by something colder, more lethal. If you want to live, he murmurs, you'll stop asking questions. He doesn't deny it. I should feel fear, but all I feel is curiosity. I let him hold my wrist a second longer than necessary, watching him, measuring the weight of his words. Then slowly, I pull free. Good night, my lord. I leave without another word. But the second I step into the hall, my mind is already racing. I retreat to my chambers. The doors shut behind me, locking out the weight of his gaze, but not the truth curling in my chest. Varkos has been poisoning his mother. For years, he's been trying to kill her, and she is still alive. I exhale shakily, pressing a hand to my lips. This changes everything. Varkos is not his mother's pawn. He is her executioner. Or at least he was trying to be. And if I know this, then I have a choice to make. I can use it against him, or I can use it to unravel everything. Either way, one thing is clear. Varkos is not the monster I thought he was. Or does this make him worse? I'm confused. He's an enigma. And that makes him even more dangerous. Chapter 30. Anya. I'm running out of time. I know it. I feel it in the way the air has changed, the way the shadows move differently in the halls. The matriarch is watching. Varkos is watching. And worst of all, I am watching him too. That is the real danger. Not the matriarch, not the ghost lurking in the palace corridors, but the way I hesitated when I learned what he has been doing, the way I let myself think, for a fraction of a second. Maybe I was wrong about him. Maybe there is a part of him that is worth saving. That thought is poison. A different kind of poison than the one he's been feeding his mother. This one is mine, and I cannot afford to drink it. That is why I am here now, slipping through the dim corridors beneath the palace, past the points of entry that I have memorized, past the guards who do not see me. If I wait any longer, I will hesitate again, and hesitation means death. The first blow must be struck. Tonight, before I second-guess myself, before I let him get inside my head. I weave through the tunnels that lead to the lower cells, the ones reserved for the worst of them. The ones even Varkos doesn't bother looking at anymore. And that is why this will work, because he will not expect it, because I need to remind myself of what I came here to do. I am not falling for him. I am not slipping. I am here to ruin him. The air is different down here. Colder, stagnant, rotten. The scent of old blood and unwashed skin thickens the deeper I go. My fingers brush along the keys at my waist, the ones I stole from a guard too distracted by a wine cup and a pair of soft lips. He never even saw me take them. The torches burn lower here, casting flickering light through iron bars, illuminating gaunt faces and hollow eyes. Some of them look up as I pass, but most do not. They know better than to hope, except for one. A single figure does not cower, does not look away. Instead, when I stop in front of his cell, he smiles. A slow, knowing thing. I was wondering when you'd come, he murmurs. He is not like the others. His posture is too straight, his eyes too clear. Even after what must have been weeks, maybe months, of captivity, he has the air of someone who knows his chains are temporary. And for the first time, I wonder if this is a mistake. If I am setting loose something I cannot control. But it is too late to stop. "Why are you here?" I whisper. His smirk does not falter. "Because your dark prince put me here." A strange feeling curls in my stomach at those words. Prince. Varkos is not a prince. He is something worse, and he is not mine. "You must have deserved it," I murmur. The dark elf only chuckles, his voice rough, sharp as steel. "Perhaps," he tilts his head. "But you wouldn't be here if you believed that." He's right. I don't know his name. Only his reputation. A fighter, a leader, a dark elf whose rebellion was crushed under Varkos's boot. But I also know that when he fell, others followed. He is a symbol I can use. I exhale, sliding the key into the lock. "If you leave this place, you do not leave quietly," I say softly. His eyes flash. I never do. The lock clicks. The first crack in Varkos's empire is struck. I do not wait to watch him leave. I do not stay to see the way he will tear through the palace like a storm unchained. Because I cannot afford to. I have already done too much. When the chaos begins, I will be exactly where I am supposed to be, as if I had nothing to do with it, as if I had not just set into motion the beginning of the end. But before I slip back into the shadows, I do one last thing. I leave a mark, a message. Not for the matriarch, not for the guards, For Varkos. A single word scratched into the stone beside the open cell. Checkmate. Then I disappear, and the war begins.
Chapter 31. Varkos. The first scream is swallowed by the night. The second is not. It rips through the halls, jagged and raw. The sound of metal meeting flesh, of chains breaking, of blood hitting stone. Then, chaos. By the time I step into the lower corridors, the air is thick with iron and fire, the scent of burning torches mingling with the copper tang of fresh death. The prison has erupted. A guard is pulled down by two ragged, desperate men, their teeth bared, their limbs wild with starvation and fury. His screams do not last long. Another is dragged against the bars of a cell, his skull shattering against the iron. Blood sprays in a red arc across the stone, a grotesque painting of violence and vengeance. The doors to the outer halls have been forced open. Bodies flood the space, some running for freedom, others tearing through my men like wolves who have finally tasted blood. The rebellion has begun, and I know who did this. A single word scratched into the wall near the open cell. Checkmate. My teeth clench. Anya. The fire in my chest burns hotter than the torches lining the walls. She thinks she has won. She has only started a war. And I intend to end it. I draw my blade and step into the fray. A prisoner lunges, swinging a jagged piece of metal. His arm is too thin. His movements too slow. I sidestep, catch his wrist, and twist. A sickening crack. His scream barely leaves his lips before I slam my dagger into his throat. Hot blood spills over my hands as I rip the blade free, shoving him aside as his body crumples. A second attacker comes at me from behind, a woman with wild, unkempt hair and a rusted length of chain wrapped around her fists. She swings for my head. I duck. The chain slams into the stone wall, sparks flying on impact. Before she can recover, I drive my boot into her knee. Bone shatters. She collapses with a strangled cry, and I finish it with a swift, merciless slash of my sword. No time to breathe. A third, a brute of a man, roars as he barrels toward me, swinging a warhammer that must have been stolen from the armory. He swings. Too powerful, but too slow. I let him commit to the movement, then step inside his reach. My dagger buries itself under his ribs. He gasps, staggering. I yank the blade up. The light leaves his eyes before he hits the ground. I do not stop. I cannot stop. There is no mercy here. This is not a battlefield. This is culling. The corridors reek of blood and burning flesh. My men are trying to hold the exits, trying to stop the flood. But it is too much. Too fast. The rebellion is spreading like fire over dry wood. And then I see him, the being Anya freed, the real threat. He stands at the far end of the hall, near the still burning torches, watching the carnage unfold like a king surveying his battlefield. He's not like the others, not like the starving prisoners who clawed their way to freedom. No, he is something else. Something that should have been left in the dark. His stance is too sure, too practiced. Even after what must have been weeks, maybe months of captivity, he moves with the confidence of someone who knows his chains were always temporary. His blade gleams in the firelight, already stained with fresh blood. And when he sees me, he smiles. He leans against the far wall, gripping his stolen sword lazily, as if this is just another game to him. I take a slow step forward, my grip on my blade tightening. Well, well, he muses, his voice deep, laced with amusement. The great Varkos himself. I do not let my expression shift. Do you know what you've done? My voice is quiet, dangerous. He exhales, tilting his head. I know exactly what I've done. His eyes gleam. And I realize something worse than the carnage around me. Anya did not just release a prisoner. She released a leader, not a dark elf broken by my rule. Or the matriarch. A being who will burn everything down to build his own. And now he is looking at me, not with fear, not with desperation, but with recognition. And I know this is only the beginning.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 32. Varkos. The clang of steel against steel reverberates through the ruined halls, a wicked symphony of death and fury. My muscles burn, but I do not falter. He fights like a dark elf who was born for war, sharp, ruthless, calculated. Each strike forces me back, each step pushing me closer to the edge of something I do not understand yet. You're better than I expected, the man smirks, parrying my blade with ease. But then again, you were bred for this, weren't you? A warrior. I narrow my eyes, slamming my weight into him. He barely budges. Bred for this. The words sink into my bones, but there is no time to dissect them. I drive forward, my blade a blur as I feint left, then slash across his ribs. He twists at the last second, avoiding a fatal wound, but my steel bites into his side. His grin never falters, even as blood stains his torn shirt. Touchy, aren't we? He taunts, stepping back. Does it bother you, Varkos, that you don't even know who you really are? Something cold settles in my gut. I move on instinct, striking hard, our swords locking in a brutal clash that sends sparks flying into the darkened hall. He leans in, voice lowering to a whisper only I can hear. You're not who you think you are. A surge of rage floods my veins. I break the lock, shoving him back. My blade sings through the air, a killing stroke. Too late. Pain explodes through my side, a deep, searing gash. My legs buckle. I taste copper in my mouth, my vision swimming as I hit my knees. The world tilts. The hall is filled with the sounds of dying dark elves, of chaos and ruin. But all I hear is my own ragged breathing. Footsteps approach. The prisoner stands over me, wiping his blade clean against his sleeve. His expression is not triumphant. It is knowing. You don't even realize it yet, do you? He murmurs. Something cracks in my chest. I try to push myself up, but my limbs are sluggish, my strength bleeding out with every breath. I don't understand. What is he talking about? The shadows shift. A ripple of power crawls through the air. And then, she arrives. The matriarch steps into the carnage, brimming with magic, her presence a force that presses against my ribs like an iron weight. She should not be this strong. I've been poisoning her for years. She should be weakened, dying. Yet she stands before me, her silver eyes glowing like dying stars, her presence suffocating. What a mess, she murmurs, taking in the scene with cold amusement. The prisoner tenses, his hand tightening on his sword. Even he feels it. The wrongness, the unnaturalness of her power. What have you been feeding yourself? I rasp, my own voice foreign to me. She tilts her head, smiling in that way that always made my stomach turn. I eat what I must, my darling, she whispers. Her gaze flickers to the dark elf who wounded me. The smile vanishes. Ah, you! For the first time since we crossed blades, I see a flicker of uncertainty in the prisoner's stance. The matriarch lifts her hand. A snap of power. The air distorts. His body lifts off the ground, thrashing, twisting in unnatural angles as the magic wraps around him like an unseen fist. A sharp, broken sound escapes his throat. A warning. Or a final curse. Tell him, he chokes. The matriarch tightens her grip. His spine bows, his limbs jerking as veins blacken beneath his skin. Tell him, he snarls. Tell him who he really is. A cold wave of dread sweeps over me. She only smiles. Then, she breaks him. Bone snaps. His body crumples, discarded. Like nothing. Like something that never mattered at all. She exhales, flicking her fingers as if wiping away dust. How boring, she sighs, then turns to me. I try to stand. She presses a hand to my shoulder, soft, deceptively gentle. The pain in my side flares, burning through my ribs like fire. Tell me, my son, she murmurs, voice like silk over steel. How did this happen? I swallow the rage, the nausea, the questions clawing at my throat. I bow my head. I don't know. A beat of silence. The moment stretches, suffocates. Then she nods. Very well, she says. Clean this up. And then, she is gone. I do not move. I do not breathe. My body trembles with something I do not want to name. Not fear, not confusion. Something worse. I should feel relief. She doesn't know it was Anya. But I cannot shake the prisoner's final words. Tell him who he really is. The blade wound aches, but it is nothing compared to the doubt gnawing through my bones. Something is wrong. Something has always been wrong. And for the first time in my life, I'm afraid to know the truth. Chapter 33. Varkos. Blood drips from my blade in slow, rhythmic drops, forming a dark trail across the cracked stone. The scent of it thickens the air, copper and rot, mingling with the acrid burn of torches that flicker weakly in their iron sconces. The prison is quieter now. The worst of the rebels are dead. The rest kneel in chains, their wrists raw from bindings, their gazes hollow. The stench of suffering lingers, clinging to my skin as if it seeks to seep beneath it. I should feel satisfaction, but I don't. I drive my sword into the last prisoner's throat. The body stiffens, jerks once, then goes still. Another corpse among many. I exhale sharply, my muscles aching, my ribs burning where my wound remains unattended, bleeding sluggishly beneath my armor. The dark elf Anya Freed had cut deep. Too deep. The matriarch should not have been able to kill him so easily, and yet she had. With one touch. With one flick of her fingers. My hands tighten into fists as I wipe my blade clean, but the prisoner's last words won't leave me. You don't even realize it yet, do you? Tell him who he really is. The words gnaw at my skull, an itch I cannot scratch, an irritation that refuses to fade. I should not care. I should not dwell on a dead man's riddles, and yet I cannot stop thinking about them. I cannot stop thinking about her. I shove the thought away and turn toward the corridor. I am finished here. The worst of the traitors are dead. The rest will be dealt with in time. I need rest. I need time to think. But the moment I step into the main hall, a voice cuts through the silence like a blade to the spine. My son. I freeze. The air grows thick, weighted. Slowly I turn. The matriarch stands in the archway, her presence a cold hand against my throat. She looks unbothered, as if she were not drenched in another man's blood mere moments ago. Her silver eyes gleam beneath the dim light. Come! It's not a request. My fingers flex at my sides before I follow. The walk to her chambers is silent. The halls stretch long and too empty, the weight of the night pressing in around us. She's leading me deeper into her wing. It feels like a trap, but yet I walk into it. Inside, the air is warm, scented with incense. A contrast to the blood drying on my skin, to the scent of steel and sweat that clings to me. She stands before a long table draped in black cloth. Dinner is already waiting. Sit. I do. The chair is cushioned, too soft. My body aches from battle, and I sink into it unwillingly. The matriarch moves with practiced grace, pouring dark wine into a silver goblet. She watches me over the rim of her own glass as she sips. "Tell me again, my son," she murmurs. "What happened tonight?" My pulse thuds once, hard. She is testing me. My fingers tighten around the goblet, though I do not drink. "The prisoners revolted," I say evenly. "A well-planned attack. It suggests they had help from the inside." Her expression does not change. "And yet, you found no one." I shake my head. "Not yet." Her nails tap lightly against the goblet, the faintest whisper of sound against metal. I see. She does not believe me. Or does she? I cannot tell, and that is what unsettles me most. She is quiet for a long moment, letting the silence stretch like a noose between us. Then, she smiles. "Then we must be more careful, mustn't we?" she says lightly, lifting a small silver fork and spearing a piece of meat. She takes a delicate bite as if we are not sitting in the aftermath of a massacre, as if she did not tear a dark elf apart with her bare hands hours ago. I do not touch my food. My stomach coils, my ribs throb, and beneath it all something festers. I should not still be thinking of the prisoner's words. I should not still be questioning. But I am. I feel her watching me, waiting. "Eat, my son." Her voice is silk and steel, soft and sharp all at once. I pick up my fork, and I do not move. The air stagnates between us. My grip tightens. My ribs ache. The weight of something unseen, something unknown, presses down on my spine. I do not know what is coming next. For the first time in a long, long time, I do not feel in control.
Chapter 34. Anya. The walls feel smaller now. I press my back against the heavy wooden door, ears straining for any sound beyond it. The muffled chaos from earlier has faded into eerie quiet. The riots, the screams, the clash of steel on steel. It should have been enough. It should have broken them. But when I risk a glance outside, the palace still stands. The damage is there. Scorch marks along the stone, bodies strewn in the corridors like discarded dolls, the scent of blood thick in the air. But the guards prevailed. The prison is contained. The rebellion I unleashed has already been reduced to smouldering embers. My fingers tighten against the doorframe. I was stupid. I should have waited. Planned. Ensured that my first move would crush them, not just shake them. Instead, I let myself act in desperation. Because of him. Because I was starting to hesitate. Because I let Varkos make me forget for a moment who he is. What he is. I inhale sharply, my pulse pounding in my ears. There's still time. I can still... A sharp bang cracks against the door. I whirl around just as it bursts open. Dark elven guards flood into the room, their faces grim, their weapons drawn. Too many. I react instinctively. My body moves before my mind can catch up. A desperate lunge for the dagger beneath my pillow. Too slow. Hands clamp around my arms, wrenching them behind my back. My shoulder screams in protest, but I do not yield. I thrash, twisting, aiming a kick toward the nearest guard's knee. A snap of movement, a flash of pain as I strike, a snarl of frustration. One of them slams me into the stone floor. The breath rushes from my lungs in a brutal gasp. My vision blurs. Cold iron bites against my wrists as they bind me. Tight, too tight. A gloved hand grips my jaw, forcing my head back. "You are summoned, human," one of them sneers. "Try not to disgrace yourself further." Then they drag me. The corridor spins around me as my body fights the binds, my heart pounding a frenzied rhythm against my ribs. I cannot escape, but I cannot stop struggling. I twist, earning myself a sharp blow to the ribs, a warning. Pain bursts white behind my eyelids, but I do not make a sound. I will not give them the satisfaction. They pull me through the palace, past darkened halls lined with silver-lit torches, past the corpses of the rebels I freed. They are all dead. Blood pools beneath them, glistening in the dim light. Their empty eyes stare at nothing. I have failed. A final turn, a pair of ornate black doors. They swing open. I am shoved inside. And the first thing I see, Varkos. His wide, startled gaze meets mine. He sits at an opulent dining table, a glass of dark wine in one hand, a silver knife in the other, a half-eaten meal before him, and across from him, the matriarch. She dabs at her lips with a silk napkin, her expression calm, almost amused. My heart slams against my ribs. Varkos rises from his seat. His face is carefully unreadable, but his eyes burn. He was not expecting this, neither was I. The matriarch sets down her goblet, exhaling in a slow, deliberate sigh. "Well," she murmurs, silver eyes gleaming. "It seems we have found the one who set the prisoners free." The room tilts. My breath catches. Varkos goes still. And I know this is the moment everything unravels.
Chapter 35. Varkos! The silver knife gleams in my mother's hand, reflecting the dim torchlight of the chamber. A beautiful weapon. Delicate, intricate, deadly. Just like her. Just like this moment. The scent of blood is already in the air, thick and metallic, coiling around my ribs like a vice. The heavy iron chains rattle as Anya is forced to her knees, her wrists bound behind her back. She does not beg. Of course, she doesn't. Even now, with her body bruised from the guards dragging her here, with the matriarch standing over her like a god preparing to pass judgment, she refuses to bow. And I do not know whether I want to break her myself or tear this entire room apart to save her. You've been a very foolish girl. My mother's voice is deceptively soft, dangerous. Anya does not respond. A mistake. The matriarch lifts the knife. I grip the armrest of my chair so tightly my knuckles crack. You will not speak, my mother muses, tilting her head as she glides behind Anya. The blade traces the curve of Anya's bare shoulder, a whisper of cold steel against warm skin. Anya remains silent, defiant. I see the way her jaw tightens, the way her muscles coil beneath the surface, preparing. But there is no preparing for my mother. The first cut is slow, purposeful. A shallow slice across Anya's upper arm, not deep enough to be fatal, just enough to feel. Enough to hurt. Her breath catches. She does not scream. My hands twitch. You thought you could bring ruin to my house? My mother whispers, her tone almost affectionate. She drags the blade lower, down Anya's arm, letting blood bead and spill in slow crimson lines. That you could turn my own son against me. Anya does not speak, but she turns her head, ever so slightly, and meets my gaze. My stomach turns because I see it. Not pleading, not begging. She is searching. For me. A choice. A warning. A final moment before the blade digs deeper. You will die for this, my mother murmurs. And then she stabs her. The knife sinks between Anya's ribs, not deep enough to kill, but enough to make her gasp, enough to draw pain like a song in the air. My vision blurs. You will not be remembered. She twists the blade. Anya's body jerks. A breath, a sharp, shuddering breath, escapes her lips. And my mind fractures. Something snaps. A part of me that has been buried beneath years of conditioning, beneath chains I never realized I was wearing. It breaks. I stand. I do not think. I do not hesitate. Enough! The word slices through the air like a blade. The matriarch stills. Slowly, she lifts her gaze. Her silver eyes meet mine. And in that moment, I know, this is my end. Not by her hands, but because I have already chosen. I've chosen ruin. The silver blade catches the torchlight, a glint of steel and cruelty in my mother's hands. It is a beautiful thing, forged for precision, meant for hands that know exactly how to draw out pain. And she does. Anya is on her knees before her, bound, bleeding, but unbroken. She should be afraid. Any sane person would be, but she is not sane. She glares up at my mother, green eyes burning like embers in the dim torchlight, her face tight with pain but filled with the kind of hatred that does not bend. She is furious, daring, and I am coming undone. You've been a very foolish girl. My mother's voice is a lover's whisper, soft, dangerous. A chill slithers down my spine, coiling around my ribs like a vice. I've seen her do this before 100 times, 1,000. Her games are always the same. Break them slowly, make them think they have a choice, and then take everything. I should have expected this, she continues, her fingers tracing the line of the knife as if admiring a piece of art. You humans always think you are clever. You are pests, nothing more. She moves closer, slow, unhurried. I feel every step like a hammer inside my skull. Anya spits blood onto the floor. Go to hell, you miserable hag. The room shifts. The guards tense. A sharp, biting silence swallows the air. Then, my mother laughs, low and dark, cold enough to turn the marrow in my bones to ice. Hag, she murmurs, tilting her head. Is that the best you can do, girl? Anya grits her teeth, her entire body trembling, but not from fear, from rage. You're a parasite, she hisses, clutching at power that isn't yours, taking and taking, leeching life out of the people beneath you, because you know if you ever stood alone, you would be nothing. My mother stills. For the first time, a flicker of something dangerous passes over her face. Anya sees it, and she smiles. A slow, bloody thing. Defiant. You're afraid of me, aren't you? She whispers, voice hoarse from pain. That's why you're doing this. Because you know I can take something from you. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber. Anya's head snaps to the side. The slap is brutal, enough to split her lip wider, enough to make her sway. I grip the arms of my chair, forcing myself not to move, not to react, not to betray the storm ripping me apart from the inside. But my mother is not finished. She crouches before Anya, fingers gripping her chin, forcing her to look up. You will take nothing from me, she whispers. You are already nothing. Anya laughs. It is soft but real, the kind of laugh that is meant to cut. Tell yourself that if it helps you sleep at night, you withered old witch. A sharp intake of breath. My mother's fingers tighten, visibly trembling, and then the knife plunges in. A gasp escapes Anya's lips. The blade sinks deep between her ribs, slow, deliberate. Not a clean wound, a wound meant to be felt. My vision narrows. You will die for this, my mother murmurs, twisting the knife. Anya grits her teeth, choking on a breath. My breath catches. I'm watching it happen, watching her die in front of me, and I do nothing. I force myself to stay still, to remain the son she has trained me to be. For my mission, I can wait out another 10 years for the poison to take effect. But my fingers twitch against the hilt of my blade. Unfortunately, not this. I can't watch. You will not be remembered. She twists the blade again. Anya's body jerks. A sharp, shuddering breath escapes her lips. And something inside me snaps. I stand. Enough. My voice cuts through the air, razor sharp, unyielding. The matriarch stills. Slowly she turns. Her silver eyes lock onto mine, gleaming with amusement. She did not expect me to break. She expected me to sit here and watch her bleed out. She expected me to be hers, but I have already chosen. Not survival, not duty, not my mission. Her. I've already chosen Anya, even if it means my ruin.
Chapter 36. Anya. Varkos stands between us, his blade raised, his breath shallow but steady. He is injured, bleeding, weak, but he is still fighting. For me, and I do not understand why. His voice is low, strained, a thread pulled too tight. Let her go. The matriarch only smiles, unbothered, unmoved. Let her go? She echoes, tilting her head as if the very idea is absurd. And why, my son, would I do that? Varkos does not hesitate. His next words shake the room. Because I have something you need. Silence. The matriarch's expression does not falter, but I see the flicker in her gaze. A pause, a calculation, a hint of something dangerous. And what would that be? She asks, mocking but curious. Varkos lifts his free hand. In his palm, a small vial glows under the dim torchlight. The liquid inside is dark, thick, poison, or its cure. The antidote, he says, voice raw, for what I have done to you. The air grows thin. My breath catches. I barely hear anything past the rush of my own heartbeat. He poisoned her. For years, he has been trying to kill her, and now he is offering to undo it, to save her. For me. My stomach twists violently. The matriarch watches him closely now. Her amusement has faded into something else, something sharper, colder. You? She murmurs, taking a slow step forward. You think you have the power to kill me? Varkos does not move. He stands his ground. I know I do, he says, his voice shaking with something I do not recognize. Desperation. Anguish. I cannot name it. The matriarch exhales, long and slow. My sweet boy. She reaches up, brushing a blood-stained hand through his hair, and he flinches. The smallest movement. But I see it. Did you truly believe I did not know? She whispers. A chill runs down my spine. Did you think I would allow you to take my life piece by piece? A soft, breathy laugh leaves her lips. No, my darling. Her silver eyes gleam, bright as a blade catching the sun. You are the one who has been dying. The air leaves my lungs. Varkos stills. I see it, the way his body tenses, the flicker of confusion in his expression, the sheer, brutal moment of realization. What? His voice is barely more than a whisper. The matriarch hums, stepping closer. You have been so patient, she croons, her fingers trailing along his jaw. So careful, so methodical. She leans in. And yet, every time you made me weaker, you were weakening yourself. The world shifts. Varkos sways. He blinks, his grip tightening on his sword, but I see it now. The subtle tremors in his hands. The nights he has spent too still, too silent. The exhaustion, the way his injuries never seem to heal fast enough. She has been poisoning him too. My stomach plummets. No, Varkos breathes, a broken whisper, a denial he does not believe. The matriarch cups his face in her hands, pulling him closer, forcing him to look at her. Yes, she murmurs, a mother's tenderness, a serpent's whisper. You are mine. You have always been mine, and even death will not take you from me. Varkos staggers back, his breath ragged, his sword dipping slightly. The vial in his hand shakes, and I see it. He is breaking. Losing hope, losing himself. I will not let it happen. I lunge. I aim for her throat, for her heart, for anything that will make her bleed. I am fast, but she is faster. Her magic slams into me like a crashing wave. Pain erupts across my body, white hot, sharp, crushing. I feel myself lift off the ground, thrown backward. I hit the stone floor hard, my ribs screaming, and then a flash of silver, a blur of movement. Varkos moves. He moves for me. I see it happen in slow, horrible motion. The matriarch turns the knife toward me. And Varkos. Varkos steps between us. The blade sinks deep. His breath catches. A horrible, wet sound fills the chamber. His knees buckle, and then he falls, straight into my arms. Blood gushes between my fingers, hot and slick, soaking into my dress as I clutch him, as I shake, as I... Varkos. His name is a broken thing on my lips. The matriarch tilts her head, watching us. And she smiles with that crazy look in her eyes, a slow, cruel, victorious thing, as if this was always meant to happen, as if she has won. And I realise I am screaming. Chapter 37. Anya. Enough. The matriarch's voice slices through my screams like a blade to the throat, cold, sharp, final. I barely hear her. Varkos is bleeding out in my arms, his weight heavy against me, his body going limp. No, no, no! My hands press against his wound, useless, helpless, shaking. His skin is too pale, his breath too faint. I don't realise I'm still screaming until I'm yanked backward by my hair. I barely feel the pain, only rage, only terror. He won't die. The matriarch's words freeze the blood in my veins. I twist, thrashing against the hands holding me back. You're lying! My voice is raw, desperate. You... I won't let him die, she continues, her silver eyes gleaming with something cruel, something victorious. Not after everything I have done to keep him alive. A cold chill slithers down my spine. What? She smiles. A slow, poisonous thing. Did you really think the poison would kill him? She muses. That he was strong enough to end me? She kneels beside me, her hands stained red with her own son's blood. No, little one. Her fingers trace his face. I have spent years weakening him, feeding it to him in small doses, letting him believe he was growing stronger when, in reality, he was breaking piece by piece. My stomach turns. No! She hums, almost gentle, tilting her head as she brushes damp strands of hair from Varkos's face. But I never let it take him, no. I kept him alive. I watched his body struggle, then I pulled him back from the edge, over and over again. A slow, torturous death, stretched out over years. I feel sick. She has been toying with him, letting him believe he was in control, letting him think he was winning. And all the while she was breaking him from the inside, a long, drawn-out torture, a lesson. She has never wanted him dead. She has only ever wanted him obedient. You monster! I choke. She sighs as if bored. Take him away. No! I lunge forward, trying to grab him, trying to hold on, trying to keep him from slipping away. Hands wrench me back. Varkos is ripped from my arms. I claw at the guards, thrashing, kicking, biting, my body fighting for him on pure instinct. Don't take him! A sharp kick slams into my ribs. I collapse, the air ripped from my lungs. Pain explodes across my side, but I barely feel it. Only rage, only desperation. The last thing I see before the guards drag him away. His still face, his blood-stained body, and then he's gone. The doors slam shut. I am left alone, with her. I pant, my ribs aching, my vision blurring. The matriarch stands over me. For the first time, her smile falters. Her rage is palpable now. You should be dead. Her voice is low, cold. I should kill you right here. I grit my teeth, forcing myself to sit up, my body screaming in protest. Then do it! I spit, blood dripping from my lips. Kill me! She watches me, silent for a moment. Then she laughs, a slow, vicious sound. No. Her boot slams onto my chest, pinning me to the floor. I gasp, pain lancing through my ribs. I want my son to witness your death. Her weight presses harder. I want him to feel it. Her silver eyes burn with something twisted. This lesson must be hard and painful. Because you seem to matter. The words drip with disgust, as if it is a sickness she must cut out. Her expression darkens. And I will carve you out of him. I snarl, twisting beneath her. You will regret this. You will regret everything. Her lips curl. Oh! She lifts her boot, turning to the guards. Take her to the dungeons. They grab me, I fight, but they drag me away. And for the first time since this began, I lose hope.
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 38. Varkos. Darkness. It coils around me, thick and endless, swallowing everything. I can't breathe. I can't move. My limbs are heavy, dragging me down, deeper and deeper into the abyss. I try to fight it. I always fight. But the more I struggle, the more the weight pulls at me like unseen hands grasping my wrists, my ankles wrapping around my throat. I am sinking. I'm drowning. And for the first time in my life, I feel helpless. The shadows press closer, suffocating, their whispers curling against my ears. A chorus of voices I do not recognize. You were never meant to be free. You are hers. You will always be hers. No escape. No escape. No escape. I snarl, thrashing. No! But there is no sound, no light, only the blackness pulling me under, until a hand grabs mine. It's small, warm, real. The darkness shudders. I look up, and she is there. Anya. Her emerald eyes gleam in the void, her lips curling into the smallest, softest smile. Varkos, she whispers, pulling me toward her. Her fingers tighten around mine, firm, unwavering, dragging me up, 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 out of the abyss. And then I wake. Pain explodes behind my eyes. A sharp inhale, my lungs burning, my body stiff and aching. I try to move, and something wrenches me back. Cold iron bites into my wrists. Chains. I am chained to my own bed. The scent of blood lingers in the air, mixed with something bitter, tonics, herbs, magic. I blink hard, my vision spinning. The golden glow of lanterns flicker, casting long shadows against the walls of my chamber. I try again, yanking against the chains. They don't budge. Rage coils hot in my chest. I snarl, pulling harder, my muscles burning, my body weak from the poison, from the wounds, I fall. The weight of the chains drags me off the bed and I collapse onto the cold marble floor. Pain explodes through my ribs, but I barely feel it. I crawl, dragging myself forward, yanking at the bindings, my breath ragged. Damn it. I need to get up. I need to. Anya! The name rips from my throat, hoarse and raw. Where is she? Silence. A slow, measured footstep echoes through the room. And then, a soft, familiar sigh. Oh, my son. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I freeze. She is here. I do not need to look. I feel her presence before I see her. The matriarch. She moves toward me, her silk robes whispering against the stone floor, her dark hands gleaming in the dim light. Look at you. She crouches, reaching for my face, her nails grazing my cheek. I flinch, but she catches my jaw, forcing me to meet her gaze. So much like him, she whispers, almost reverent. Your father? I go rigid. Not this. Not again. Her silver eyes gleam with something sick, something twisted. Do you know what he looked like when he was in love? I stiffen. She tilts her head, a cruel smile curling her lips. Like this. Her fingers trail along my face. Desperate. Foolish. Blind. My stomach turns. You talk about him, I grind out, my voice like gravel. But the more you speak... I pause. A horrible thought slams into my mind. I swallow hard and... No, it can't be. But... Her expression shifts. Something wild flickers in her eyes. Then she laughs. A sound that is not right. Ah, she breathes, voice dripping with amusement. You're beginning to understand, aren't you? My heart pounds against my ribs. He didn't love you, I whisper. Her laughter stops. A cold, heavy silence settles between us. And then... She slaps me, hard. My head snaps to the side, pain blooming across my face. But it is nothing compared to the horrible, sinking revelation curling in my gut. You were never his, I breathe. Were you? The matriarch stares at me, and for the first time in my life, I see it. A crack. A sliver of something unhinged, desperate. And then, just as quickly, she smooths it away. She exhales, composing herself, brushing her fingers over the place where she struck me, as if it had been nothing. I will forgive this, my no. Her tone is sweet. I will forgive all of it. Her fingers drift lower, brushing over the chains that bind me. Because I am generous. A slow, mocking smile. Because I love you? I grit my teeth, rage boiling beneath my skin. Go to hell! She chuckles. I'm offering you everything. Her voice turns silk-soft like poison wrapped in honey. My empire! My clan! My power! The world, Varkos. She leans in, her lips grazing my ear. All you have to do... A pause. A heartbeat. Is kill her? My blood turns ice cold. The room spins. What? She pulls back, her silver eyes bright. It is simple, darling. Anya is the sickness. Remove her, and everything will be yours. She tilts her head, studying me. Or, she continues, voice softening, I will leave you here. A shell. A corpse of your old self. Locked away. Forgotten while I unmake her myself. She steps back, spreading her arms. Choose! I stare at her. My breath comes too fast, too shallow. I feel the weight of the chains, the weight of my choice. Anya or the Empire. Her death or my ruin. I have seconds, and I do not know if I will survive my own decision.
Chapter 39. Anya. The air in the dungeon is thick, suffocating, a mixture of damp stone, decay, and something worse. Something rotten, something long dead but still breathing. I try not to gag, but the stench clings to my skin, filling my mouth with the taste of ruin. It's dark here. The torches flicker weakly, casting jagged shadows against the walls, barely enough to keep the darkness at bay. And I am not alone. The thing lurks in the farthest corner. I can hear its breathing, ragged, unnatural, like something is crawling beneath its flesh, like its very existence is a mistake. I swallow hard, my back pressed against the cold stone. The shackles on my wrists are heavy, biting into my skin. I should be focusing on escape, but all I can think about is Varkos. His blood was on my hands. His body crumpled into mine. Is he even still alive? The matriarch said she wouldn't let him die, but how could I believe anything that monster says? My stomach twists violently. I need to get out. I need to find him. I take a shuddering breath and push myself up, my legs shaking beneath me. And then I do the only thing I can. I scream, "Varkos! Guards, I need to see him!" The sound echoes off the walls, bouncing through the hollow, cursed halls of the dungeon. I wait. Silence. I grip my teeth and try again, louder, more desperate. "Varkos, let me out!" A low rumbling growl crawls through the darkness. "Shut up!" I go rigid. It speaks. The thing in the corner moves, a grotesque shifting of rotting flesh and twisted limbs. A chill rakes down my spine. What is this thing? The light flickers again, revealing patches of exposed bone, melted skin clinging to its frame like wax dripping from a candle. It is not human, nor dark elf. It's not anything she has ever seen. It is not anything that should exist. I take a step back, my shackles clanking against each other. What are you? It laughs. A wet, gurgling sound, like something drowning in its own decay. What am I? It repeats, mocking. It takes a step forward, its misshapen body shifting, something cracking beneath its own weight. Who are you? I do not answer. Instead, I move farther against the wall, my breath coming too fast. But the thing does not stop. What if it eats me? I can't die here, it sniffs the air. You scream for him. Its voice is deep, grating, as if it has long forgotten how to speak. Varkos. My pulse hammers. Why? I stare, trying to keep my voice steady. Why do you care? It tilts its head, too sharp, too quick. How does he look? My stomach drops. How old? I hesitate. Why is it asking these things? I don't know. It huffs, its massive chest shuddering with irritation. Then it trembles, like something excited. He is alive? The words twist my gut. I don't want to answer. But I do. He saved me, I whisper, my throat tightening. And the matriarch hurt him for it. The silence that follows is thick, unnatural. Then, a roar shatters the air. The dungeon trembles. Stone cracks, dust and debris raining from the ceiling. The monster thrashes, slamming against the walls, howling. The force of it makes my bones rattle. She lied, it bellows, voice shaking with pure, unfiltered rage. It swings at the stone walls, enchantment flaring up, barely holding the structure together. I stagger back, my heart slamming against my ribs. What? I gasp, stumbling. The The creature throws itself against the magic-barriered walls again. Crack. What is wrong with you? I scream. It whirls on me. The madness in its eyes is unbearable. Something feral, something broken. And then it lunges. A massive, decayed arm swings toward me, faster than I can react. I barely have time to raise my arms, to brace myself, to... darkness.
Chapter 40. Varkos. The words fall from my lips like ashes crumbling into nothingness. Please. The great Varkos, warrior, heir to an empire of blood and power, kneels. I bow before the woman I despise, before the monster that made me. I kneel, and I beg. I don't want your empire, I rasp, the weight of the chains dragging against my wrists, the iron biting into my skin. I don't want your power. I don't want anything from you. I lift my head, my body trembling from pain, from exhaustion, from the sheer agony of what I am about to give away. Just let her go. The matriarch tilts her head, her silver eyes gleaming, hungry. What did you say? Take everything. My voice cracks, raw, desperate. Use me, kill me, break me, do whatever you want. I bow lower, my forehead pressing to the cold floor. Just let her go. Silence. A terrible, suffocating silence. Then, laughter. It starts as a whisper, a low hum of amusement, curling around the edges of the air like smoke. Then it grows. Richer. Crazed. Oh, my sweet boy! Her silk robes rustle as she stands, stepping closer. I have waited for this moment for so long. I do not move. I cannot move. Beg me again, she whispers. I swallow what is left of my pride. Please. A sharp smack across my face. I taste blood. That wasn't enough, she coos. I brace myself. Crawl. The command settles into my bones, digging into the very thing that makes me who I am. I have never bowed to her. I have never willingly given myself to her. Not until now. I press my hands to the floor and move forward, dragging my broken body across the marble. The chains rattle. My breath comes in ragged gasps. Her laughter echoes. You look so pathetic, she sighs, just like your father when he begged me for his life. I do not react. I cannot react. I reach the tips of her embroidered slippers. My throat tightens. I lower myself, pressing my lips against her feet like a dog. I've never hated myself more. She moans with pleasure, a sick, twisted sound. Finally. Her hand tangles in my hair, yanking my head up, forcing me to look at her. You were made for this, you know, she murmurs, her nails raking along my cheek. To serve me. To love me. I shudder. You are mine, Varkos. You always have been. The world spins. I know the truth. I've always known. The look in her eyes, this is not a mother's love. It never was. I'm not your son, I whisper. She stiffens. Then, a slow, knowing smile. Oh? She hums. What gave it away? A breath of silence. She leans down, pressing her lips near my ear. Was it the way I look at you? My stomach turns. I feel sick. She brushes her fingers over my lips, over the curve of my jaw. Your father looked just like you, she murmurs, almost dreamily. But unlike you, he never belonged to me. I flinch. Not truly. Her fingers curl, digging into my chin. But you... Her smile is a blade. I made you mine. Everything inside me screams. I want to rip the skin from my bones, to carve out every memory that ties me to her. She never loved my father. She never loved me. I knew, I whisper, the words strangling in my throat. I always knew, but I didn't want to accept it, because if I did, then I would be nothing. A child never wanted. A son never claimed. Pawn that was never supposed to be born. I feel something shatter inside me, and she knows. She watches me break. Now, she purrs. Let us discuss the terms of your obedience. I barely hear her. Your soul, Varkos. I blink, my body swaying. It will belong to me. She traces my cheek, smiling when I do not pull away. I will bind you to me, forever, and for that, I need you to be willing. She laughs, a horrible, beautiful sound. I stare, and I know. This isn't just about power. This is about owning me, completely. I close my eyes. I have lost. I am gone. But Anya, she is still alive, and I can do this. For her. For the only thing that has ever been real. Fine, I say, voice hollow. The matriarch grins. But I breathe, forcing my broken body to rise to my knees. I have one request. Her eyes narrow. Let me see her. A pause. A beat of silence. And then a slow, cruel smile. Oh yes, she purrs. I want her to see what you've become. Her laughter follows me into the abyss.
Chapter 41. Anya. The pain never comes. I brace for the impact, for my bones to break, for the darkness to take me, for death to claim me in this wretched place. But instead, a wretched, guttural sound rips through the dungeon. I open my eyes. The monster does not touch me. Its massive, decayed arm is lodged into the stone wall, the impact shaking the entire room, making dust and debris rain down from the ceiling. And then it shudders. A sound bubbles up from its chest, low and ragged, broken. At first, I think it is growling again, until I hear it. A sob. The monster is crying. I stare, my breath stolen from my throat, my body trembling not with fear but with something else. The mournful wails shake the very air, the sorrow so deep, so raw, that I feel it in my bones. I have seen suffering before. I have heard men scream as their bodies were ripped apart. I have watched women weep as their children were taken from them. But this hurts, like something hacking into my soul. The thing clutches its ruined face, hunched over, body racked with its own grief. It weeps, and I cry with it. Not just tears, but sobs, heart-wrenching, soul-crushing sobs that shake my entire body. I do not know why. I do not know what this thing is, what it was before, why its pain cuts so deep into me. But in this moment, we are the same. Two broken things, grieving in the dark. I do not know how long we stay like this, drowning in each other's sorrow. But then, the monster's breath steadies, and it speaks. Does he love you? My throat tightens. I know who it means. Varkos. I should not answer. I should not even consider it, but I do. Yes. The word slips out before I can stop it. It is not a lie. He has not said it. But his actions speak louder than any words could. He has not told me, I whisper. But I know. The monster makes a sound, a soft, weary exhale. Good, it murmurs. A silence lingers. Then, softer, more fragile than before. I miss the sunlight. The words take me off guard. I miss the warmth, it continues. The feeling of clean water against my skin. The voice is breaking, cracking apart like something long buried, forced to speak again. Then, I miss my son. The words slam into me. I freeze. What? The air leaves my lungs. I stare at the creature, my mind racing, my pulse hammering. Son. Slowly, my gaze drifts upward to its eyes, bulging, monstrous, but the colour fading, worn, too familiar. The realization hits me like a blade to the gut. The words do not come from me, they come from him. I am Varkos's father. I do not breathe. I do not move. It cannot be. It cannot. No. The whisper leaves my lips shaking. I do not believe it. I do not want to believe it. But I do. I see it now. In the way he spoke his name, in the way he asked about him, in the way he grieved. This thing, this monstrous creation of the matriarch's cruelty. This is his father. My lips part, my body shaking. What happened to you? I breathe. The monster does not answer. Instead, it stands. For the first time, it does not cower in the corner. For the first time, it does not scream in agony. It rises, straightens its ruined back, its massive form towering over me. I should have done this long ago, it murmurs. And then, the dungeon trembles. The very air shifts. The magical barriers around the cage flicker, crackle, fizz. And then they collapse. The iron bars crumble, reduced to dust. I stare at the gaping hole in the dungeon. I can escape. I can run. But I do not move. Not yet. Because all I can do is stare at the monster before me. At Varkos's father. And wonder. Why did she do this to him? Why did she turn him into this? And now that he is free, what will he do?
Chapter 42. Varkos. The matriarch leads me through the winding halls of the palace, her steps light, leisurely, as if she has already won, as if I'm already hers. Her fingers trail along the stone walls, her lips curved in amusement as she hums a haunting tune under her breath. You are quiet, my son. I say nothing. She laughs softly. Ah, anticipation. How sweet it is. She thinks she has broken me. Perhaps she has, but before she binds my soul, before she chains me to her forever, I will see Anya one last time. She allows it, of course. She wants to witness my suffering. She wants to watch Anya's eyes when she learns what I have done, what I have become. I force my breath to stay steady as we near the dungeon. The guards follow us, their weapons gleaming under the dim torchlight, the magic in the air thick and suffocating. And then, the ground shakes. A low rumbling tremor, deep and guttural, like the earth itself is groaning in agony. The flames in the torches flicker, then sputter out. A pulse of raw, ancient power thrums through the stone. Something is wrong. The matriarch stops whistling. Her silver eyes narrow. What is this? She murmurs. Panic surges in my veins. I don't think. I run. The guards shout after me, but I don't care. I race toward the dungeon, my boots pounding against the stone floor, the walls shuddering around me. The magic barrier protecting the cells flickers, then vanishes. No. I reach the iron doors, shoving past two guards who are already drawing their weapons. And then I see it. Chaos. Guards are screaming. Bodies flung across the room, some broken, some crushed under the weight of something massive, something monstrous. I freeze. The thing stands in the center of the room, its hulking form blocking the torchlight, casting long, twisted shadows against the walls. It is towering, grotesque. Its flesh is warped, its limbs too long, its chest heaving with rage. And it is winning. Magic does not touch it. Blades do not cut it. It is fury incarnate. I inhale sharply, my stomach twisting violently. Where is she? I do not see Anya. There is no body, no blood. The thought shreds through me. This thing, this nightmare, it must have killed her. I do not hesitate. I grab the nearest sword, ignoring my injuries, ignoring the pain, ignoring everything except the single primal instinct that surges through me. Kill it. My feet barely touch the ground as I lunge forward, rage flooding my veins. The matriarch shouts my name, but I don't hear her. All I see is the beast before me, the thing that stole her from me. I raise my sword and I strike. The blade plunges deep, piercing thick, unnatural flesh. The monster does not move, it does not fight back. I rip the sword free, ready to swing again. Varkos, stop! The voice cuts through my fury. I spin, my heart lurching. Anya, she is alive. She stands behind the creature, her face pale, her wrists raw from shackles. But she is not running. She is not afraid. She is not fighting. She is protecting it. The world tilts. I turn back to the beast, and its monstrous, bulging eyes stare at me. They do not hold anger. They do not hold violence. They hold recognition. Something ancient, something familiar. A memory slams into me. A child no older than 5, laughing as he swings a wooden sword. A noble dark elf stands before him, smiling, patient, strong. Again, little warrior. The sword clangs against a metal gauntlet. You must always be ready. A woman's voice, warm and teasing. You're going to turn him into a menace. The dark elf female laughs, kneeling to braid the child's hair. He's already a menace. The child grins, bright-eyed. So loved, so protected. A love that was real, a love that was stolen from me. The memory rips from my mind like a blade through flesh. I stagger back, the room spinning. No. My chest heaves. No, the creature does not move. It only watches me, and I see it now. Not the twisted body, not the ruined flesh, not the monster. The parent beneath it. Father! The word falls from my lips, hoarse and broken. A sharp, vicious pain rips through my chest, like a sword splitting me open from the inside. Memories I buried, memories I thought were dreams. Memories I thought were lies. They were real. My father was real. And so was my mother. She was beautiful. And the matriarch took them from me. A choked, shattered cry tears through my throat. No. I collapse to my knees. The matriarch's laughter rings through the chaos, and the dungeon falls into ruin.
Chapter 43, Anya. The dungeon is collapsing around us. The walls tremble, cracking like the very bones of this cursed place are giving way. Dust and stone rain from the ceiling, filling the air with a choking haze. Varkos is on his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps, staring at the monstrous figure before him. His father. The revelation has shattered him. The Varkos I know, the one who wields cruelty like a blade, the one who never flinches, never falters, is gone. What's left is a being crumbling under the weight of a truth he never wanted to face. I don't think. I drop to my knees beside him, my arms wrapping around his trembling frame. His body is stiff at first, as if he doesn't know how to accept the comfort. Then he shudders, his fingers curling into the fabric of my dress, gripping it like it's the only thing keeping him from falling apart completely. Behind us, the matriarch unleashes her fury. Magic erupts in the air, a violent, twisting storm of dark energy that rips through the dungeon. With a crack, a massive slab of stone above us begins to fall. I brace, knowing we won't make it in time. A huge, grotesque hand slams against the rock, stopping it just before it crushes us. A deep, guttural voice rumbles. Go! The matriarch snarls, her silver eyes ablaze. You think I will let you leave, you pathetic waste of flesh? She hisses, raising her hands. Power crackles at her fingertips. Then, the monster moves. A sickening, wet sound follows as it swings a massive limb and slaps the matriarch across the dungeon. Her body flies through the air like a ragdoll, slamming into the stone wall with enough force to crack the foundation. For the first time, I see something other than amusement in her eyes. Shock. For the first time, she was not the one holding the leash. The monster turns back to us. You have to leave. Now. Varkos finally pulls himself together, his breath unsteady. Come with us. The creature hesitates. Its bulging, monstrous eyes flick toward the crumbling dungeon, toward the chaos it has unleashed. Then, it shakes its head. There is only one way out. Follow me. It turns, leading us through the crumbling ruin. We run. Varkos is injured, his body heavy with pain, but he pushes forward, refusing to slow. I grab his hand, silent, steadying. We weave through fallen pillars, through bodies of guards crushed under stone, through pools of blood that soak the ground. Behind us, the matriarch screams. She is in pursuit. She is losing control. Run! The monster crashes through a hidden door, revealing a narrow tunnel carved into the depths of the fortress. Go. But then, it stops. The entrance is too small for its massive, distorted form. It does not move to widen it. It does not try to squeeze through. It simply turns to block the entrance. My stomach lurches. What are you doing? I whisper. Varkos stumbles forward, grabbing onto his father. Make it bigger! His voice is frantic, shaking. You can fit! Just move the stones, come with us! The monster does not move. Instead, it smiles. Or tries to. The expression is twisted, ugly, barely recognizable as anything dark elf. But there is warmth there. I am proud of you. Varkos freezes. His father reaches out, the massive, ruined hand brushing against his face. I love you, my son. A lone tear falls from its disfigured eye. Then, with one final, monstrous effort, it brings the tunnel down. Stone collapses. The passage is sealed shut. Varkos lunges forward, screaming, his hands clawing at the rubble, trying to rip it away. No! I feel the moment he breaks. The anguish in his voice. The raw, unfiltered pain. I can still save him. His fingernails bleed as he digs into the debris, his entire body trembling. I grab him. Varkos! He fights me at first, desperate, wild. Then his arms give out. His forehead presses against the stone. And he shakes. I wrap my arms around him. We have to go. His shoulders shudder violently. She took everything, he chokes. She took everything from me. I hold him tighter. Not everything. Slowly, he turns to me. His eyes are red, glassy, shattered. His hands shake as they rise, touching my face, his thumbs brushing over my cheekbones. You, he breathes. You're the most important thing. His voice wavers, breaking, and my heart breaks with it. He kisses me, software, gentle, like he's afraid I will disappear too. But I don't. I kiss him back, cradling his face, anchoring him, grounding him, because we are not gone, not yet, not ever.
Chapter 44. Varkos. The tunnel is narrow, suffocating, its walls closing in like a crypt. Each step is agony. The wounds on my body scream with every movement, the ache running deep. But I push forward. But it doesn't compare to the pain, my heart. I have to continue moving. Anya is the only thing keeping me upright, her arm steadying me, her warmth anchoring me to the present. If not for her, I would have collapsed long ago. But I can't fall now. I can't stop. She needs to get out of here. Even if it kills me, I will get her out. Varkos! Her voice is soft but urgent. You need to stop. You're bleeding too much. I'm fine. It's a lie. She knows it. I can feel the way she tightens her grip on me, her fingers pressing into my ribs, as if she can hold me together by sheer will alone. I stumble. The world tilts. And then I collapse. Anya catches me before I hit the ground, pulling me against her. She cradles my body, lowering us onto the cold stone floor of the passage. "No, no, no," she whispers, her hands frantic, pressing against my wounds, trying to stop the bleeding. I chuckle, though it's weak. "You're too stubborn for your own good. And you're too reckless for yours," she snaps back. "You're not dying on me, Varkos." I smile. I don't tell her the truth. That I don't intend to live through this. That I will get her out, make sure she's safe. Then I will turn back, and I will end the matriarch. Or die trying. "Come on," she urges, pulling me upright, holding me steady. "Just a little further." She's stronger than she knows. Or maybe I'm just weaker than I want to admit. Either way, she gets me to my feet. We keep moving. Then we reach the end of the tunnel. A heavy stone archway looms before us, carved with runes I don't recognize. Beyond it, a temple, ancient, silent. The air is thick with something powerful, untouched by time. "What is this place?" Anya murmurs, her breath catching as she steps forward. "I don't know. I've lived in these lands all my life, yet I never knew this was here." A part of me shudders. Why did my father bring us here? I don't have an answer. We search for an exit. We find nothing. No doors, no openings. Nothing but cold stone and empty halls. A dead end. Anya's frustration is palpable, her hands pressing against the walls, searching for hidden mechanisms, for anything that makes sense. There has to be a way out. But the longer we search, the more unease creeps into my bones. This place feels like a tomb, not a sanctuary, not a refuge, a burial ground. Still, we press forward until we reach a massive stone altar. It is the only thing in the room, standing in the center like it has been waiting for something. For us. I am too tired to question it. I collapse onto the stone, my body giving out. Anya sits beside me, her hands still shaking from all we have endured. I turn to her. Anya. She looks at me, her expression soft, weary, beautiful. I lift my hand, touching her cheek, brushing away the dirt and blood that stains her skin. I love you. The words fall without hesitation, without fear. Her breath catches. Varkos! I don't let her finish. I pull her close, pressing my lips to hers, soft, unhurried. She melts into me, her fingers threading through my hair, holding me as if she is afraid I will disappear. I kiss her again, desperate to drown in her warmth. If this is the last moment I have before I return to face my fate, I will make it count. Her hands tighten around me. And I know she won't let me go easily. Neither will I. But some things are inevitable. The matriarch is still out there, and this isn't over. Not yet. Not until she is dead.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 45. Anya. His lips are soft against mine, a stark contrast to the raw hunger in his kiss. It's desperate, devouring, as if he's trying to consume me, body and soul. His hands tangle in my hair, pulling me closer, and I can feel the tremors running through him, the aftermath of battle, the lingering sting of pain, but also something deeper, a raw vulnerability that makes my chest ache. I kiss him back with a ferocity that surprises even me, my fingers digging into his shoulders, feeling the heat of his skin through the rough fabric of his tunic. He's hurt. I know he's bleeding, but in this moment, none of that matters. All that matters is the feel of him against me, the frantic beat of his heart against mine. He's alive. We're breathing. Varkos. I breathe against his lips, my voice a trembling whisper. He doesn't answer with words. He deepens the kiss, his tongue tangling with mine, and I taste the metallic tang of blood, the bitter edge of pain. But I don't flinch. I welcome it, just as I welcome the fierce possessiveness in his touch. His hands move to my waist, pulling me onto his lap. I straddle him, my body moulding against his, the heat radiating from him searing my skin. He's warm, so warm, and the frantic beat of his heart echoes the frantic rhythm of my own. His breath hitches, ragged and uneven, but he doesn't pull away. Neither do I. Anya, he murmurs against my lips, his voice rough, raw with emotion. I pull back just enough to look into his eyes, my hands cupping his face. They're dark, filled with a hunger that makes my stomach clench. But there's something else there too. A flicker of vulnerability, a glimpse of the man beneath the mask. It's a side of him I rarely see, and it makes my heart ache with a fierce tenderness. You're hurt, I whisper, my fingertips tracing the cuts and bruises that mar his face. He shakes his head, his hands tightening around my waist, pulling me closer. I don't care. I do, I say, my voice thick with emotion. I can't lose you, Varkos. I can't. His gaze softens, his eyes searching mine. He nods, a slow, almost reluctant movement. His hands move to the hem of my clothes, pulling it over my head. His movements are slow, deliberate, almost reverent. I shiver as the cool air hits my bare skin, but the heat of his gaze warms me more effectively than any fire. His eyes burn as they travel over me, taking in every curve, every inch of exposed skin. You're beautiful, he murmurs, his voice rough with unshed tears. I shake my head, my hands moving to his chest, tracing the familiar landscape of his scars, the evidence of battles fought and won. You're the strong one, I say, my voice trembling. You've always been the strong one. I trace the line of his jaw, my fingers lingering on the cuts and bruises that mar his face. I kiss each one tenderly, savouring the taste of his skin, mingled with the salt of his sweat and blood. He lets out a low chuckle, a pained sound that twists my heart. Not anymore, he admits, his voice soft, vulnerable. I kiss him again, silencing his words with the press of my lips. My hands move to his shoulders, feeling the tension there, the way he's holding himself rigid. Let me, I whisper against his lips. Let me take care of you. He hesitates, his eyes searching mine, questioning, uncertain. Then he nods, a single, jerky movement. His hands move to my hips, pulling me flush against him.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I love you, Anya, he whispers, his voice hoarse with emotion. The words are a balm to my soul, a promise whispered in the darkness. I bury my face in his chest, my heart swelling with a love so fierce it terrifies me. I love you too, Varkos, I whisper back, my voice thick with unshed tears. And in that moment, surrounded by the shadows and the silence, I know that I would burn the world for him, just as he would for me.
Chapter 46. Varkos. Anya lays against me, her breath slow even. The firelight casts soft golden shadows over her bare skin, the bruises and wounds she suffered in this hell carved into her like battle scars. And yet, even in the ruin of everything, she is beautiful. I memorize her. The curve of her cheek beneath my fingers, the way her lips part slightly as she sleeps, the faint crease in her brow as if, even in slumber, she cannot let go of the weight pressing on her soul. I trace my knuckles over her arm, committing every inch of her to memory. I love her. It is a truth that no longer terrifies me. It should have once. I should have fought against it, clawed my way back to the cold, empty void where I was safest. But she changed me. She has unraveled every layer of ice I wrapped around myself, ripped open my chest, and left me exposed. Vulnerable. Alive. I want to be better for her. I want forever with her. But we have only borrowed time, and I intend to savor every second of it. I kiss her forehead, inhaling her scent, letting it ground me. The weight of everything presses against my skull, the truth of what has been lost, of what has been revealed. My father, the dark elf I spent my life believing had abandoned me, twisted, destroyed, left to rot beneath the matriarch's feet. A rage so deep it burns inside me, coils in my gut, but I push it down, because right now I have her, and right now that is enough. Until a presence, cold, unseen. It slithers through the air, an unnatural disturbance. My body goes rigid. I do not hesitate. I snatch the dagger beside me, flipping onto my feet, stance wide, weapon ready. Did she find us? Did the matriarch catch up to us? I brace myself, scanning the shadows. My heart pounds, my blood still weak from my wounds, but I will not fall here. I will not let her touch Anya. A whisper of movement. Then the ghost appears. I exhale sharply, shoulders still tense, but my grip on the dagger loosens slightly. I know this presence. It is the only thing more elusive than death itself. The ghost steps forward, its hooded form barely visible against the dim firelight. Silent, unreadable. You know now, don't you? The words slither into my skull, cutting into my already unsteady foundation. My jaw tightens. What do you mean? A beat of silence. Then, his name? My fingers tighten around the hilt of my blade. What name? The one in the ledger. Eric's to Thorin. A sharp, violent pull in my chest. A name I had barely glanced at. A name I had ignored. It means nothing to Anya. But to me, it is everything. That's my father's name, I murmur, my voice hoarse. The ghost inclines its head, as if already knowing my reaction, already waiting for this moment. Of course it is. Something cold spreads through me. A truth I was never meant to know. A truth that the matriarch had kept from me all these years. You were his subordinate. My voice is sharper now, accusing. The ghost does not deny it. Before the matriarch took control of me, yes. I was his most loyal soldier, his blade in the dark. The room tilts. A sickness churns in my gut. So this is why you've helped me? My voice is raw. Why you've been working with me? Because you are your father's son, the ghost murmurs. I sway slightly. A lifetime of doubt, of wondering why I was different, of questioning why the matriarch treated me not as a son, but as an obsession. And now the puzzle pieces begin to fit. But before I can speak, before I can demand more, The ghost tilts its head slightly, voice cool, emotionless. The time has come. A deep sense of unease coils in my gut. Time for what? Another beat of silence. Then, to tell you that I was the one who tipped the matriarch off about your poison. My blood turns to ice. The world stops. What? The ghost does not move, does not flinch. I told her you were poisoning her. The dagger nearly slips from my fingers. The rage does not come immediately. First, it is shock, disbelief. Then, it erupts. You betrayed me? My voice cracks against the temple walls, an explosion of fury so raw it shakes my bones. The firelight flickers. My chest heaves, rage blinding, crushing. Why? I demand, stepping forward, blade trembling in my grip. You served my father. You said you were loyal. The ghost does not move, does not blink. Its next words slice through me like a dagger. You were never meant to die, Varkos. I stagger back. I cannot breathe. Why?
Chapter 47. Anya. A sharp noise cuts through my sleep, pulling me from the depths of exhaustion. I stir, my fingers curling against the warmth beside me. But something is wrong. The air is different, thicker, charged with tension. Varkos is standing, his muscles coiled tight, his blade in hand. I blink the haze from my eyes, following his gaze. And then I see him. The ghost. The hooded figure stands in the dim firelight, his presence unnatural, his stillness almost inhuman. But it's his words that send a cold bolt through my spine. I was the one who tipped off the matriarch. A violent shudder rocks through me. I push myself upright, breath sharp. Varkos does not move. He is stone. Why? His voice is hoarse, raw, barely restrained. His grip on the dagger is white-knuckled, his entire body trembling with something I don't know if it's rage or desperation. I reach for him, my fingers grazing his forearm. A grounding touch. He does not shake me off. You served my father, Varkos breathes, voice thin. Why would you betray him? The ghost tilts his head slightly, unreadable beneath the deep hood. I did not betray him. Varkos bristles, shoulders going rigid. You told her, he snarls. You told her I was poisoning her. The ghost finally moves. A slow step forward, deliberate, calculated. Yes, he murmurs, and I replaced it. The words slice through the air. A stillness falls over the room, suffocating, unbearable. Replaced it? I repeat, my voice barely a whisper. The ghost inclines his head. With something stronger. My blood runs cold. Varkos stiffens. What? Your poison was weak, the ghost continues, his tone almost dismissive. Too slow, too merciful. He steps closer, and the firelight finally catches the lower half of his face, just enough for me to see the cold amusement in his mouth. I use something undetectable. No smell, no trace, no colour. A different kind of fear coils in my stomach. I look at Varkos, but his expression is unreadable, his mind working through the implications, calculating every possible meaning. You're lying, Varkos says, but his voice is hollow. The ghost shrugs. Why would I? Then why are you telling us now? I demand, my voice sharper than I expect. The ghost turns to me. And then he smiles. Because it's too late. A breath catches in my throat. What do you mean, too late? Varkos demands, stepping in front of me, his body a wall of protection. The ghost watches us both, as if amused by the futility of our horror. The poison remains dormant, he explains smoothly, unless activated. Activated. The word feels heavy, full of unseen implications. Varkos narrows his eyes. How? The ghost finally looks at me, and for the first time, something like regret flickers in his gaze. Heartblood of someone who ingested the poison. The air vanishes from my lungs. Preferably human. The ghost adds. A sharp breath escapes me. I stagger back. My mind races, the meaning sinking in too fast, too deep. Varkos is silent, but I see it. That flicker in his face. That moment where his mind goes somewhere dark. Where he considers it. My blood turns to ice. Don't. His voice is a command. Varkos steps in front of me, blocking me from view, shielding me with his entire body. You will not touch her. It's already done. The ghost replies coolly. I freeze. What do you mean? I whisper. The ghost meets my gaze, impassive, unflinching. You have already consumed it. The world stops. Varkos stiffens. What? From the first day you arrived here, the ghost says smoothly. It was in your food, your drink. Your body has carried the poison all along. I stagger back, my head spinning. No. My fingers press against my stomach, my chest. As if I could feel it inside me, as if I could tear it out. You... Varkos's voice is pure rage. You fed it to her. The ghost does not deny it. I did not expect it to matter, he admits. At the time, she was nothing, an offering, a pawn. The words slice through me. A pawn, nothing. Varkos clutches me, his hands shaking. He shakes his head. No, he whispers, his voice raw, broken. I cannot move. I cannot breathe. I look at him, at the anguish in his eyes, at the helpless fury in his clenched jaw. And then... Heartblood. The word escapes me in a breathless whisper. My heart pounds violently. I have to die, don't I? Silence. Varkos shakes his head, fast, desperate. No! His arms tighten around me. No, we will find another way. But even he does not sound convinced. I stare at the ghost. He does not answer me. He does not need to, because I already know. The only way to stop this, the only way to end the matriarch, is with my death.
Chapter 48. Varkos. No. I can't let this happen. I won't. Not to her. Not to Anya. My mind is a storm, my body trembling as I clutch her, as if holding her tighter will keep her here, keep her safe. There's another way, I tell her, desperate, my voice raw and breaking. There has to be. We will find it. But Anya steps away from me, a slow, deliberate movement. I snatch for her, but she is already slipping from my grasp, already standing in front of the ghost. Do it, she says, her voice steady, unwavering. My stomach drops. Anya. She turns, smiling at me. Soft, heartbreaking. I love you, Varkos. Her eyes shine with certainty, with something so pure it nearly shatters me. I would do anything to free you from this. No. I step toward her, shaking my head, my entire body trembling with the force of my refusal. No, I rasp. No, Anya. You don't have to do this. She clutches me, her fingers digging into my arms as if she's trying to keep me from breaking apart. I do, she whispers. I grip her back, my fingers digging into her waist, holding her like she is the only thing tethering me to this world. Because she is. What is my life without you? My voice is wrecked. I shake my head, frantic, my forehead pressing against hers. I can't lose you. She clings to me. I cling to her. And for a moment, I think maybe she won't do this. Maybe she will stay. Maybe I can protect her, but then... The ghost's bored voice slices through the air like a blade. We both freeze. The ghost watches us with something that is almost amusement. I stiffen. What the hell are you playing at? I snap, fury lashing through me. The ghost tilts his head. Oh, I just find it entertaining, he says smoothly. You two are always so dramatic. A sharp, white-hot rage burns through me. I almost lunge for him, almost sink my dagger into his throat, but then there's another way. The room stills. A slow, cold silence spreads between us. Anya and I both snap our heads toward him. What? I demand. The ghost shrugs. You don't have to kill her, he says, casual as ever. I stare. Anya stares. You... My voice cracks. You knew this, and you let her. The ghost raises a gloved hand, silencing me. I didn't say it would be painless. A slow, sick feeling curls in my gut. The ghost takes a step forward, gesturing toward the stone altar. This is a ritual chamber, he says, designed for, let's say, alternative methods. A bad feeling settles in my chest. What do you mean? Anya asks, her voice cautious. The ghost sighs as if explaining to children. Your heart blood can be extracted, he says, without killing you. I stiffen. Anya freezes. But, she hesitates. Wouldn't I? Live? Yes. A flicker of hope. For a second, I breathe. Until... But it will feel like 1,000 swords stabbing into you at once. The air shifts. Cold. Anya sways slightly. I step in front of her, shielding her. No! My voice is deadly. Absolutely not. The ghost raises a brow. Your alternative is watching her die, he says mildly. A deep rage coils in my chest. A sharp panic. I turn to Anya, gripping her shoulders. You can't do this! She meets my gaze. Her eyes are soft, strong. She smiles. I can! My breath shudders. Anya. She cups my face, her thumbs brushing against my cheekbones. Varkos, she whispers. My heart aches. It's my turn to protect you. She leans in, her forehead against mine. We have to defeat her, she murmurs. We have to do this. For us. For us, a future. A world where we are free. I want to believe it. I want to hold on to that dream. But the thought of her in pain, of her suffering, it kills me. She sees it in my face. She smiles, pressing her lips against mine in a soft, lingering kiss. And then, all right, the ghost interrupts, sounding exasperated. You two can be disgustingly in love later. We don't have time. Anya pulls back. She turns to him. Her voice is steady. Do it. The room goes silent, and I swear, the air itself stops breathing.
Chapter 49. Anya. The cold stone beneath my back is slick with my own sweat and blood. My fingers curl against the edges of the altar, nails splitting as I brace against the agony ripping me apart from the inside. The ghost's voice rises and falls in a language I do not understand, each syllable vibrating through my bones, twisting, pulling, unravelling. The runes carved into the altar glow a deep, sinister red, pulsating in time with my heartbeat, a heartbeat that feels like it is being torn from my chest. Pain. I have known pain before, but not like this. This is fire and ice, blades carving through my flesh from the inside out. 1,000 swords piercing me, withdrawing only to stab again. I open my mouth to scream, but the sound is lost to the torrent of raw suffering flooding my veins. My throat is already ruined, shredded, but my body keeps trying to scream anyway, trying to purge the agony even though there is no escape. I am bleeding. Everywhere. The altar drinks it in. The red light grows brighter. A part of me is being taken. Something deeper than blood, deeper than flesh. I thrash, convulsing. I can hear a voice, Varkos. "Stop this!" His snarl is hoarse, wrecked. "You're killing her!" His voice is frantic, a storm of rage and desperation. A firm grip yanks him back, the ghost, keeping him from interfering. "She must endure," the ghost says, his voice calm, distant. "Or it will all be for nothing." Endure? I can't. I want to die. This isn't worth it. My vision blurs, dark edges creeping in. But the ghost's magic is cruel, relentless. It won't even let me slip into unconsciousness. I have never felt so utterly helpless. Tears and blood mix on my skin, my body writhing against the stone, my limbs twitching involuntarily. The magic reaches deeper, pulls harder. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. "Please," I try to whisper, but my voice is too raw, too broken. I am going to be nothing after this. A hollow shell, a body with no soul. The altar pulses again, and my back arches violently. A new wave of pain splits through my stomach. I hear Varkos roar. His voice is pure anguish. "Anya!" I want to answer him. I want to tell him I'm still here. But am I? The magic digs deeper. My soul is unravelling piece by piece. I feel the blood pouring from me, soaking the altar, dripping onto the stone floor below. I can barely hear the ghost's voice anymore. Only the pain. Only the tearing. Only the hollow, ragged gasps scraping up my throat. This shouldn't be possible. I should be dead. I wish I was. A sob wrenches from my lips, but it sounds more like an animal's dying cry. "Make it stop," I try to say, but I don't know if I actually speak the words. Then, a whisper, software gentle, familiar. "Anya, my darling girl." The warmth of the voice cuts through the pain like a single ray of light. I force my eyes open. The world is hazy, warped. The pain is still there, unbearable, but something else rises in its place. A figure, a woman. My mother. Her hair is exactly as I remember it, thick waves of chestnut, her face gentle but lined with sorrow. "You must endure, little flame," she whispers. I choke on a sob. "Mama!" Another shape appears. Broad shoulders, a strong jaw. My father's kind, steady eyes. Then another, my sister, my brother, my people, the family I lost. My chest tightens. My mother kneels beside me, her fingers brushing through my hair. I can't feel her touch, but I feel her presence. "You are stronger than this pain," she says, her voice firm but full of love. "You are ours. You are fire, Anya. You are unbreakable." My father nods, his gaze warm but sad. "Don't give up, little fox." The words strike deep. Tears spill from my eyes. "I miss you," I whisper. My mother smiles. "We are always with you." The light surrounding them grows brighter. The warmth of their presence begins to fade. "No!" My voice breaks. "You have more to do," my father says, his voice soft but insistent. I reach for them, but my fingers pass through empty air. Their faces begin to blur, fading back into the darkness. "Fight, my love," my mother whispers. And then, they are gone. The pain rushes back tenfold. A jagged scream tears from my throat as my body arches against the stone, muscles seizing, spasming. The ghost's chanting reaches its peak. A final surge of magic rips through me. And then, nothing. The pain is gone, just like that, as if it had never been there at all. I barely register the silence that follows, the blood cooling on my skin, the sweat plastering my hair to my face. The way my body feels too light, too hollow. I try to move. I can't. A heavy warmth envelops me. Strong arms, a trembling touch. Varkos. His voice is wrecked, hoarse, breaking. Anya, love, please! I barely hear him. I barely feel anything at all. But I see him, his face hovering over mine, tears in his eyes. A relief so raw, so profound it nearly crushes me. My lips barely move, but I force a smile. Then, the darkness swallows me whole.
Chapter 50. Varkos. The weight of her in my arms feels wrong. Too light. Too cold. I press my forehead against hers, my breath ragged, uneven. Anya. No response. Her body is slack, her skin ashen, streaked with the remnants of her own blood. The stone altar beneath her is still slick with it, dark rivulets painting unholy patterns along the grooves of the ritual carvings. She should be screaming. She should be glaring at me, snapping some defiant remark, fighting. But she is still. I can't breathe. No, no, no. Please, my love, come back to me. I clutch her closer, rocking slightly, pressing frantic kisses to her temple, her hair, her forehead. Anywhere. Everywhere. You did it, Anya. You did it. Just open your eyes. Open them, damn you. A soft sound, a breath, a whimper, but she doesn't wake. Her head lolls against my shoulder, limp. A sharp ache lances through my chest. I don't care about the blood soaking my hands, my robes, my skin. I don't care about the scent of magic still crackling in the air. I don't care about anything but her. I almost lost her. The thought slams into me like a blade. I pull her even closer, gripping the back of her neck, pressing her against me as if I can anchor her to this world through sheer force of will. She's still alive. The ghost's voice cuts through the haze of desperation and grief. I lift my head slowly. Then why won't she wake up? The ghost sighs, adjusting his gloves. The ritual took a toll. She will need time to recover. How long? A pause. Too long. He doesn't answer, and something in me snaps. How long? I snarl, my voice low and dangerous. Days, maybe weeks. Unacceptable. I grind my teeth, my grip on Anya tightening. She doesn't have weeks. Neither do we, the ghost murmurs, voice clipped. We need to leave. Now. He glances around, sharp eyes scanning the blood-stained stone and the flickering sigils on the walls. The ritual's energy was too strong. If the matriarch felt it, she will come. The matriarch. My blood turns to ice. Then let her! I growl, my voice pure, seething hatred. She'll regret ever touching her. The ghost clicks his tongue. A touching sentiment, but one that will get you both killed. I don't move. I can't. I can still feel Anya's shallow breathing against my chest. If you don't move, she dies anyway. The words are calm, cold, and they cut deeper than any blade. I clench my jaw. My muscles tremble from exertion, from exhaustion, from grief and rage and fear. But I force my legs to move. I lift Anya fully into my arms, cradling her against me. Her head falls against my shoulder. Her breath tickles my throat, so faint. Fine, I rasp. The ghost nods. Follow me. We move through the ruined temple, the ritual chamber fading into the darkness behind us. The air is thick, charged. I don't look back. I only look at her, at Anya, at the woman who gave everything for me. I will not lose her, not to death, and not to the matriarch, not ever. I will destroy anyone who tries to take her from me, even if it means burning the world to ash. Chapter 51. Varko. The tunnels are dark and narrow, the scent of damp earth and old magic pressing against my lungs. My boots echo against the stone, each step too loud in the silence. Anya is still in my arms, her weight unfamiliar. Not a burden, never that, but a reminder of what I almost lost. She does not stir. Not when the tunnel shifts around us, the walls lined with glowing runes flickering weakly like dying embers. Not when the ghost walks ahead, his pace unhurried, as if he is taking us somewhere familiar. And certainly not when my chest tightens at the realization that I am following him blindly, because I have no other choice. "Where are we going?" I demand, my voice low, sharp. "To a friend." A friend. The word is bitter in my mouth. I don't have friends. The ghost chuckles under his breath. "No, you don't. But this one has hated the matriarch long before you ever did. That's enough. I don't like this. I don't like walking into something unprepared, exposed, especially with Anya unconscious, vulnerable." The tunnel slants downward before opening into a wide chamber. Flickering torches line the walls, the scent of incense curling through the stale air. At the center of the room, a figure waits, tall, wrapped in deep red robes, dark steel visible beneath the folds of expensive fabric. Eyes like molten gold, flickering with intelligence and cruelty, and a smile that does not reach his eyes. "Varkos!" the dark elf drawls. "I have been waiting." I stiffen. I know him. Or rather, I know his reputation. Lord Kareth, a warlord, a noble, a monster in his own right. The matriarch tried to have him executed once, but he slipped through her grasp. He has spent years gathering strength in the shadows, waiting. I had not expected him. "Kareth," I keep my voice measured, unreadable. "I wasn't aware you were still breathing." His chuckle is smooth, amused. "You wound me, Lord Varkos, but you should know by now. I'm not so easily killed." His gaze flickers to Anya. I shift slightly, my grip tightening around her. He notices. "Interesting. I don't rise to the bait. The ghost said you would offer sanctuary. I don't waste time. Are we wasting words or getting to business?" Kareth smirks, always so impatient. "But then again, you are in no position to make demands." He steps closer and I do not move. I do not flinch. I do not let him see the exhaustion dragging at my bones, the ache in my limbs, the way my body screams at me to fall apart. "You need me," Kareth says, voice lazy but sharp. "You need a safe place for her." His eyes flick to Anya again, lingering. My rage coils, slow and deadly. "Say her name," I murmur. Kareth's golden eyes gleam. "No. A test, a game, and I'm too tired for it. But I cannot afford to lose." I exhale slowly. "You want something." Kareth's smile widens. "You're not as slow as the matriarch thinks you are." I grind my teeth. "State your terms." Kareth steps closer, his presence imposing, but I do not step back. "I want the matriarch dead," he says simply. I almost laugh. "You think I don't—" "Oh, I know you do. But I don't just want her empire to crumble. I want her annihilated." His voice is hunger and blood and war. "When you strike," Kareth continues, "I want to be at your side. I want to watch her bleed. And I want a piece of the ruin." Of course, no one does anything for free. "What piece?" I ask. Kareth's smile turns sharp. "Half." I bark out a laugh. "You think I'm desperate enough to hand you half?" He shrugs. "You have no empire left to give." He's right, but I won't show it. "A quarter," I counter. Kareth tilts his head, considering. "A third?" "A fifth," I bite back. "A fourth, or you find another ally." I hold his gaze. It's not ideal, but I don't have time to bargain longer, and I need him. "Fine." Kareth grins, victorious. Then we have a deal.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 52. Varko. I pace the dimly lit chamber, my movements sharp, restless. Rage coils beneath my skin, barely leashed, a monster waiting to break free. Kareth lounges in a high-backed chair, watching me with a smirk that barely conceals his amusement. The ghost stands by the map sprawled across the table, silent, waiting. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor if you keep that up," Kareth drawls, his voice mocking. "Shut up!" My voice is razor-edged, not in the mood for his games. I can't do nothing. I can't stand here while she suffers. Anya's face flashes in my mind, pale, lifeless, crumpled in my arms. The image claws at my insides, a brutal reminder of just how close I came to losing her. The matriarch took everything from me, my father, my freedom, my own identity. But this, what she did to Anya, this is unforgivable. I will kill her, I vow. My fists clench at my sides, my breath ragged. I will tear her apart with my bare hands. Kareth laughs softly. That's all very dramatic, but if you rush in, you'll be dead before you can touch her. I whirl on him. You think I don't know that? His golden eyes gleam, then start acting like it. The ghost clears his throat, stepping forward. The matriarch has weaknesses. You just have to exploit them. I exhale sharply, shoving a hand through my hair. Tell me. The ghost nods at the map, his gloved fingers trailing over the inked lines, pointing at key structures. She's powerful, but she is not untouchable. Her palace is heavily guarded, yes, but there are vulnerabilities. He traces a path along the outskirts. There are hidden tunnels, ones she has forgotten even exist. I know because I helped build them. You built them? The ghost lifts his chin slightly. I was not always her servant. Before she bound me, I served your father. The words hit like a punch to the gut. Kareth raises an eyebrow. Well, this just got more interesting. I grit my teeth. Tell me everything. The ghost nods. I know the tunnels, the blind spots in the palace, the places her guards overlook. He marks several points on the map. Here, an old servant's passage, long sealed but not impenetrable. And here, an underground access tunnel she used to transport prisoners in secret. Kareth studies the map, rubbing his jaw. I can slip men in through these access points, but that won't be enough. I narrow my eyes. Explain. The matriarch isn't just powerful because of her magic. She controls through fear, through debt, through loyalty twisted beyond recognition. He leans forward, his gaze calculating. You don't just need an army. You need to dismantle her empire from within. My pulse pounds in my ears. You want to turn her own people against her. Kareth smirks. She is not as untouchable as she wants you to believe. People are afraid of her, yes. But they also hate her. And hate is a powerful thing. And how do you suggest we do that? The ghost folds his arms. I can get inside. I snap my head toward him. That's suicide. His smirk is hidden beneath his mask. No, it's strategy. She'll know you betrayed her. No, she won't. He tilts his head. She still thinks I'm under her control. I'm her most trusted hound, and hounds are allowed to roam freely. It's a risk. A massive one, but he's right. If he can still sneak into the matriarch's inner circle, we gain an advantage no one else has. Kareth exhales sharply. So let me see if I understand correctly. You, Varkos, want to storm the palace like a crazed man seeking vengeance. The ghost wants to sneak in and play informant. And I am supposed to... What? Rally the rebellion? I glare at him. You said you wanted a war, didn't you? Kareth's lips curve. Oh, I do. I just want to make sure I get a front row seat. I exhale sharply, dragging a hand over my face. This is reckless, dangerous. But it is the only way. The only path forward. We move soon, I say, voice firm. If we wait too long, we lose momentum. We strike before she expects it. Kareth nods. I'll make preparations. The ghost simply says, I will send word once I'm inside. A plan. A fragile one, but a plan nonetheless. And yet, something gnaws at me. Something feels off. A soft knock at the door makes me tense. A servant lingers in the entrance, eyes lowered. My lord, she says, voice hesitant. The human girl. She is awake. The breath rushes from my lungs. My heart slams against my ribs. Anya. She's awake. I don't wait. I don't think. I just run.
Chapter 53. Anya. The first thing I feel is pain. Not sharp, not overwhelming, just a dull, aching weight pressing over my entire body, like I've been crushed under stone and left there to wither. My limbs feel heavy, my skin too tight, my breath ragged as I drag myself out of the darkness that has held me captive. I don't know how long it has been. It feels like forever. And yet, somehow, I'm here, alive. I inhale sharply, my throat burning as my lungs fill with air, the simple act of breathing foreign, like I've forgotten how. The ceiling above me is unfamiliar, dark wood and flickering candlelight. Where am I? Panic coils, sharp and immediate. Varkos. His name is a whisper, torn from my lips before I can stop it. I try to move, but my body protests, a deep, bone-deep exhaustion settling in. Then, the door slams open. He is there, Varkos, dishevelled, exhausted, but his eyes burn as they lock onto me. Anya. I barely have time to breathe before he crosses the room in 3 steps, falling to his knees at my bedside. His hands find my face, my shoulders, grasping me like I might vanish. You're awake. His voice is rough, raw. His words cut off, his throat working as if he can't force them out. I touch his face, fingers grazing the sharp edge of his jaw, the hollow of his cheek. He's lost weight. He hasn't slept. You look terrible, I rasp. A breath of laughter leaves him, hollow and weak, but his hands tighten their grip. You died, Anya. His voice breaks on my name. I thought... I silence him by pressing my forehead against his. I'm here. It is not enough, but it is all we have. Varkos exhales, his fingers burying themselves in my hair. Something inside me shifts. A cold tendril of awareness coils through my senses. Alien, unnatural. I freeze. Anya? Varkos pulls back slightly, searching my face. I barely hear him. The air around me feels thick, heavy with something I do not understand. I squeeze my eyes shut, and I feel it. A pulse, a thread of something distant yet close. a presence that does not belong to me, the matriarch. My eyes snap open, my breath hitching. "What is it?" Varkos demands. I struggle to find the words. I feel her. Varkos goes still, dangerously still. "What do you mean?" I shake my head, trying to make sense of it. It's like a thread, a connection. I don't know how, but I can sense her. His grip on me tightens. "She can feel you." Fear spikes in my chest. I don't know. A rustle of movement draws our attention. The ghost steps forward from the shadows, arms crossed. "She can't." Varkos and I both turn to him. "How do you know?" Varkos growls. The ghost exhales, studying me like I am something unnatural. "This poison, this ritual, it is ancient. No one understands its full nature." His eyes flick to me. "But I do know this. The matriarch is not tethered to you. You are tethered to her." My stomach twists. "It's one way?" I whisper. He nods. "You underwent the ritual. You survived it. And now, you are something else." The words settle over me like a weight I do not know how to bear. I don't know what this means, but I know we can use it. Varkos's jaw clenches. She won't see her own downfall coming. My fingers tighten around his. "Then let's end her." For the first time, a smile ghosts over Varkos's lips. He leans forward, his breath brushing my skin. "Anya." His voice is low, intimate, and when his lips find mine, it is not frantic or desperate. It is steady, grounding, real. I melt into him, tasting relief, exhaustion, everything we almost lost. A future we can still have. A future we will take. The door bursts open. "Apologies," Kareth drawls, his golden eyes glinting. "But we don't have time for whatever lover's reunion this is." Varkos curses against my lips, pulling back. I glare at Kareth, still breathless. "You have impeccable timing." "I do my best," he smirks. "But if you two are done, we have a war to plan." Chapter 54. Anya. I insisted on coming to the meeting room. Here I am, sitting quietly while surrounded by rebels, slaves and fighters who are ready to go against the matriarch. I listen in, focusing on Varkos, on how he leads. I'm amazed. Suddenly my head hurts. The moment I close my eyes, I feel her. It is not a vision, not a dream, but something deeper, a tether, a pulse of energy just beyond the surface of my mind. Like a whisper at the edge of hearing, a shadow at the corner of my sight. She is there. I inhale sharply, focusing, pushing through the haze of exhaustion. My body is still weak from the ritual, but this new sensation demands my attention. "Anya?" Varkos's voice grounds me. His hand is on my wrist, his touch firm but gentle. I exhale slowly, nodding. "I can feel her," I whisper. A silence falls over the war room. Kareth stops his pacing. The ghost shifts where he leans against the stone wall, unreadable beneath his mask. Varkos's fingers tighten slightly. "What do you mean?" I close my eyes again and reach. Pain. That is the first thing I sense. The matriarch is weakened, the poison still in her veins. I can feel its slow, insidious grip tightening around her magic, disrupting the unnatural strength that has kept her alive for so long. But she is not dying. Not yet. She is angry. She knows she's been poisoned. The poison in her system activated when the ghost used the ritual on me. I murmur, my voice distant. She's trying to burn it out of her system, but it's not working. A pause. Then Kareth lets out a low, impressed whistle. "Interesting." "Where is she?" Varkos demands. I push deeper into the connection. The further I go, the more I feel, Rage, suspicion, flickers of pain. She's in her chambers. She's trying to heal herself, but it's slow. The poison is stronger than she thought. Varkos nods, calculating. We have time, but not much. If she realizes she can't purge it herself, she'll start looking for an external source. The ghost says, arms crossed. We don't want to know what that looks like. No one argues. We need to act. We poison her using my heart blood, I say, opening my eyes. Kareth raises a brow. She already knows she's been poisoned, little human. She'll be watching everything she eats or drinks. Not if it comes from her own stock, I counter. The ghost tilts his head, considering. Her blood supply. Varkos stiffens beside me. I know he hates the idea, hates knowing his mother consumes human blood to keep herself strong. But he doesn't speak against it. We replace her next dose, I continue. But this time it won't just be poison, it will be the final dose, the one that incapacitates her. And while she's weak, Kareth smirks. We strike. I nod. The plan forms quickly after that. The best time to strike is within 48 hours. We need to act fast. Chapter 55. Anya. The air inside the palace is thick with incense and deception. The hallways stretch long and winding, silver veins pulsing faintly in the dark stone walls, as if the entire place is a living thing, a monster breathing beneath the matriarch's skin. The ghost moves through its corridors, unseen. He is a shadow in motion, his steps soundless over polished marble. The weight of the matriarch's presence presses in on him from all sides, though she is far above, nestled in her chambers. Even still, her magic lingers in the air, a force that could snap his bones with a thought. And she does not yet know, but she will. The ghost does not hesitate as he approaches the blood chamber. It is a small, locked alcove, deep beneath the throne room, guarded, of course. 2 dark elves in black armour stand on either side of the arched doorway, spears crossed. Their expressions are blank, their gazes sharp. The ghost moves fast, a flick of his wrist, a whisper of steel. One guard drops before he can even make a sound. The other opens his mouth to shout, too slow. The ghost's blade sinks into his throat, silencing him with a wet, gurgling gasp. The bodies slump against the wall, lifeless. The ghost kneels, retrieving the key from the fallen guard's belt. Blood pools at his feet. He doesn't acknowledge it. The door unlocks with a soft click. He slips inside. The chamber is cold. Dim lanterns flicker against the walls, casting pale light over rows of glass vials filled with crimson liquid. Human blood. The matriarch's lifeline. The ghost pulls out the replacement vials and begins his work, switching them out one by one. Minutes stretch into eternity. Then, the air shifts. A whisper, a presence. She is near. A jolt of ice burns through his spine. The matriarch is moving. He moves faster. His hands remain steady, but his pulse thrums like a war drum. Almost done. Almost. The floor above him creaks, a presence beyond the door. She's too close. The ghost doesn't breathe. There is no time. He seals the last vial, tucks the real ones into his robes, and turns toward the exit. The moment he steps out, a figure looms in the hall. A noblewoman. A high-ranking dark elf loyal to the matriarch. She freezes, staring at him. Her eyes flick to the guards' lifeless bodies. The ghost tilts his head. She knows. "Guards!" she shrieks. The ghost moves. A blade flashes, blood sprays. The noblewoman falls, but her voice has already echoed through the palace. The ghost runs. Footsteps thunder behind him. Voices rise. He is already calculating. Which corridors lead to the tunnels? Which exits are still safe? A sharp turn. A side passage. The throne room is ahead. Then a voice slithers through the walls. "What is the rush, my dear? The matriarch's voice is everywhere. Cold, sweet, poison wrapped in silk. A wave of magic presses down on him. The ghost grits his teeth, forcing himself forward. His body feels heavy, his limbs weighed down. He reaches for his own magic, shoving against her control. If he stops, he dies. "What a naughty little thing you are," the matriarch purrs. "You have been keeping secrets from me." The ghost lunges forward just as the magic lashes out. He barely makes it into the tunnels. The air shifts violently behind him. A pulse of power shatters the stones where he just stood. He stumbles forward, breathing hard. The matriarch knows. Far away, Anya gasps. Pain lances through her skull, not hers but the matriarch's. The poison has begun to work. Faster, more potent, unstoppable. The matriarch has taken her heart blood, consumed it. She feels it twisting in the matriarch's veins, a slow, insidious rot. The matriarch is angry, suspicious. Anya clutches the table for support. "Varkos," she whispers. "It's happening." His head snaps toward her. She meets his gaze. She knows. Varkos curses. The war has to begin now. Chapter 56. Anya. The moment the signal ignites, a surge of power races through my veins. I never imagined that I'll be able to use magic one day. The stones flare, bright and searing, pulsing like fire in the darkness of the tunnels. Every rebel in the palace sees the light. Every warrior knows what it means. The war has begun. Kareth leads the charge. The palace walls quake as the gates are forced open, magic crashing against steel. Secret passageways, tunnels that have long remained hidden, erupt with rebels, dark elves and humans alike, spilling into the halls like a tide of vengeance. Screams ring through the corridors, the clash of blades, the snarl of magic unravelling in the air. Varkos and I move through the tunnels, breathing in the chaos. This is it. He halts, turning to me, his eyes burning with something raw, something desperate. "Stay safe." Then his lips crash against mine. It is not gentle. It is fire and war. His fingers dig into my waist, his other hand cupping the back of my head, pulling me closer. I taste urgency. I taste goodbye. I cling to him just as hard. "You too." My whisper is lost between us. Then he is gone. Varkos disappears into the tunnels, heading for the throne room. And I close my eyes and reach. The matriarch's rage is a storm through my skull. She knows. She is weakened but not broken. I feel the poison eating at her insides, slowing her down, corrupting her power bit by bit. But it is not enough, because she is feeding. I stumble, my breath choking in my throat as I feel it, the sudden violent pull of magic, of life. She is draining them, her own followers. The moment I sense it, the air around me thickens with the scent of blood. Screams rip through the palace halls. I dart through the shadows, my heart pounding as I emerge into one of the upper corridors. And I see it. Bodies, writhing, twisting, spasming, as the matriarch's elite warriors collapse where they stand. Their blood is not spilling onto the floor. It is rising. A crimson mist, a twisted, sickening pull of life force draining from their flesh, curling through the air toward the throne room. No. I clutch the wall for balance, the bond between me and the matriarch burning as her power devours her own people. She is desperate. She is out of time. The matriarch's warriors scream as they turn to dust, their skin cracking apart before their bones snap like dry twigs. Their souls, their very essence, are funneled into her. And suddenly I feel her pulse of renewed strength. Varkos. She is waiting for him. I shove off the wall, sprinting, dodging bodies, slipping through blood-slicked floors and half-collapsed archways as the battle rages. Kareth and his forces clash with the matriarch's remaining warriors. A storm of blades and magic. A rebel lets out a wet gurgle as a spear punches through his stomach. A dark elf soldier screams as Kareth's blade cleaves through his shoulder. Magic shatters stone, sending debris raining from the ceiling. The palace is crumbling. But I don't stop, because I can feel Varkos. I can feel him walking into the lion's den. And I cannot let her win. I close my eyes as I run, summoning everything I have left. I reach into the bond, into the poison inside me, and I pull, slow her down, make her weaker, disrupt her magic. I feel her snarl of fury in my skull. She knows what I'm doing. She fights back. A force slams into me like a physical blow, knocking me to my knees. Pain erupts through my skull, through my veins, like fire cracking my bones apart. I bite back a scream, my fingers digging into the blood-stained floor. The matriarch is trying to cut me out. She is trying to rip me from the bond. No! I fight back. I dig in my nails, hold the connection steady, and pour everything I have into her poison. The throne room is ahead. I will not stop, not now. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 57, Varkos. The throne room is bathed in blood-red light. The great obsidian pillars stretch toward the vaulted ceiling, casting monstrous shadows, twisting like the arms of something reaching, grasping. And there, at the center of it all, the matriarch. She stands before her throne, tall and unshaken, her presence as suffocating as ever. The scent of death clings to her. Magic hums through the air, vibrating in my skull. The shadows around her pulse and breathe. She is waiting for me. My son! She coos, voice dripping with false affection. Mocking. I don't speak. I can't. The weight of everything crashes into me at once. My father's face, my mother's laughter, my own stolen past. My fingers tighten around my sword. She tilts her head, a soft, knowing smile curling at her lips. Did you really think you could win? She raises a hand, and the air around me explodes. A force slams into my chest, sending me hurtling backwards. My body crashes against the cold marble floor, ribs snapping under the pressure. Pain sears through my body, sharp and suffocating. Pathetic, she purrs. Look at you. You could have had everything. You could have been a god under my rule. I cough blood onto the polished floor, gripping my sword tighter. She watches me with amusement, her form a dark silhouette against the throne's infernal glow. You were never meant to be free. I push myself up, shaking. The pain doesn't matter. Nothing matters except ending her. You are not my mother, I snarl. For the first time, her face twists. And then she laughs. A sharp, chilling sound like blades scraping over bone. Of course not, little one, she whispers, stepping closer. The shadows curl around her feet, slithering like hungry creatures. Did you think I loved you? She taunts. Did you think you were special? Her eyes glint with cruelty. You were a stolen thing. A tool. The room spins. My breath locks in my throat. Your mother, she continues, her lips curling into something twisted. I killed her. I freeze. Your father. Her voice drips with satisfaction. I let him live long enough to watch me erase you. I carved you out of his memory, just like I carved him into nothing. The air rips from my lungs. No. He let me, she breathes, stepping even closer. Because he thought it would keep you safe. But you were never safe, were you? Not from me. The rage inside me burns hot enough to melt bone. I lunge. Magic slams into me like a tidal wave. I hit the ground again, hard. My vision flickers. My body refuses to move. I've never felt this weak. The poison inside her should have been working. It should have been enough. But she has taken more power. She tilts her head, mocking me. You are mine. She raises her hand, and I know this is it. Then, the door slams open. A pulse of magic ripples through the room. My heart stutters. Anya! She stands in the doorway, breathing hard, eyes burning. She looks untamed. Beautiful. Magic swirls around her like a storm. Their bond. It thrums. That ancient ritual and poison is brutal. I can even feel it. The matriarch turns, amusement flickering in her gaze. Ah, the little fox. Anya doesn't hesitate. She strikes. A shockwave of magic erupts from her hands, slamming into the matriarch. The shadows around the throne shatter. The walls crack, the torches flicker and die. The matriarch staggers. For the first time she falters. I see it. Fear. Anya moves toward me, reaching. Stay back, I choke out. I don't want her near this monster. The matriarch snarls, recovering, her gaze snapping toward Anya. You. The air warps. The matriarch lunges. I don't have time to think. I throw myself in front of her. The pain is instant. Something sharp sinks into my side. Anya screams. Blood fills my throat. The matriarch's hand is buried in my flesh, her claws hooked deep. She smiles. Did you think she could save you? I spit blood into her face. She shrieks. Anya moves. Her magic explodes. The matriarch is hurled backwards, crashing into the throne. But she is still not weak enough. She rises, her hands dripping with my blood, her eyes shining with madness. You will die knowing I still win. Anya steps in front of me. Like hell you will. The final battle has begun.
Chapter 58. Anya. The throne room is a battlefield of shadows and blood. Magic crackles through the air, thick as storm clouds before lightning strikes. The scent of burnt flesh and raw power clings to my tongue, making it hard to breathe. The matriarch stands before us, monstrous and unrelenting, her form flickering, warping as the darkness within her struggles to hold itself together. I can feel her magic. It pulses beneath my skin, hot and toxic. It slithers into my veins like venom, twisting, writhing. But I can also feel something else. The poison. It's inside her. Corrupting her. Slowing her. She doesn't realize what's happening yet. But I do, and I can use it. Varkos is barely standing, his breath ragged, his blood staining the marble floor. He grips his sword, his knuckles white with fury. But I can feel his pain through our bond. The matriarch watches us both, her lips curled in disgust. You think you've won, she sneers, her voice like glass cutting through flesh. You are nothing, both of you. Her hand lifts. Magic rushes toward us. I react on instinct. The connection between us flares like an open wound. I grip it, twist it. The matriarch staggers, her magic sputters. She gasps, eyes widening as if something is seizing her from the inside out. What? She tries again, hurling another spell. But it backfires. The energy collapses, twisting inward, the poison surging into her veins. She screams. I watch as her body seizes. Her power is eating her alive. She thrashes, clawing at her own skin, her hands burning with black fire. The shadows around her twist and coil like wounded beasts, as if even they fear what she is becoming. You wretched! She snarls, but the words choke in her throat. Her magic is turning against her. I feel her through our bond, her panic, her rage, her fear. No, no! She shrieks. Her voice cracks. The air distorts, the room quaking beneath the force of her unravelling power. Varkos lurches forward, his body a storm of fury and blood. He raises his sword. The matriarch snaps her head toward him, eyes wild. You will not kill me! She screeches. A final burst of pure malice erupts from her body. The force hits Varkos. He grits his teeth, pushing through it. His legs buckle, but he does not fall. Not this time. Not when she's at her weakest. I step forward, my voice cutting through the chaos. You lose. The matriarch's gaze snaps to me. For the first time, there is true fear in her eyes. And then Varkos strikes. His blade sinks deep into her chest. The world stills. The matriarch gasps, her body arching backward, clawing at the wound as if she can will it shut. Her lips part in a soundless scream, her power collapsing, imploding upon itself. She begins to burn. The shadows that once obeyed her turn to cinders, curling away from her form. Her skin blackens, cracking like shattered porcelain. She reaches for Varkos, for me, but there is nothing left for her to take. Varkos, she whispers, but it is not his name she speaks with love. It is his father's. And then she is gone. Her body crumbles, dissolving into nothing but ash and screams. The throne room is silent. The darkness that suffocated these walls for so long is broken. I look at Varkos. His sword drips with the last remnants of her reign. His chest rises and falls, his breath heavy, his eyes unreadable. He looks at me, truly looks at me, and I know. We are free. A clap interrupts the uplifting moment, followed by laughter. Kareth puts down his axe by the door and laughs, his eyes twinkling. Finally, it's over.
Chapter 59. Varkos. The palace is falling apart. The walls tremble, the very foundation groaning like a dying beast. Magic ripples through the air, unstable and violent, the remnants of the matriarch's unholy power devouring everything in its wake. I barely have time to react before the throne room erupts into chaos. The very place she ruled from, the seat of her power, is crumbling under the weight of her destruction. The moment my blade struck her, I felt the shift, felt the magic unravel. And now, it is taking everything down with it. The matriarch is dead, but her vengeance lingers in the ruin she leaves behind. The shadows that once obeyed her now turn to chaos, writhing through the corridors like starving creatures seeking flesh. Chunks of the ceiling break free, crashing down in massive slabs of stone, shattering into dust and rubble. Anya! I reach for her, yanking her toward me just as a section of the ceiling comes loose above her. Stone slams into the floor where she stood moments before, a cloud of debris choking the air. Her face is pale, sweat-soaked. The ritual took so much from her. We have to go, I shout. She nods, but her legs nearly buckle. I catch her. No, not now. I hoist her up, cradling her against my chest. She gasps, clutching at my tunic, but she doesn't fight me. I run. Kareth screams at us to follow him, gesturing, but I lose sight of him. The corridors are hell. The once grand palace is becoming a graveyard. Fire spread from the collapsed torches, devouring curtains and furniture, filling the halls with thick, choking smoke. The bodies of the matriarch's loyalists, her guards, her mages, litter the floor, dead or dying. And yet some still fight. Her most devoted warriors, the ones still clinging to a power that no longer exists. I see one ahead, a dark elf commander still shouting orders even as the palace caves in around him. He turns, sees me carrying Anya. His lips curl, rage twisting his face. I don't let him finish. I unsheath my dagger with one hand and throw it. The blade sinks into his throat. He gurgles, clutching at the wound as his legs give out beneath him. We don't stop. We don't look back. Everything is collapsing. Kareth's men have taken the outer courtyards. I can hear their battle cries, their war drums. The matriarch's reign is over. I don't know when I cross into the open air, but suddenly the smoke thins, the burning palace behind us, the sky above a deep crimson, painted with the fires of war. The battle is nearly won. The rebels have seized control. It is over. The weight of it slams into my chest. I turn to Anya. She is barely conscious. Anya? I shake her gently. Her head lolls against my shoulder. Too pale, too still. No, not after everything. Not after we survived. Stay with me. She doesn't respond. Fear grips me and I panic. Suddenly a hand grabs my arm. I look it up and I see the ghost without its cloak. He smiles and says, "She just fainted. Don't worry." Kareth appears looking worse for wear but grinning. She's over forever.
Chapter 60. Anya. The first thing I feel is warmth. Not pain. Not fear. Not the crushing weight of battle or the suffocating grip of despair. Just warmth. It cradles me. A soft, steady heat, familiar and grounding. The scent of leather and smoke, steel and something distinctly him wraps around me, pulling me back from the void. I shift, my body aching but whole. There is no more darkness, no more pain. I am alive. A breath shudders from my lips as my eyes flutter open. And the first thing I see is Varkos. He is sitting at my bedside, his broad frame hunched forward, his hands clutching mine. His head is bowed slightly, his dark hair falling forward in loose waves. But it is his eyes that stop my heart. The moment he sees me stir, everything in him stills, a slow, shuddering breath. Then, relief crashes through him like a storm breaking. "Anya," he exhales, his voice raw, wrecked. His fingers tighten around mine, as if he's afraid I might disappear, as if he still doesn't believe this is real. My lips part, but no words come. I just look at him, truly look at him. The bruises along his jaw, the healing wound on his side, the exhaustion lining his face, the quiet, desperate way he watches me, like I am the most precious thing in existence, like I am his everything. And in this moment I know. We did it. The matriarch is dead. Her reign is over, and Varkos is free. We won. My voice is hoarse, barely a whisper. His lips part, and suddenly he is moving. He leans over me, pressing his forehead to mine, his body trembling. "We won," he murmurs, his breath warm against my skin. A sharp ache blooms in my chest, an overwhelming, unbearable flood of emotions. Relief, joy, love. I lift a shaking hand, brushing his cheek. He leans into my touch like a dying being finding salvation. "You stayed," I whisper. His throat works, his eyes burning. "Always." And then he kisses me, slow, deep, like a promise. Like a prayer. There is no battle between us now, no war, no game of power and control. Only this, only us. When he pulls back, he holds me so gently it almost breaks me. "What happens now?" I ask. For the first time, I do not know. Varkos studies me, his gaze dark and unreadable. But then it softens. That depends. He exhales slowly, his hands cradling my face. On what you want. I blink, taken aback. What I want. He has always been the one with power, the one dictating the course of my fate. And yet, here he is, offering it to me. Varkos. My voice trembles. Do you want to rule? He asks, searching my gaze. To lead the people in the matriarch's territory? I falter. Do I? For so long my only desire was to destroy, to burn everything down. But now I just want to be with him. No, I whisper. I swallow hard, my fingers curling into his tunic. I want us. His eyes darken, something unreadable flickering through them. And then he smiles. Not the sharp, cruel smirk I first knew, not the calculating grin of a dark elf lord, but something real, something soft. Then we leave, he says. We start over, somewhere far from here. My breath catches. Leave. You would give it all up, I murmur. He nods without hesitation. I would give up anything for you. His words strike me like a blade, but there is no pain, only overwhelming love. Gods, I love him. I have for so long, in ways I never allowed myself to name. Tears burn my eyes. Then let's go. His hands cut my face, his thumbs brushing away my tears. Anya, he whispers, his voice reverent. Be mine. My breath stutters. What? Be my mate. His voice is quiet but unshakable. Forever. Tears slip down my cheeks. Varkos. Say yes, he pleads, his voice breaking. Say yes, Anya. I smile. Bright, radiant, whole. Yes. And then he kisses me. And I know. This is our beginning.
Chapter 61. Varkos. 3 days have passed. 3 days since the world changed. Since the matriarch's reign crumbled. Since we stood at the precipice of ruin and emerged whole. 3 days since Anya said yes. Now, beneath the silver glow of the twin moons, I stand before her, my hands trembling, my heart thundering in my chest. Tonight she becomes mine. Forever. The air hums with power, thick with the scent of burning incense and sacred oils. Shadows flicker along the ancient stone walls of the forgotten temple, our sanctuary, untouched by war. It is said this place was built long before my kind walked these lands, before blood and conquest drowned the world in darkness. Tonight, it is ours. A sacred union between light and shadow, human and dark elf. Something new, something eternal. The ghost stands before us, draped in ceremonial robes of midnight and silver, a hood casting his face in shadows. He's the keeper of ancient rites, the one who will weave our souls together for eternity. Are you certain? He asks, his voice calm but edged with something unreadable. Once this bond is made, it cannot be undone, not by time, not by death. I do not hesitate. I have never been more certain of anything. Anya's fingers tighten around mine. When I turn to her, my breath catches. She is beautiful. Draped in white, her gown is woven from silk and whispers, flowing like water against her skin. Tiny silver beads glisten along the hem, catching the candlelight like fallen stars. A delicate braid crowns her auburn hair, woven with the smallest threads of silver, a tradition of my people marking those bound for eternity. But the glow in her eyes is what undoes me. She loves me, and I have never known anything more powerful than that. And you? The ghost turns to Anya, his voice quiet. Do you give yourself freely? She exhales softly, her fingers brushing against my cheek. Always, she whispers. The ghost nods, stepping closer. From beneath his robes, he draws a small, curved blade, ceremonial, ancient. Then we begin. He kneels, dipping the blade into the bowl of sacred oil, whispering incantations in a language older than time. The flames of the temple torches flicker violently, as if the world itself holds its breath. This bond is beyond flesh, he chants, his voice a low melodic hum that seeps into my bones. Beyond blood. It is the merging of two souls, entwined as one. A vow of eternity, unbroken even by death. I take the blade first. Without hesitation, I drag it across my palm. A clean, sharp slice. Dark crimson beads along my skin, glistening in the torchlight. Anya watches, her expression unflinching. Steady. Fierce. Mine. I offer her the blade. She takes it, pressing the cool steel against her own palm, never looking away. The moment the first drop of her blood spills, something ancient awakens. The temple groans, the air tightening with power. The ghost steps forward, taking our hands and pressing our bleeding palms together. The moment our blood mingles, magic ignites between us. A pulse of something so deep, so visceral, I shudder. Anya gasps, her lips parting as the bond latches on. From this day until the last, the ghost intones, his voice like thunder in the dark. Your lives are bound, your souls entwined, your fates sealed in fire and shadow, in love and eternity. The magic flares, wrapping around us like an unbreakable thread, threading through our very beings. It seeps into my bones, into my heart, into the deepest parts of me. And I feel her pulse, her breath, her soul. For the first time, there is no separation, no distance. Only her, only us. Anya trembles, gripping my hands tighter. She feels it too. The ghost steps back, nodding once. It is done. But I am not finished. I pull her close. From now until the end of time, you are mine, I murmur, my lips a breath away from hers. Her fingers curl into my robes, pulling me closer. And you are mine, she whispers back. I kiss her, and the world shifts. Magic surges around us, sealing the bond with fire and light, sinking deep into our very existence. This is not just a vow. It is truth. It is forever. When we pull apart, her eyes shine with unshed tears. We are one, I murmur. She nods, her thumb brushing my lips. Forever. The flames of the temple burn brighter. The shadows stretch, embracing us. And for the first time in my life, I am free. I am whole. I'm hers.
Chapter 62. Anya. The temple doors close behind us with a soft, final thud, sealing us into the night. The air is cool, but it does nothing to quell the fire burning beneath my skin. The bond between us hums like a live wire, electric and alive, threading through every part of me. I can feel him, Varkos, his presence a steady, grounding force in my mind, his emotions brushing against mine like a caress. Joy, awe, desire. A desire that mirrors my own, growing with each shared breath. His hand is warm in mine, his fingers lace tightly through my own. I squeeze back, anchoring myself to him, needing his touch like air. We walk in silence, the twin moons casting their silver light over the ancient stones. The world feels heightened, every sense amplified. The soft, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the lingering incense, creating an intoxicating perfume. I glance at him, and his eyes are already on me, burning with an intensity that makes my heart race. "Where are we going?" I ask, my voice a breathless whisper. He stops, turning to face me fully. His free hand reaches up, his fingers tracing the curve of my cheekbone, sending a shiver down my spine. Somewhere we can be alone, he murmurs, his voice low and husky. Somewhere no one can find us. The anticipation coils tight in my stomach. The bond pulses between us, like a rhythm of longing. I nod, unable to speak past the sudden lump in my throat. He leads me deeper into the temple grounds, the path winding through crumbling arches and overgrown foliage. The air grows warmer, thicker, the relaxing scent of earth and moss rising to meet us. Finally, we reach a small, secluded courtyard, bathed in moonlight. A natural spring bubbles up from the ground, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, surrounded by lush greenery. Flowers bloom around us, and the smell is intoxicating. It's paradise in here. How did he find this? This place is beautiful. I never expected that this temple not only provided us sanctuary during the war, but also gave me a chance to witness something this beautiful. Varkos turns to me, his eyes dark with longing. "This is ours," he whispers, "just for tonight." I step closer to him, drawn in by an invisible force. The bond flares, a wave of heat washing over me.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.